just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE.
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके, स्टैक कर सके, 그 जवाब
선수 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 일단 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आप सभी का स्वागत है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप सीरीज 2023 पोकेमॉन यूनाइट। ये है इंडिया क्वालिफायर्स एंड आप देख रहे हैं अप्रैल टूर्नामेंट। मेरा नाम कैप्टन प्राइस में साथ टेस्ट पे जीतते हुए स्टार्ट क्लैशिंग आज ये तय करने के लिए कि कौन सी वो टॉप 3 टीम्स होंगी जो कि रीजनल डिसाइडर तक का सफर तय कर पाएंगे। देखिए, बहुत सारे टीम्स ने पिछले 2 दिनों में काफी सारे गेम्स खेले हैं, लेकिन कुछ चुनिंदा टीम्स ही अभी सरवाइव कर पाए हैं एंड वी आर डाउन टू द टॉप 8 टीम्स अप्रैल टूर्नामेंट से।
बिल्कुल, और कुछ ही देर में हमें ये भी पता चल जाएगा आज ही के दिन कि इस अप्रैल टूर्नामेंट में टॉप कौन करने वाला है, कौन सी टीम इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट को डोमिनेट करेगी। एंड जैसा कि कैप्टन ने कहा कि काफ़ी सारी टीम्स हमारे साथ जुड़ी थी, लेकिन चलिए एक बार नज़र डालते हैं नंबर ऑफ टीम जो कि टोटल टीम्स जाने वाली हैं हमारे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए। हर एक रीजन से अच्छे खासे स्लॉट्स डिसाइड किए गए हैं। जापान से 4 टीम्स हमें जाती हुई नजर आएंगी, देन कोरिया से 2 टीम्स, एशिया पैसिफिक ईस्ट से 3 टीम्स हमें जाती हुई नजर आएंगी, एशिया पैसिफिक वेस्ट से 3 टीम्स, और इंडिया की बात आती है तो 2 टीम्स कैप्टन 2 टीम्स होंगी जो कि इंडिया को वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में रिप्रेजेंट करेंगी।
वेल, देखिए, बहुत सारे ट्विस्ट एंड टर्न से मैं धीरे धीरे करके ऑफ कोर्स दर्शकों को समझाऊंगा कि क्या एक्चुअल में होने वाला है। देखिए, अप्रैल में एक बार 2 दिन के दौरान एक टूर्नामेंट खेला जाएगा जिसको अप्रैल टूर्नामेंट कहा गया, जिससे 3 टीम्स पहुंचेंगे रीजनल प्लेऑफ्स तक। आप रीजनल डिसाइडर भी कह सकते हैं। मई में भी ओवर द कोर्स ऑफ 2 डेज, जैसे कि कल और आज हो रहा है, सेम फॉर्मेट फॉलो किया जाएगा 20 और 21 मई। ऐसे ही 3 टीम्स हमें और मिलेंगी। फिर LCQ लास्ट चांस क्वालिफायर से हमें मिलने वाला है 2 टीम्स और, जो कि 3 जून को होगा। टोटल 8 टीम्स खेलने वाले हैं रीजनल डिसाइडर या फिर रीजनल प्लेऑफ्स 4 जून को, एंड वहां से टॉप 2 टीम्स चले जाएंगे जापान में लैन इवेंट खेलने के लिए WCS का, जहां पर टोटल पूरे दुनिया से 31 टीम्स आ रही है। डिफरेंट रीजन से, डिफरेंट कंट्रीज से 31 बेस्ट टीम्स आएंगी, एंड जो भी जाने वाला है रिप्रेजेंट करने के लिए इंडिया को, वंस अगेन ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। अभी तक तो हमें नहीं पता है कि कौन होने वाला है, वो तो रीजनल डिसाइडर के दिन ही पता होगा। बट एक बार फॉर्मेट के ऊपर भी हम नजर डाल लेते हैं कि किस प्रकार का फॉर्मेट जो है फॉलो किया जा रहा है। देखिए, डबल एलिमिनेशन फॉर्मेट है। सारे के सारे गेम्स जो है बेस्ट ऑफ 3 रहने वाले हैं। सारे गेम्स, एवरीथिंग इज बेस्ट ऑफ 3। टॉप 8 टीम से यहाँ पर आज का दिन शुरुआत हुआ है, जहाँ पर ऑलरेडी अपर ब्रैकेट राउंड नंबर 1 के मैचेस हो चुके हैं। अभी जो आप मुकाबले देखने वाले हैं वो अपर ब्रैकेट सेमीफाइनल्स होंगे एंड लोअर ब्रैकेट राउंड नंबर 2 होंगे। बैक टू बैक 4 मुकाबले आप देखेंगे। उसके बाद आप देखने वाले लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स, उससे पहले जरूर आप अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल देखेंगे, एंड फिर हम देखने वाले ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। वेल, देखिए, ग्रैंड फाइनल को लेके एक ट्विस्ट तो ऑफ कोर्स है, ACL से डिफरेंट है ऑफ कोर्स, लेकिन एक और बहुत बड़ा ट्विस्ट है जो रीजनल डिसाइडर जीतेगा एंड जो सेकंड प्लेस टीम बन के जाएगा जापान, वो भी मैं जरूर बताऊंगा। बट मैच रूल्स के बारे में थोड़ा सा बातचीत कर लेते हैं स्टार्ट कैशिंग।
बिल्कुल, अगर मैच रूल्स की बात करें तो हर एक टूर्नामेंट की तरह ही यहाँ पर भी सेम रूल्स अप्लाई होते हैं। 10 मिनट का एक मैच रहेगा, 5 वर्सेस 5 टूर्नामेंट मोड में खेला जाएगा। स्टेडियम की बात करें तो हमारा लेटेस्ट स्टेडियम या स्काई रूइंस होगा, जहाँ पर ड्राफ्ट पिक के माध्यम से दोनों ही टीम्स को मौका मिलेगा अपनी मर्जी का एक पोकेमॉन दोनों टीम्स बैन कर सकती हैं, और उसके बाद एज पर ड्राफ्ट पिक्स वो अपने अपने जो पोकेमॉन है उन्हें सिलेक्ट कर सकती हैं। हेल्थ आइटम्स की बात करें तो उस पर कोई भी लिमिट नहीं है, ना ही कोई लेवल लिमिट, ना ही कोई यूज लिमिट। पोकेमॉन की अगर बात की जाए तो जाशियान और लेपरिस के अलावा आप कोई भी पोकेमॉन इस अप्रैल टूर्नामेंट में यूज कर सकते हैं। अगर बात की जाती है एम्बलम्स की तो उन्हें पूरी तरह से प्रोहिबिटेड किया गया है, उन्हें आप इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते हैं। ड्राफ्ट की जैसे मैं बात कर ही रहा था कैप्टन, सबसे पहले दोनों ही टीम्स को मौका दिया जाता है कि आप एक एक बैन पिक करें, दोनों टीम्स अपनी जो भी पोकेमॉन के साथ वो कंफर्टेबल नहीं है अगेंस्ट में खेलने के लिए उसको बैन करेंगे, और उसके बाद एज पर द मोड एक एक करके दोनों टीम्स को अपने अपना मौका मिलेगा, जहां पर वो सिलेक्ट करेगी कि कौन सी कॉम्प वो खेलना चाहते हैं। उसके बाद आपको फाइनल एक प्रिपरेशन फेज भी मिलता है, जहां पर आप स्वैप कर सकते हैं, जो अपने टीममेट हैं उसके साथ आप अपना पोकेमॉन स्वैप कर सकते हैं, एंड एट द एंड फिर हमें ये 10 के 10 पोकेमॉन और 10 के 10 ट्रेनर या स्काई रूइंस में एंट्री लेते हुए नजर आएंगे। लेकिन चलिए एक बार प्राइस पूल की भी बात करें कैप्टन, क्योंकि बहुत मैसिव प्राइस पूल है,
और ये प्राइस पूल सिर्फ अप्रैल के लिए है, सिर्फ अप्रैल के लिए। मतलब सोचिए, हाँ मान लेते हैं कि हाँ अप्रैल में आप टॉप 3 में नहीं आ पाते, आप 4th में आते हैं, आपको 1500 USD मिल रहा है, राइट जी। लेकिन आप जाके मे टूर्नामेंट में टॉप 1 में आ जाते हैं। एक मैं बस स्ट्रैटेजी बता रहा हूँ, हाँ अगर आप उतना कॉन्फिडेंट है तभी आप ये कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज अप्रैल टूर्नामेंट से सीधा क्वालिफाई करके आप रीजनल डिसाइडर तक पहुंच जाइए। रीजनल डिसाइडर के बारे में बहुत सारे ऐसे डिटेल्स है जो हम जैसे जैसे ओवर द कोर्स ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट प्रोसीड करते रहेंगे आप लोगों को पता लगेगा। पर देखिए टूर्नामेंट का जो इतने स्टेजेस में भाग किया गया है ना, डिवाइड किया गया है ना, इसका मेन मोटिव ये है कि सिर्फ वो बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट जो क्रीम होता है ना मिल्क के ऊपर वही मिले, एंड वही टीम जाके जो है हर एक रीजन को रिप्रेजेंट करे। ब्रैकेट्स के ऊपर एक बार हम नजर डालेंगे, आप देख सकते हैं अपर ब्रैकेट राउंड 1 जैसे मैं कह रहा था ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, लोअर ब्रैकेट राउंड 1 भी हो चुका है, अपर ब्रैकेट सेमीफाइनल्स भी आप देख सकते हैं हो चुका है। हम सबसे पहले जो देखने वाले हैं वो है लोअर ब्रैकेट्स राउंड नंबर 2। रेवेनेंट ई-स्पोर्ट्स फिलहाल के लिए अपर ब्रैकेट में सबसे ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट नजर आ रही है। एक चीज मैं बताना चाहूंगा, देखिए बहुत सारे रोस्टर चेंजेस हुए हैं, एसएटीएल में हुए हैं, मार्कोस के जो प्लेयर्स थे वो अलग अलग टीम्स में बिखर गए हैं, लेकिन एक चौंकाने वाली बात ये है कि जब ये तो टॉप 8 का फेज है, राइट, जो आप देखने वाले हैं अभी, इससे जस्ट प्रीवियस जो स्टेज था, जो राउंड रॉबिन फॉर्मेट का स्टेज था, 4 ग्रुप्स में 4-4 टीम, वहां पर से गॉड्स रेन की टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है।
बिल्कुल, एंड कैप्टन अब एक्चुअली में हमें मात्र टॉप 6 टीम्स देखने को मिलने वाली हैं, क्योंकि आप देखिए हमारे पास मात्र रेवेनेंट, लिक्विड, ट्रू रिवर्स, फाइनल इवोल्यूशन, ओथ ई-स्पोर्ट्स एंड एसएचयूएल बची है। आपने बात कही गॉड्स रेन की, गॉड्स रेन जब हम इस अप्रैल टूर्नामेंट की शुरुआत में थे तो सबसे ज्यादा पावरफुल लग रही थी। क्यों? क्योंकि उन्होंने अभी अभी एडिशन किया है मेवियस और कामिरू का, लेकिन उसके बाद भी उनको शट डाउन किया गया और उनको टॉप 8 में भी प्लेस नहीं होने दिया गया। तो ये दर्शाता है कि जो हमारे नए नए रोस्टर चेंजेस हुए हैं, जो नए रोस्टर्स हमें गेम में आते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, वो कितना ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट है कि वो गॉड्स रेन जैसी टीम के
you can see something called grand final reset. So if you're not watching the other region streams happening simultaneously, you wouldn't know if you are this reset, meaning that if a team from the lower bracket defeats the upper bracket team, whoever won and became the first grand finalist, the grand finals will reset, so the lower bracket team has to defeat them twice. I'll quickly talk about that more, but before that, for our viewers, you would surely enjoy the action that is happening here in Pokémon UNITE WCS 2023, that to the April qualifiers, but there is an event specifically for you guys who are watching from homes and who love to play Pokemon, and there's an event on May 6th, that is the Saturday coming the next month, where you can play. It'll be a best of 1 match Swiss style event, up to 4 rounds, held in your language, most probably I'm pretty sure people around the world English, and individual entry you can have up to 1 to 3 players. It's not a full-fledged team, but yes, you can get a couple of your I would say dependable teammates. I wouldn't say friends as well, because certain times we face that difficulty, Nekroz, that we want to play with friends, we end up hitting a ranked game and we end up losing the ranked game in a very bad manner. So I'm pretty sure they'll be looking forward to a dependable teammate. I'm pretty sure I would want you to mark your calendars for May 6, because I'm not going to miss that event, because here in WCS, if I would have participated, I'm pretty sure I'll be wrecked and would have been the team eliminated very early on. And for viewers also, I need to tell you that there have been numerous teams who have registered. They have been going through a crucial and a testing scenario where they've been fighting and progressing. The teams that you're seeing now are the teams who have fought their way and are still standing strong. The other teams who did register, did fight it out, at least for the April qualifiers, have not progressed. There will be chances in the May as well as the last chance, so wishing them all the best for that. But right now it's time, Nekroz. We will be looking forward to the match as well. Let's jump in. I'm prepared. I came in prepared. As you can see, I was wearing the Charizard hoodie. So I will be looking forward to who picks up the Charizard. So I might incline to that team. But before we talk about the Pokemons who will be picked, we'll be seeing the players and their respective teams. True Rippers on the left side, that is the purple end. We'll be having Dream, Daksh, Ego, Prod and Kyo. So there is one thing that our Indian region also need to know. There have been a lot of changes in the roster as well. As we progress, we'll tell you about it. So I'm interested of how the teams have also progressed because of these roster changes, Nekroz.
Exactly, that's the same. There has not been one or two changes in the roster. Yes, we are seeing True Rippers versus Final Evolution right now. If you talk about the roster of Final Evolution, you're going to see Kyle, Rippy, FS Lynch, Beyonder and Pen in their roster in this 5v5 contest. But yeah, as we were talking about the roster changes in the previous time, there has been n number of changes. It's not like and we have seen an entire team getting completely disbanded and the players are getting shattered into different teams and playing with their new teammates. So preparing for this WCS 2023, the players are grinding. The players are just trying to get their slot confirmed in the regionals and in the regional playoffs. But now, if you just talk about True Rippers in this tournament, for now, if you just talk about an info card, we are seeing that it's there. You just see the numbers, Sam, the damage dealt, the damage taken, the recovery. It's been tremendous. And the frequently used Pokemons we see from this side is that a Glaceon, we see a Blastoise and Slowbro for sure. But yeah, the pick rate, they are on the top as in comparison.
It does tell you, right, how teams have kind of turned their cards towards having a defender-oriented meta, rather than initially we used to see there used to be speedsters coming through, such as the Dodrio. You used to end up seeing a lot of supporters such as Cliffable and Hoopa. Hoopa is back in the meta because of the recent I would say little buff in the hyperspace hole. On the other end, we end up seeing Final Evolution, who I was just talking about, where we ended up seeing speedster picks coming through, the all-rounder picks, the support. Here, it looks like there's only a Hoopa as a supporter. They have a Dodrio in the mix, along with two ranged attackers, which have been very crucial and detrimental in all games, as we see as your backline attackers, the Delphox and Mew. Then the Garchomp takes a big bite, not only from your team's Pokemons and sends them back to their base, also from the wild Pokemons, as it steals away their health and kind of is able to fight with objective Pokemons solo. So I think it's going to be interesting, and come on, I think Slowbro is going to be a bro for everybody, right? This is a literal example, Nekroz, of how bro should be. Yeah, yes. He if you tell a Slowbro to do something in their respective path, he stands tall to it. You tell him just sustain all the damage coming through and survive, Slowbro will be there for the entire 10 minutes, until and unless he gets pushed from all the 5 players, which is a rare sight to see. But even if that happens, we see with the Amnesia coming through that he still does manage to survive, wait it out in the own goal zone that is there, the first one. But right now, we've talked about the fun facts. We've seen big numbers coming in terms of damage. This is what they've done, right, in the matches that they've played, the bracket that you saw that they've already progressed. So if viewers were wondering as well, when did these matches happen? These matches happen simultaneously off stream. The matches that you are seeing now is going to be an upper bracket final match, as well as 2 more lower bracket matches that we'll be seeing. So for who will be the teams qualifying, the most interesting matches. And again, if you were wondering what happened to the numerous teams who had registered, they also had their matches, that is yesterday, who went through a gruesome, I would say, qualification matches. They had to fight it all out. One loss, all those things happened, and from there we ended up seeing these top 8 teams right now in the double elimination bracket fighting it out, out of which 2 teams are eliminated. We still have 6 teams surviving, Nekroz.
Exactly, like these teams, they have to fight it out as much as possible, because I mean, when you talk about, especially for the teams those who are in the lower brackets, they will face many consequences. That actually means, as you mentioned earlier, so they're in the very end part of a ship. If they make one mistake and if they anyhow they're not managing to win that particular match, they're just completely getting eliminated from this tournament, because it will be all over. They're already in the lower brackets due to the reason that they've lost to some team. That's why they have came down to this lower brackets, and it's not at all a safe place. If you're in the upper brackets, you really know that yes, you will have a second chance to make a comeback, but in the lower brackets, you don't get that kind of privilege in that kind of scenarios. But yeah, as we just move down to Rippers versus Final Evolution, one team will move forward and another will stay back, and that will be the end for that team in this particular run of April tournament. But yeah, they might have a chance again to come back in the month of May.
You talked about chances. I'll quickly again bring our audience to the grand final reset part. We were talking about every team having a double elimination second life chance, right? Right now we are seeing a team which has used that second life chance and now are playing the lower bracket matches with the team which qualify with showing their best performance in the upper bracket and become the first grand finals, right? They never get to use that safety net. They never get to use their second life. And that is the reason this rule has been brought about, where if the grand final team, the first team to qualify to the grand final, loses to the team who qualify from the lower bracket final in the first matchup, that grand final will reset, and that is the second chance that the team from the upper bracket final who qualified first, or the first grand finalist, will be able to fight again for the first seed in the Indian region in the April tournament, April qualifier tournament, to be one of the top 3 teams for the regional playoffs. Again, for all our audience, this is not the end, or this is not the conclusion for teams who will be qualifying to the direct WCS 2023. Right now we will talk in detail more, but right now it's time for the match and the draft. We have 20 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be the initial bans. We have not seen the matches, right, Nekroz? So I want to understand what bans do you expect coming out? Because see, Zacian is already out, Lapras is out. So do you think there's a Gudra or a Dodrio, all these bans coming through? Your thoughts, quick one.
I won't go for Gudra, but yeah, if we just talk about, there might be a chance that we might see an Espion ban and a Dodrio. I'm expecting that kind of, but okay, it's an Urshifu and Dodrio that we see. Yes. And if I'm not wrong, Kyle will be one of that player that is going to lock the Espion as first, if there's a chance, because he's going to have that first chance of getting a pick. So Kyle will be just going with an Espion, but no, it's Lynch who locks it up.
Nice read on that, Nekroz. I was wondering that there would be a team picking up a Comfy, but it looks like neither of the teams have that intention. Prod, who we've generally seen coming in from SATL, I was just talking about him. We end up seeing him playing on the Hoopa numerous times for that team as well, and now with this roster change coming in, he is still sticking on to the Hoopa. Again, I would always kind of feel a little bit better of having a Hoopa on your team, because his hyperspace hole immediately lets you teleport to the base, get yourself a full heal, and even come back and indulge yourselves in the fight, right? So compared to a Comfy, I might pick this, but if your lineup of a Pokemon is looking to be very aggressive and is very inclined to stunts, then Comfy with the magical leaf, you cannot go wrong with it. But on the other end, the next 2 picks coming in from Final Evolution, with Beyonder to going none other than the Trevenant and the Cliffable making its appearance again. I'm excited to see what they have in the bags. And then True Rippers bringing in 2 really efficient and damage dealing ranged attackers. The backline looks super strong with Glaceon as well as Gardevoir.
That's for sure. And because as we are seeing, the last pick, Ego, is he going for a Greedent? Well, I'm not sure if it is going for a Greedent. It might be a very, very rare, like, it's not a rare pick, but it's a situation.
It has been a rare pick. And there we go, the change. He's just playing with us, the casters here, and also the audience watching it. I think we kind of have to get used to this. I understand this is again on stream that we are going to be seeing it as a new day. But for them, it's another tournament where they're looking forward to come out on top. And with all the Pokemons being locked, we're going to be seeing this is going to be the final preparation if players are going to change hands and give each other different Pokemon, saying that you are good in this. But in terms of these picks, right, I feel like on Final Evolution they have a really good front line, a solid front line where they can do damage and take damage as well. On the other end, we were just talking about the Slowbro, right? Slowbro, you cannot keep it as a solid frontline attacker who does damage. You can keep it as a solid frontline attacker and use as a shield as well. And then you have to incline a little bit on the Blastoise. So not having an all-rounder, it is going to be interesting coming in from the True Rippers end, because they are inclined too much on their ranged attackers with Gardevoir and Glaceon coming through. But I would have also enjoyed having both the Eves on the same team, right? Glaceon and Espeon, the combos have been deadly in the recent times in other regions as well. Right now they have been split up. So who do you think has this at least the first game of the BO3? And again, audience, all the games are going to be BO3.
Yeah, but all the games are going to be BO3. That means one team has to win at least 2 rounds to ensure their victory and clinch move forward to the next round. But when we just talk about the game, let's head on and let's check out the first round of today's first game. True Rippers versus Final Evolution makes a start. But if you just talk about this question that you asked me, which team might have an upper hand in this first round, it's really tough to say because both the teams are having quite a balanced composition at this position. But yeah, this is what we are looking forward to. The next 3 minutes, all the trainers will just try to level up their Pokemon's speed up and just make them eligible to take some hard put-on fights. But as we see on the top lane, we see that Squirtle and Hoopa, they're trying to push back the players that Pokemons of Final Evolution.
I call this the early annoyance stage, Nekroz, where Pokemon try to steal the wild Pokemon, the AOS energy, the experience that they can gain, and it looks like Final Evolution are looking a little bit predominant, especially on the bottom lane. You saw, right, they pushed towards the opponent's goal zone, took that wild Pokemon, Altaria and Swablu as well. Majority of them were taken away from Final Evolution. True Rippers, their center path, or the mid path player, Glaceon, has now pushed up to the top lane, so they're going to be a 3 versus 3 on the top lane with the level 4 Glaceon versus the level 5 Delphox. It's going to be interesting. Their Altaria and Swablu spawn, and it is going to be looking like True Rippers get control of this on the top. On the bottom, I'm wondering what's going to be happening. There was quick one, we did not get to see a lot, but look at this. Hoopa, again, Ego gets a chance, teleports and runs away. But in the meantime, Lynch, he's been caught by numerous of True Rippers players. This might be putting an end to him, but thankfully the Moonlight saves him. Prod quickly a hyperspace wall for himself, and in case any other teammates wanted one. But this is more than enough for players of True Rippers as well as Final Evolution to score some goals on the top, on the bottom lane for each other. It looks like the Trevenant has got the upper hand because he's evolved to level 5, and now that's going to be a little bit troublesome. But on the other hand, Lynch getting chased from Prod. Prod gets a 2 KO streak with just the Hoopa. It's a supporter and them losing 2 players to it. Not what I was thinking, especially your ranged attackers, both of them going on to a supporter. Not a great sight. Kyo on the other end, they finally exchange that blow. A ranged attacker for a ranged attacker, and the Glaceon is down.
We see Gabite on the top lane as well. He's trying to just keep the momentum up. There is a Clefable just trying to hold with those neutral Pokemon, just trying to level up. But the main factor is that the Glaceon went up to those area and stole the buff. Maybe True Rippers, they have managed to steal a buff from the side of Final Evolution's area. But it comes on the bottom path. It's like 20 more seconds to go for the objectives to spawn up, and in the meanwhile we're seeing that Gabite has been put down by Wartortle on the top lane, and they are not willing to just give up this position. You can see the HP of Gardevoir, and he's barely breathing right now, but the scores from the side of True Rippers are coming anonymously on the top lane. But the Wartortle is just trying to hold up in that pace, and we see a Regice just appearing in the bottom lane, and it's for sure the True Rippers, the entire team will try to stack up on it and just trying to melt it down as fast as possible. We see the Glaceon, we see the Gardevoir as well as the Slowbro just trying to melt it down as fast as possible, while we see the others going for the Regieleki.
Oh wow, wonderful! A steal coming through on Regieleki. As soon as Final Evolution understood, the entirety of True Rippers have gone bottom for the Regi in the bottom. It was only the Blastoise's responsibility to hold control and try to deny and buy time. But what went wrong was them trying to quickly melt, and holding that last hit coming in was just brilliant play coming in from the Blastoise. And with that, you can see they did do damage to the bottom lane. Now they're entering to the opponent's mid path. And one more thing, in the early, still the 7 minutes of the game, True Rippers just had around 6 to 7 goals. And what they concentrated was this leveling up, getting all their Pokemon to level 8 or 10 between this, so that their damage can be more compared to the players of Final Evolution. Now with the lanes being changed, as an entirety of True Rippers, after destroying the top path goal zone, they're hitting the bottom path. They want to destroy that goal zone as well. Everybody's moved here, and therefore Final Evolution, a couple of players went top to score, but True Rippers are not stopping. Look at them, 164 to 93, and the last big 40 score comes to destroy the goal zone, pushing their overall score to 204, a difference of 100. And now this is the stall time coming through. There's no much wild Pokemon that we are able to see. The objectives are gone so early, and Final Evolution, they're even losing their own mid-path wild Pokemons. The buffs, they're losing to the ranged attackers. I think they have to get a little bit better. They have to get a little bit cautious.
Exactly. You see the Glacian was trying to just steal that point of time. He was trying to get those buffs in his favor, but on the other hand, Garchomp is still trying to level up as fast as possible, because we have seen that the Garchomp is always a very beneficial Pokemon for any of the side if it gets leveled up very quickly, and at least it maintains around a 2 level up difference as compared to its opponents. But yes, as we get to see, the Registeel has appeared in the bottom lane, and another time the players of True Rippers, the trainers, are just looking forward to melt it down as fast as possible. And yes, as we see, another objective goes in favor of the True Rippers, but Blastoise gets KO'd at this point. And now, Final Evolution, they're not willing to give up this Regieleki to the side of True Rippers, but yeah, the Hoopa is there, and the Glacier won't be able to give it up, but Espeon makes it up.
Garchomp was about to use his Unite, but the Unite coming in from the Slowbro bought time for the players of True Rippers. But look at this, players from Final Evolution are making this Regieleki use as another added on ally, but the damage from True Rippers has been insane. They've pushed back the ranged attackers, and now with no strong front line, this is what I was talking about. Final Evolution lacking in the front line situation. They don't have a lot much to do. Yes, damage was there, but again, all-rounder Garchomp coming through will be able to take damage and also get easier. Not as great as the Slowbro as well as the Blastoise coming through. Blastoise bought them enough time, but look at this, Unite coming through again from none other than the Delphox. The Fireworks are out to try and get a situation where they can push up. Now with Final Evolution understanding that the Trevenant is in the bottom lane, wanted to push that path and destroy the goal zone, but no success. Nekroz, they have to back off.
They have to back off right now, but yep, they have to just keep the patience up, because the Unite moves are getting charged up one after another. The Gardevoir is still trying to move. The difference is not that high, Sam. If you just see at this position, they can actually make a comeback. It is not that tough for now, but yes, the pressure is on the side of Final Evolution. They have to make it up, at least if they can equalize it before the Rayquaza comes up, because there is less than 1 minute of time that they need to cover up. But yes, with the help of Hyper Space Hole, they're just trying to just teleporting from the top lane to the bottom to the top, and that is just buying them the time that they need as of now. But yep, the Delphox comes into the question. Clefable is trying to hold Blastoise back alongside Garchomp. The critical hits are just hitting him hard, but from this position he tried to go for a rapid spin, but won't be allowed by Garchomp, and that's a KO coming up from the side of Final Evolution. But as we see again, this Registeel is into the hands of True Rippers. They don't want to give this up again, and it's the third time we're seeing the bottom Reggie is going in the favor of True Rippers.
Again, Regieleki is going to spawn. It looks like Final Evolution do want to take this top objective as the previous time. They're quick on the melt here, because there's just less than 10 seconds left where we are going to be seeing the Rayquaza spawn. A good time to get a Regieleki in favor, but Blastoise is there to defend their top lane. So I think maybe they might not allow this to go and sit down. And yes, as I said, there is the defense coming in from none other than the Glaceon, but the Garchomp is trying to push up. In the meantime, the other players of True Rippers have positioned towards the Legendary Pit. This is going to be the final battle for at least this first game of the best of 3. Let's see who gets it under control. Initially, it's just the tank, as we see Slowbro taking up all the damage that Final Evolution has in cards to do. In the meantime, Garchomp gets KO'd as well. What was this fight? To just get one Regieleki pushed up, you managed to make a mistake, but in the meantime, the Gardevoir was about to get caught. Finally managed to make an survival escape. Will be able to full heal after teleporting back to the base, but still the Blastoise is there. The Glaceon will be back in as they've destroyed the Garchomp. Now everybody is using the Hyperspace Hole to fully heal up. But this difficulty is for none other than Final Evolution. They need to find a way path, and look at what True Rippers are doing. Targeting their front line. They knew that they've already taken down the Garchomp. They have to take down none other than the Trevenant, and they're looking for doing it. Trevenant out with the Unite, and the Blastoise jumping right in front of the Garchomp's face, uniting with that big Hydro Cannons coming through. He takes down one along with the Cliffable going out. Trevenant is done for, and then the Hoopa strikes with its Unite. There's nobody here to help out. The alone, lonely survival, little Espeon trying for a steal here, pushing up the top, but there are two player Pokemons who are guarding from this Rayquaza steal from happening, and with that the Espeon also falls flat. This is a done game for none other than True Rippers of how well they commandeered and controlled it.
That's for sure, and if we just talk about Daksh, he's just waiting patiently. The Trevenant will try to hold him back, but won't get a chance. Maybe he has to score with 100. And we are seeing Blastoise is also patiently waiting. The shield will grant him the advantage, and there you get to see a 200 up score coming up from the side of Rippers, and with that the Blasters will also add a condition 100, and with this True Rippers just marching towards a very good round victory in this PO3 series. They're already one up ahead against Final Evolution right now, and for now if we just see the Espion, like Lucifer, if you just see, he has already used his Psychic Solar on a very early stage. As soon as the Rayquaza came up, I believe there are two flaws that we have seen in this particular fight, that the Garchomp getting KO'd just in the moment when the Rayquaza was spawned, and secondly the Espion's Unite move was used on a much earlier stage, and after that the multiple KOs that came up from the side of True Rippers actually made the entire thing shattered away from the side of Final Evolution. But yep, if you just talk about Espion, at the point he was literally helpless because he couldn't do it. He neither had the HP or neither the Unite move to just try to fight back.
Look at the amount of KOs and assists coming through. The Hoopa has 4 KOs, 5 with none other than the Glaceon. Dream, he didn't have to do a lot of the heavy lifting because the team was functioning really well together. And look at this, Ego as well as Daksh. One with 50,000 damage taken and another with 41,000 damage taken. We'll quickly jump to the other end. You can see Final Evolution, there are 2 Pokemon with 50,000 damage taken, with I Am Beyonder on Trevenant at 58,000, and the Cliffable taking up 40,000 and also doing a recovery of 59,000. And why was there no success here? I felt like their front lines did not do the job which was meant to. They were always targeting Ego on this Blastoise, trying to kind of KO him, and they did get that KO. But I think the main thing that Final Evolution should have concentrated was on Daksh, on the Slowbro, because that was the wall that True Rippers were using, making sure that this wall never falls. And I think we rarely saw Daksh getting KO'd. I think only once it happened, in the early bottom lane fight that happened, but otherwise I think Daksh just survived the entirety of the game, and there was maybe I'm even wrong that maybe Daksh never got KO'd. So a brilliant play coming in from Daksh as the standing tall as the wall, as a tank for the team. And I think the front line could have acted well coming in from Final Evolution, because I never saw the Trevenant and Garchomp joining hands to push forward to a fight. It always looked like Garchomp was on the top lane, Trevenant was on the bottom. Both of them never met, and it never worked out to start the fight. On the other end, and even in the last fight that just happened next to the legendary pet, as you mentioned, Espion using the Unite early, and then everybody jumping, none other than the Blasters. Again, they were targeting the Blastoise. As soon as that happened, Blaster decided, I'll Unite on their faces, my teammates will swoop in, they will do damage along with it. You saw the Psyshock coming through from the Gardevoir, and it was enough for them. They damaged multiple Pokemon over there. Cliffable went down, Garchomp went down, Trevenant went down. All your 3 main frontline attackers going down in such an early stage, and then you also losing your ranged attacker down the line. It's just an open doorway for True Rippers that they just cracked and just widened for themselves. Right now, this is the first victory. Final Evolution looked like they did have some control, but True Rippers taking away space, I think that played in the minds of Final Evolution as well, because we need to even put this into play, Nekroz, that it's not just about KOs, finding advantage, it's always about the mind games as well, of how well you're able to command Thea Sky Ruins. I think True Rippers had the upper hand over there itself.
Exactly, and that actually justified the victory. If you just talk about each and every time the bottom lane objective was secured by True Rippers, Final Evolution concentrated on the Regieleki on the top, and they managed to get it a number of times. Yes, exactly. It was a number of times they managed to get it up, but when the moment actually arrived where Blastoise needed to step up, he actually did what he had to. The Hydra Typhoon was the key factor that played, and not like on a tremendous measure. But when you talk about the players, he had the complete control, he had the complete strategical planning that was needed to take on each and every player at that moment, and he actually managed to get every possible KO at that legendary pet, which actually helped True Rippers in securing the Rayquaza as well as the first round.
Brilliant game that we ended up seeing. And again, for viewers who are watching True Rippers, right, I remember True Rippers, seeing them in ACL. What they did there was just brilliant. Like, after not a great run in India Open, then they came in ACL, where they were phenomenal in stage 1, but eventually we talk about it, right? As stages progress, teams start getting better, they get a read of what the players do, and they figure out counters. And I think that's where True Rippers' counter was kind of figured out. Their playstyle was understood, and they were taken down. Unfortunately, True Rippers couldn't qualify. So True Rippers look like another new chapter in this phase of WCS 2023. I hope they get a chance to qualify again, they need to understand that they are in the lower bracket round 2 that they're fighting right now. It's a fight for survival. It's a battle for survival. And they are fighting like survivors right now, because that matchup, that battle that we just saw in this first best of 3 was insane. From their end, they decided that we are going to have control at all times. I think even the Glaceon getting KO'd was very early in the game, around like 6 minutes of the game we ended up seeing, but after that never a KO on Glaceon, never on Gardevoir. Especially Gardevoir was super crucial, even barely when it was less than 1 HP, like it was surviving in percentage, right, the Gardevoir. They were able to help Gardevoir to go back, teleport back to base, and then full heal and get back into the battle. I think that is something that True Rippers have got written down well in the stone, saying that their backline attackers need to survive as long as possible. Throw your frontline attackers and make sure that they are able to take up the damage and survive.
Exactly, that was the plan, and it was actually executed pretty well. If you see,
Yeah.
there is, as you mentioned earlier, there was not a single time, like at least, if I'm not wrong, maybe 1 or 2 times we have seen that the Glacier and the Gardevoir, maybe that they
Yeah.
have got KO'd, but
I remember
the
once,
number of
but
times,
then I don't know.
Yes, once, exactly. But after that, the entire time we are seeing that the Gardevoir, especially the Glaceon, was going into the enemy territory, and in the mid lane he was trying to just get those buffs, steal.
Yeah.
He's trying to steal it off from their side, and the main problems that we're facing, they were not like able to KO him in that particular stage. That was a main problem that they were facing. But in a return, True Rippers were completely delivering n number of KOs from their side, which was actually playing a very, very crucial part in the success of getting good scores and taking a good lead.
True Rippers got the first round here in the best of 3. They still have another one. If they close it there itself, then they push themselves forward to the next round in the lower bracket. But they know it is going to be a tough run for them. And also, as I mentioned, there is the grand final reset. Even if True Rippers come out victorious, even if the other teams come out victorious from the lower bracket, they need to be prepared of what can happen in the grand finals to them. I hope they are ready for it, but for viewers, I'm pretty sure they're enjoying this game. I did for sure enjoy this, because this is the first game we are seeing on stream. Offline, we did see numerous games happen. You, in the initial double elimination bracket that we ended up showing in the graphics, you did see in what scorelines team won, and they moved ahead, which teams lost how in terms of the scoreline only, but not in terms of what happened in the gameplay. I had a little bit of a glimpse that I could watch, but again, I would have loved to watch all of them on stream. But we have this one day to decide all our Indian qualified teams, which is going to be 3 teams qualifying. So the teams in the lower bracket here, Nekroz, what are they fighting for? To be at least in the lower bracket final. Now, if they lose in the lower bracket final or not, win or not, they will still qualify and go to the regional playoffs. We'll talk about that later when we see the lower bracket final match. But now, quickly talking about Lynch coming in from Final Evolution. We saw, right, the Espeon was eventually always looking like it was the only Pokemon alive. So I think good play coming in from him. You can see the damage dealt coming in from him is insane. 3 lakh. Again, this is the overall damage that Lynch has done as a player, not just in this match. That's the reason you can see this big damage dealt and damage taken as well, surpassing 1 lakh. Recovery, you cannot expect a lot coming in, but on the other end, you can see how much of a change this has been. In Nekroz, we were discussing this yesterday, right, when we were talking about what metas can we expect, that people will fall off Mew. And that has happened. You can see the pick rate has increased for Espeon rather than Mew, with Mew's little nerfs coming through, with its cooldown and move reset cooldowns coming through, increasing that timer. And people are moving into other Pokemons to change the meta, and I really like it. On the other end, we end up seeing True Ripper's Ego. Right now just played Blastoise, but he also has a 100% pick rate on Dodrio. We did see a Dodrio ban coming in, therefore True Rippers couldn't pick up this Dodrio for Ego. But if it's unbanned this time, maybe we end up seeing him, because he also has damage dealt surpassing 3 lakhs with 3 lakh 81,000. But here's one more stat that says that he has taken a lot more damage because he just played Blastoise. We saw coming in from him, he has 3 lakh damage coming through. So I really like when I end up seeing players who have a versatility of playing a speedster, then coming to a defender or a supporter. It changes the tide of how they play, right? Speedster is so fast, swift, attacks, runs away. He's literally like a magician. He sneaks up, does his trick, and he vanishes off. You're unable to catch him. That's how well a speedster player needs to be. And then to be a tank such as a Blastoise or a Trevenant, whatever you say from defender. So 2 versatile is coming in, so you can expect a lot from the player when they look a little bit, I would say, tough, or when they're looking stressed. Now it's time for the draft, the second round. What are your predictions coming in here, Nekroz?
Well, if I'm not wrong, I'll still stick with Urshifu, and this time I might go with, like, there might be a Glaceon ban, but I don't think so. It will be a Dodrio, and Urshifu might be again the same bans we're going to see, but it all depends on the situation, because this time Final Evolution is having the first pick, so they might even lock Dodrio if they want to, but it all comes up. It's the same bans that we are going to see in this second round is again. But this time, again, the Espeon pick should be coming up from the side of Final Evolution. Yes, it is Lynch again taking up the start. Two Rippers again just will be waiting. Is coming into the action from the side of Final Evolution. So a little bit of changes, but I believe True Rippers are just sticking with the same composition that they had in the very first round.
Yeah, no changes at all from True Rippers. On the other end, Kyle, I would have been interested to see a lot more damage coming in from Delphox. We were, yes, seeing the Unite coming in, Fireworks, but not work out. Beyonder on the other end, on the Trevenant, as an individual, yes, he played, had control of bottom lane. Whenever he switched top lane, he played well with having the wild Pokemon leveling up, but it never looked like the team play. And with not having value on Garchomp and now going to none other than Buzzwole, this will make things interesting. I'll be looking forward to if he's going to be going with Leech Life or something else, if he strays away from Leech Life, because I think Leech Life is going to be an interesting move, which we generally don't see in the competitive scenario, because numerous times we end up seeing Mega Punch coming through, submissions coming through. So I think Superpower coming through, because when they have a healer, right, they don't go for heal on their own within the Pokemon. So Leech Life might not be a thing on Buzzwole, but I would be interested. When I play solo with the Buzzwole, you kind of can't expect your teammate to be always there to help you out, right? So I just drain away the health from our opponent Pokemon and then KO them immediately, send them back to base and get that advantage. So I'll be waiting for it. Quickly give me your ideas about who do you think has a chance as we jump right into the game.
Well, as the second round begins right now, this Pokemon composition from the side of Final Evolution looking much better. They've got an Espeon as well, but this time as a Buzzwole, as we're going to see, might actually make some difference. But yep, as we are also seeing the True Rippers, they haven't made a single change in their entire composition. They want to stick with what they have started up with. And if it goes pretty well, how it was in the previous round, so yep, it might just be the same. But I'm still wondering that the Buzzwole factor, can it play a major role in making any comeback or any chances for Final Evolution to go to the decider round to make the series in a 50-50 situation, or is it going to be a one-sided game from the side of True Rippers? Because if you just talk me in my prediction, I'll stick with True Rippers in this case as well, because I don't know if the Buzzwole is going to walk it or not.
Okay, let's watch initial fights for the wild Pokemon. It's going back and forth, but at least no early goals from both the ends. Waiting for the next wild Pokemon to spawn towards their flux zone. They didn't immediately take it, but it's time for the Altaria and Swablu that's going to be spawning now, and you can see Prod how up close he's there to try and deny that from happening. Buzzwole swoops in and is barely looking like he'll make it out, and finally he'll jump out because of his teammates helping him out with the Delphox as well as the Cliffable coming in and the Moonlight healing them. But looks like True Rippers do not want to give them any space. They're jumping right into their faces and fighting towards their goal zone when they're standing inside it. Uses the hyperspace hole, full heals and comes back, and now they're able to isolate none other than Lynch, who's playing the Espeon. Can they actually KO him? Looks like Lynch finds a way to go back, but with that opening, Final Evolution with Reapy coming in, finds 18 getting scored, but Ego, he's going for a huge 30.
Well, the top lane, it's looking a bit in an action mode. Buzzwole and overall just playing their roles very, very pleasantly. But as you just talk about True Rippers again going with those steals, they're trying to get those buffs in their favor in the mid lane of Final Evolution, and they're just trying to get it under control. As we are really seeing this, this Cavalier is just getting melted by Glacian and Hoopa. While I don't know what is going on. Final Evolution, they're not even trying to compete for the buffs. They're just focusing on just getting the scores, and the Buzzwole is just getting complete. So we'll be trying to just provide the heal to Water to just go back and get the heals for his side.
I mean, they're already, it looks like they're making mistakes. Final Evolution letting somebody invade their mid path and from there take away their buffs and no fight coming there. They're like, we'll happily give it away. Because of that, look at that, we have two Pokemon who are looking really good in level. One is on level 8, another on level 7. That is going to be their war total. Yes, there are 3 Pokemon on level 7, but the Gardevoir leveling up so quickly and now at level 9 is going to cause a lot of trouble. But finally, early KO coming on none other than the war turtle, who's still not fully evolved. But on the other end, Dream, who is the Gardevoir for none other than True Rippers, is solo taking off the Reggie, which has appeared on the bottom. A Final Evolution understanding this, True Rippers love the bottom Reggie to take it away. They quickly jump upon the Regieleki, melt it, take in the favor, add another added ally. But look at what True Rippers are doing. They're not at all giving up that top goal zone. In the meantime, Dream alone is destroying and trying to wreck that goal zone. But finally, with the Slowbro going down, the top goal zone gets wrecked. Final Evolution actually did not get the good goal at the end. They tried to get a big score, but it was stopped coming in, and now they have to be just okay with 84, whereas True Rippers, they're not stopping their score.
They have completely utilized that vacant lane advantage that they're getting every time. True Rippers have completely focused on the bottom Reggie. They don't want to go for the Regieleki at all, and they are just getting that bottom Reggie Steel or Reggie Ice, Reggie Rock, whatever it's coming, and they're just getting the goal zones. They're scoring n number of goals in this case, but yeah, this time the Hoopa gets KO'd by the players of Final Evolution. Now they are coming to the bottom lane to stack up and have some good fights, but yeah, Daksh will be on the front lane alongside Gardevoir. Blasters also hops up into the fight here. The Stereo will be melted down, but Final Evolution, they are being pushed back to the goal bases, and the bottom lane looks a bit much congested from both the sides. But yeah, Blasters again goes up to the top lane to make the control, to just take the control and not to let Buzzwole getting the advantage of the vacant lane at all. But as we speak, there is a 19 to 20 seconds more timer, and the 50% of this round number 2 is also going to come to a very end. But as for the difference, it's almost around 80 points.
Previously, we ended up seeing a rapid spin with a Hydro Pump being used. This time, we are ended up seeing a Hydro Pump as well as none other than Surf being used from this Blastoise. And you can see how much time he's buying. The stun amount is a lot from him. And now with the Unite coming in, his main intention of the Unite was make sure to push out the Delphox, but the Delphox also uses his Unite, and with the Unite coming in where it targets none other than the Blastoise, does find the KO, but the Glaceon is quick on the trade. The Regis have spawned again, and True Rippers are quick to take away the Regirock for the second time. But wait! A steal coming in from the Espeon. This time Final Evolution act really well. So Regieleki is something that True Rippers need to look forward to grabbing, because the top goal zone of Final Evolution is still standing, whereas the bottom goal zone of True Rippers is still standing. So let's see how they'll be playing. A big Unite coming in, the Singularity. They do find KO on the Buzzwole. Buzzwole not looking or not finding any proper action. A big sleep that the Snorlax goes to, because of which there is the Hoopa going down, and Dream, he's getting pushed right into the places of final evolution. They find big chaos. Their backline attackers are going down. Frontline are being wrecked right now. True Rippers might just lose the Blastoise as well right now. Buzzwole has respawned. He's back on the top lane, but look at our slow bro, the true bro, concentrating on goal, trying to deny them their advantage of movement speed on the flux zone. Get that top goal zone destroyed. True Rippers still in the lead of none in the total goals, but in the objective part, it is finally a final evolution coming to a little bit control. You can see as they got the Regieleki on top, they push one player on the bottom, but Delphox, it looks like it's getting targeted, might be actually also getting KO'd. They've tried to push up even further, but his teammates actually have decided that they'll all switch to the bottom lane. Regieleki will go out very soon, and the entirety of True Rippers will teleport with the Hyperspace Hole. Unite coming out again. Gardevoir might be actually valuable right now, but looks like the other players are keeping the Gardevoir occupied. Buzzwole unites again on another the Blastoise. This is the second time that they're again only targeting on the Blastoise, and look at how True Rippers are playing. How well and disciplined their players are. They're like, oh, a couple of our players will defend our goal zone, and then we'll make sure at least one of our players is concentrating on scoring goals. 252 to 106.
The tactics, the strategical planning from the side of True Rippers, they have changed in a smaller manner, as what we have saw, like what you mentioned earlier, that Hydro Pump and Rapid Spin in the previous time. This time they have maintained with the Hydro Pump and the Surf. That is actually buying in time. But Regirock, as it appears, True Rippers are not going to make another mistake by just letting this Regi go away. So they have to just focus on just melting it down as fast as possible. There's 19 to 18 more seconds to go. This Regi is very crucial, important for True Rippers, and they have got it this time. But yep, for now, the Blastoise needs to play a very crucial role in the legendary pit. Final evolution, they don't want to allow it, but the Snorlax is, in my opinion, Lucifer, I believe the Snorlax has got a bigger impact than the Buzzwole that we have seen.
Yeah, we did talk about it. The Trevenant needed to be super crucial in the previous game. This time, this defender Snorlax is working out for final evolution, but this final stretch, last fight, is going to be super crucial. True Rippers have no intention to take this Rayquaza because they know they have an advantage in scoring, because they've constantly kept their eyes, or they've made sure that they've always had a chance to score. In the meantime, I really like the map control that True Rippers still keeping them for themselves, and look at what Blastoise is doing. Going the long path, pushing towards their goal zone to get a score. On the other end, a Buzzwole going down, Snorlax trying to push them in, Delphox Unite comes in, but looks like everybody have jumped out from that Unite, and Delphox finds another, and a big 88 score coming through, a 3 KO streak with this Glaceon looking unstoppable. And now with an XP popped, it looks like Beyonder, this Snorlax alone surviving, is trying to run away. The Cliffable, not too sure what it was doing. It went to the goal zone, was trying to hide. I think it's trying to get a score. In the meantime, yes, it did get a score of 66. But will it matter for True Rippers? It looks like it's not. And this Snorlax will also be finally put to rest and will be sent to the Pokemon Center. That is going to be to the base. And the Unite are again coming on the Buzzwole, but this time the Buzzwole will be KO'd. His Unite fails, and it's going to be the Blastoise Unite that finds the value. Gardevoir chasing none other than Delphox, finds the KO. They're still trying to chase this Espion as well, but now that they've understood that they have so much control, they're just scoring in all directions possible. Unite coming in from the Gardevoir, and it looks unstoppable. Rayquaza not needed because True Rippers commanded the game and got another victory for themselves. 526, surpassing the score that they scored last time even after getting Rayquaza.
Time. Without the Rayquaza, even True Rippers are literally ripping things apart, but with a triple KO again, this Glaceon, oh my, Lucifer, this is something that we need to seriously consider about, but this time it was literally, they were not even allowing them to just come out from the spawn. They were trying to just push them back, go inside again, and just stay where you are.
Nekroz,
but you have to believe it.
Did you see what just happened? Finally, that KO and Dream were unable to be KO'd. They were the ones finding those KO streaks, right? Either in the top path or the bottom path or the legendary pit. Kyle finds something of semblance, something say that he had a good game, was with his Unite, which he put on the goal zone, in their base goal zone, and took down both Dream and KO in the last 5 seconds. That's when he got the Glaceon and Gardevoir KO. Otherwise, Kyle did not find much of value. you can see his damage is there, but I felt like he was the only ranged attacker who was able to do damage, whereas Lynch on the other end, by the time he was about to plan his Psy Shock attack, they were jumping on him, and Lynch, the only thing was retreat, run away. Reapy had a better game here compared to the Garchomp pick that he had. He did find the KO again on Blastoise, but I think concentrating back to back on Blastoise was not a great thing. You can see Daksh, again, I would say he was the one who had the highest survival in the entirety of the game, never getting KO'd, and bought so much time for his team, this time with Scald and Amnesia playing. And as I said, we can see it is going to be Surf as well as Hydro Pump, and as we see Psychic as well as Psy Shock coming through from none other than the Gardevoir, Glaceon with Freeze Dry as well as Icy Wind, and the graph says the same thing, movesets say the same thing, that with the same lineup they're able to do the same thing, that is win.
The main factor that I really believe, yes, that targeting only the Blastoise was definitely not a good decision.
Yeah.
But the majorly part that we have seen in this match is that the Buzzwole, it was a change of taste or change in strategy might be in the place of Trevenant, but when it came, the Buzzwole always had to be a bit more impactful than what it was in this match. In that comparison, the Snorlax played a major role by stunning the opponents just with a body slam and just preventing them to come up front and just defending the areas pretty well. Snorlax played a very crucial part, but we have to say that the strategical planning or the way the True Rippers have played, it was a complete example of how discipline and the strategies work out for an entire team.
True Rippers were able to peel off players when needed. They were able to push a player to get the goals done. They were able to recall players to the desired location when they wanted to go for a team versus team fight. I think that just played really well. As you said, Buzzwole needed to find a lot of value. It kind of was a little bit better compared to the previous game that we saw in the Garchomp. But yes, again, look at this. From the early game itself, it was the Blastoise who was always getting KO'd, but nobody else. Slowbro, okay, this is one situation which when I said I never saw Slowbro getting cured, maybe that was one. And also this early 5 minutes of the game, right, Nekroz, it was a good game from Final Evolution. As soon as they saw a player, they were jumping on that player, KOing that player, whether it was a Slowbro, whether it was a Gardevoir, whether it was a Glaceon, whether it was a Hoopa as well, they were able to find the KO. But I think they had to concentrate a little more on the ranged attackers. They found, I think, 1 or 2 KOs on the ranged attacker, but nothing much, because the ranged attackers were very smart in how they were playing. And this constant targeting of the Blastoise, not a great decision again. Understanding, yes, it's a big frontline attacker that they had to kind of push away, but then the Buzzwole getting stuck here, then the Blastoise coming out with his Unite, with the Slowbros Unite, the Buzzwole that they're stuck, and then look at this, again a Unite popping out from the Buzzwole, but this time the Blastoise was just better, stunning the players with the Surf coming through. True Rippers had literally a book of plays that they'll set up for this match, at least the counters that they wanted to do for Final Evolution, because Final Evolution looked better, but this was the KO I was talking about. After picking up a Glaceon KO, he even picked up the Gardevoir KO over there. But with this, True Rippers do progress ahead to the lower semi-finals. But unfortunately, Final Evolution will be saying goodbye to at least the Pokémon UNITE WCS 2023 April qualifiers for the India region. It doesn't mean they do not have a chance. They would again have to go through a long journey, put up with a lot of matches, and come back into the fight again, because we will see another set of 3 teams qualifying in the May qualifiers. But Nekroz, I love this. I mean, I know I didn't see a Charizard coming through, but I will look forward to a Charizard later down the line. But if action is packed like this, I'm more than happy coming in. Whether it's a clean sweep or not, I'll still love it.
Well, I am also I will be rooting for that as well, Sam. I want to see a Charizard as well. I want your wish at least to come true. But yep, as we speak, True Rippers have definitely advanced to the lower bracket semi-finals. But now it's the time, OT Sports versus SA2L. It's going to be a really important battle, because SA2L, they have faced a defeat against True Rippers.
Yeah.
If even SA2L manages to beat Oath Esports in the next game, in the upcoming game, then they will have to face True Rippers in the lower bracket semi-finals, and it might be a chance that we might be seeing a revenge. There's a bit of chance of a revenge from both the sides. Even OT Sports might have a chance to do it as well.
Yeah, right now we did talk about players and rosters that have had have seen some changes, right? We just saw True Rippers with their changes. SATL also have their changes, and if there is a scenario where True Rippers and SATL are going to meet up again and fight again, you will be seeing Prod fighting against his ex-team. On the other end, True Rippers do not have any players on SATL's end. SATL have some ex-Marcos players. We will talk about them when we go to that match, but it will be interesting. For that to happen, SATL need to win this lower bracket round 2 match. Then only we'll end up seeing in the lower bracket semi-finals. But on the other end, I'm pretty sure the teams on the top, right, they are for now calm, composed. Again, they've played matches. They are relaxing right now, understanding who their most probable opponent can be, right? The upper bracket final match will happen very soon. As soon as we end up seeing this lower bracket round 2 or 2.2 match, the best of 3 to decide who is going to progress further. But Nekroz, if you want to see something, whether it is a Pokemon in action or whether it is a scenario being played, what would it be? Then I'll say mine.
As I would say that my favorite Pokemon has always been Blastoise. I especially play Blastoise a lot rather than any other. So yeah, I'm seeing Blastoise for sure. But yeah, if I want to see any Pokemon getting picked up, I want to see a Cramorant in action in any of the matches if I get a chance. But yeah, as we talk about the next match, Sam, it's SATL versus OT Sports, and as the roster speaks, a new roster for SATL Esports for sure. We see Might being the same, but Snowy, and an addition of Tupacha, Rex, and Kyurem. I really want to see this team. How are they willing to perform? They might have lost one match against True Rippers in the previous stages in the upper brackets, but that doesn't mean they are going to lose every other match. But yep, they are up against OT Sports as well, where you get to see Anuj, Naruto, Shrey, Goku, and Zerofuku.
SATL has a big roster change, right? It's only Might that we end up seeing that they have, but everybody else from different teams. And it does happen. Like, as soon as you see one season ends and then there's another new season and another new world champion that we are in a hunt for 2023, you end up seeing the other teams, other players mix and match up with each other, find that synergy, and look forward to being a team which will represent not only India on the global stage, but also find a way to get that Champions Trophy back home, calling themselves the world's best trainer, right? Like in the recent month or two back, we ended up seeing Ash finally being the world champion, which all of us loved, right? It was something that we much awaited and rooted for, especially for the Pokemon OG fans who've been seeing it from a long time. For me, it's something that I've been brought up with, seeing the Pokemons. But I think I'll just end up going to story time if I keep talking about that and not talk about Pokemon Unite. So let's jump back and talk about what SATL have done in their Pokemon frequent picks. It is going to be a Mew, Buzzwole. Buzzwole is something that we end up seeing from Might, Trevenant, and a Blissey, Clefable, and then a Dodrio coming through. Now, Blissey, Clefable is something that I didn't predict coming in from SATL, but again, with a new roster, with a different roster, it's something that they would kind of love to play with, because there is Snowy as well who likes to play the Dodrio, so I'll be interested to see that. On the other end, I would want to see what Oath bring into action with their Pokemon picks.
Well, they do have a Trevenant pick and an 80% pick rate. Then they've got a Dodrio as well. They've got Gardevoir, Clefable, Eldegoss is also there. I'm missing Eldegoss as well. You know, there was a time when we regularly used to see Eldegoss from any other side before even the draft pick came. But yep, as we speak, Eldegoss will be the one I'm going to miss as a healer. But yep, we might have a chance to see Clefable as well. But Espeon, that's a certain Pokemon that we would love to see getting used up pretty well. Yep, in the previous match against True Rippers, Espeon played a good, Lich played a really good part by playing the Espeon pretty well, but it did not work out for the entire team, because only a single player cannot actually make the entire game coming up in your favor. So the entire team needs to step up to make a game coming up in their team's side or in the team's favor. For now, I really want to see what OT Sports is actually having and what SATL have already made strategical plannings in the back of their mind, as the action will be just coming up exactly in just a few more seconds or many minutes, because the draft pick of the very first round will be coming up live on the screen. But I really want to know, Sam, what are your expectations? That even we have seen Might from a very longer period of time. We have seen him playing different Pokemons. The Zacian is banned, but we actually know that he's a very good station user in the very past times.
I would say, like, if you're an all-rounder, Zacian is not going to be tough to play. It's something that you can command the game with compared to the other all-rounders. Again, with the other all-rounders as well, you can command which path you want to take control of. It does help you, but with not being on the cards, we'll not talk about it. We'll jump directly to the draft and think about the other all-rounders coming into play. But as I did ask what you wanted to see, now with this draft kicking in, I would want to see or ask my expectations if these players are able to hear. There's going to be a Gudra and a Zoroark if it happens. Zoroark has received a buff in the recent patch that we ended up seeing, so I would love to see maybe he comes in with a Night Slash. If not, maybe I will wait for it, that's all. But on the other end, Gudra is a Pokemon which I have not seen come into the meta. Oath! You burn a hole right through my heart. I just asked for a Zoroark. It was a small request.
Oh my.
And the request was to pick it, not ban it.
Oh my god, I'm laughing so hard at this point, Sam. I really do feel your pain, but it's fine.
I mean, I just asked for it.
You asked to get a pick on it, but they banned it immediately. A slap right onto your face. But
wow.
It's keeping you aside. Keeping you aside. We're also seeing an Eastern ban coming up from the side of SHUL. But yeah, the pick, if we just talk about Naruto, just surely went for the Dodrio at the very first stance. They might have got for the Comfy against, because we are seeing there might be a chance for a Comfy pick. But on the other side, SHUL got a Mew and the Slowbro. But there's a Trevenant and a Clefable pick coming up from the side of OT Sports.
I think until and unless we see a very stronghold of an all-rounder, I don't think any teams will pick up a Comfy. Previously as well, you didn't see a Comfy in that best of 3. This time as well, Zero just kind of teased us with a Comfy, but it was not being picked up. On the other end, we end up seeing a Garchomp coming in from the All Might. He is going to be an insane one to control. If the team as a whole will not be able to function, he'll still try to find some value with a Garchomp, but with coming on the other end with the last 2 picks, and now you see why they don't have a Comfy is because their last 2 picks are none other than the range attackers, their backline attackers, which is going to be a Sylveon as well as a Gardevoir coming through. On the other end, I am super happy. There is no Zoroark, but it looks like we might end up seeing an Absol, and yes, finally the Absol being locked in. Absol is an insane critical damage dealing Pokemon. He has a Razor Claw, he has his Scope Lens and the attack weight as well. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Oath need to find a way to shut down Snowy. If they don't, Snowy will run right on their faces, whether it is a defender or a supporter or a range attacker. He's going to put them back to the Pokemon centers.
Well, there has been a little change. The attack weight has been shifted, I believe. But, okay, that doesn't matter.
It's going to be a focus
still,
ban to at least have some defense. Ban.
Yep, exactly. But in that same phase, we are seeing an Absol for the first time in this day for sure. But though we are also seeing a Sylveon on the opponent's end from the side of OT Sports. So some new changes, some new Pokemons coming into action in this very day, in the second match of this BO3 series. But okay, I can sense the slap that actually happened. But okay, look, Lucifer, don't worry.
I mean, it got a little bit better, Nekroz, because of the Absol pick. So it's healing itself like a cliffable Moonlight.
No problem. You've got an Absol as well. You will be happy to see some Absol action again. But yep, it's a quite sad scenario. I'm also not getting to see a Cramorant. See, it's all equal score for both of us.
Hey, come on! Yep. You didn't get a ban on Cramorant, okay? I got a direct ban when I requested for it. Look at the timing of it. But right now, it is the timing of these players in the next 10 minutes, so they have to do some wonders and get this victory for themselves. It's going to be a start where we end up seeing the mid path being taken from Gardevoir on one end. On the other end, it's going to be the Absol which we just spoke about. And I'm looking forward to, is there going to be any early scores? Looks like the Dodrio does want to score this too, but not before stealing that wild Pokemon away. And with that 2 AO synergy, adds up the 5 to become 7 AO synergy in his pocket.
Well, if this initial starts, is going to make some good fights. Maybe if we talk about the Absol is there wandering in the mid lane just to get those speeding on neutral Pokemon just to level himself up. But when we talk about the Gibble, previous time we saw a Garchomp in action. It was in the previous match, but it was not that much of a worth it performance that we actually received from the trainer's end, but this time it's All Might. We all know this player for a very longer period of time in the previous WCS in 2022, and also performed really well in the ACL as well. But as we speak in this one, the Garchomp needs to be just completely in form with Absol, as he has leveled up to level 5. Now he's just coming on the top lane to make some serious action, and the Gible will have the privilege to go over to those neutral Pokemons and level himself up. But yeah, in the meanwhile, the Clippable comes up and makes a good score for his team.
Yeah, I mean, All Might was there with his little Gible, but he was unable to stop that 24 from happening, and now he even fails to stop this big score that Naruto just dropped. So right now, Oath at least having the early lead with 36 scores, and looks like the Dodrio does not want to stop at all. In the meantime, I'm still waiting for All Might to find his evolution. He needs to find this pick, and finally he evolves to the Gabite. You can see both esports constantly trying to deny SATUL the wild Pokemon and the Air Synergy, but finally SATUL said enough is enough. They start switching up positions and lanes, and look at what Snowy is in. He's at level 7, and there's nobody who can put a stop to him. He instantly comes and sucker punches right in their faces, and that is SATUL taking away the lead and sending players back to their base.
For now, we are also seeing that this position, the Slowbro is being completely KO'd by North Sports. They are playing in a balanced game. SATUL might have a small lead in the means of score, but definitely in the means of KOs and the counter-attacks, North Sports are delivering quite crucial battle.
Nekroz,
but now the Blues in the steal.
look at Absol, Snowy. He is in the opponent's mid path, and OT Sports are not even paying attention. Previously as well, this is the wrong thing that happened. True Rippers players were able to go to their opponent's mid part, take away their buffs and take away their wild Pokemon, because of which the players were unable to level up, and this is what is happening right now. Oath, I think they are going to have a tough time. Regis has spawned, it's going to be the Regis steal. Oath are directly jumping on top of it to try and melt it out, but there is Rex who will try and deny it. On the other end, there is also the Mew who is ready for a steal with a big solar beam, but the hammer, it connects. Unfortunately, the Mew's position will be revealed, and the only thing that Mew can do is run away. Yes, will be able to run away, but 4 players attacking this bottom lane. But look at the Snowy coming into the back lane, uses the Unite, tries to find a KO. The Trevenant is out. Gardevoir with the Unite does find something, but it's just a Blissey to go down, nothing to be worried about, because Absol on the other end, he's looking unstoppable. He wants to take down another KO, but that growl coming in from Sylveon does manage to put an end to him and sends him back to the base. But with that happening, you can see what has happened immediately. Anuj on this Sylveon has found a 2 KO streak, almost up to level 10, and as soon as he said level 10, he is level 10, and now it is going to be tough. That Absol's KO gave him all the experience that he needed to level himself up to 10.
So just look at the practice. This position looks like we are also seeing that the fight, the contest between Sylveon and Absol is tremendous on a good level. And yes, the Garchomp will be just handling the top lane. Yes, at this position, the Unite moves is getting unleashed from the side of All Might, but yeah, the Cliffable is still just holding back. He is trying to push it back for sure, but they have to be very, very sure. But because the Reggie steal, it went in the favor of OT Sports, they have to stack up for the Reggie. But Snowy this time just levels up the score, gets the Sylveon down. But yeah, the trio coming with a good score. Absol is just going on a rampage at this point. He's just getting multiple knockouts at that point and just making some parts for his team. And yeah, the good score will be coming. So SATUL will be taking lead for their side. And in that, the first, or maybe this, okay, so I believe the first tower that is taken down completely. But SATUL will be stacking for the Reggie in order to just get the first objective in this very first round.
The Absol takes its revenge, and from there SATUL have the entire top lane control. It's going to be Rex on the bottom lane on the Slowbro, the True Bro. I think I'll name Slowbro from today as the True Bro, as he has the sole responsibility of the bottom lane to hold off the Regice from being taken away, as well as to get that Air Synergy under control. But I think this overextension might be a wrong thing coming in from Snowy. He does get the Unite from Blissey to survive longer, and looks like Snowy is looking unstoppable. He finds a 2 KO streak. He's jumping on the Absol with that Cliffable, with even the Regieleki that they've taken and added an ally. But Sylveon immediately calls, forget that Absol, come and help me with the Regieleki. And SATUL in this timing find the Regice in their favor. Now look at this, the Trevenant trying to take down Badshah, who's none other than on Mew. fails to do that. But on the other end, SATL forget about it. They're like, let him do whatever he wants. Our intention is to destroy the goal zone. And with that, Badsha is alone enough to take down the defender, sends him back to base, and now SATL are trying to get their big score here in and then destroy the goal zone, and from there they're jumping on 0. A Unite being dumped immediately to find a Gardev or KO. He's trying to find another one on another than Dodrio. Dodrio trying with its drill break to try and stun the player and try and deny them from anything more happening, but Might's level on 12 is not letting him find any value on damage because he is at level 10, now just evolved to level 11. So SATL, brilliant play coming in after initially losing their wild Pokemon, right? Now looking in full control. And Snowy, are you kidding me? Level 14?
Already.
And we still have one more minute for Rayquaza.
Yup, exactly. He's already level 14, and just imagine him getting into the 15th level, and that Absol can actually make the players of the creators of both sports cry out. But well, there's a big stack coming up from this side to just equalize the score. They will get this tower down for sure, but SC will trying to fight back. Absol's HP is really crucial. Gardevoir gets him down. There's multiple knockouts coming up from the side of OT Sports. They've got 2 players down. They will get the Garchomp as well. The Slowbro is just trying to hold the things back because they don't want this Reggie to go in the favor of OT Sports. We are seeing that the game is waiting to come back, but now there are multiple shutdowns. The Smash also goes down. The Mew also comes up in the back end, and there is a big attack that we are seeing. OT Sports a very successful stack in the bottom lane, and they've managed to get at least the almost entire team in some different times.
But look at what Oat did. From there they reset themselves and gave away this bottom objective. Trevenant is making his way, but it's only Trevenant. On the other end there is Absol and everybody else, the entirety of SATL, to try and defend a steal from happening. And yes, they get their defense and special defense also buffed up because of the Regirock. Now it is time for Rayquaza. OT Sports still on the deficit even after finding a way to destroy the bottom goal zone. But look at Absol, Snowy not looking into stopping. He's going to get a big 72 scored, and there is nobody who can stop him. There is a chance where we might end up seeing a battle for Rayquaza. It is happening, but a majority of the players from OT Sports are stuck on the top end. They're cornered, they're getting wrecked. Unite's coming through. Sylveon, if it goes down very early, it's going to be bad. Singularity coming in, and then the Espeon. This is working out. They find multiple chaos. The Slowbro is still trying to make this work. Try to buy time. Badsha, can he also survive? It looks like the Dodrio has isolated and targeted him. Badsha will not survive. He's also used his Unite up. And now this is the time where OT Sports need to find a way to melt Rayquaza. But in the meantime, they're chasing all these wild dreams of taking down SATL players. They've taken it down, but SATL players have respawned. They wasted a lot of time. Oath, this is the last fight. There's 1 minute on the clock. They better take these Rayquaza and run away to score. If they don't, they're going to be the ones feeling bad about it.
Well, at this point, we have to see the main thing that happened was Absol getting into level 15, but again getting KO'd by the OT Sports. Those who will take the control of getting the Rayquaza, and they will just go up to get some good scores. There might be some of the players just holding back, but it's all over because I believe one good score from SATL can make the difference, but it's going to be very tough as Clippable is just going. But it will be a big tough challenge for Blissey to just make the score possible. The Clippable is there with a head-on-head fight, and he's also got a shield for it. If Bliss is still hiding, Sylveon will play a good impact, but it's not that easy for Kyurem to make the score possible. As OT Sports, the way they have changed the entire game in the very end moment, it is literally mind-blowing.
I would say we might end up seeing a fight for Rayquaza happening. It did happen, players just swooped in. But I think one thing SATL had to concentrate was to find a way to take down Sylveon. That growl, the Pokemon might have looked cute, but look at Sylveon. With that growl, having 5 KO. Snowy, who was on level 15, was still unable to do or find anything of value in the last one. It was just because their fight was not well put together. The main, I would say, the fumble that happened was one where the bottom lane fight got initiated and everybody from SATL decided to just swoop in. They could have just reset, they could have peeled back from the fight, but they didn't. They jumped into the fight and they lost this. even though it was a winning match for them. From there, as soon as they saw the entirety of Oath clustered on the top position, they all jumped in, not awaiting or not being cautious of the Unites that could have been spammed, and that's what happened. The Unites just got spammed as soon as entirety of SATL came together. You saw the Singularity pulling them all together, the Sylveon then popping up the Unite, then the Growl coming in, and everybody's health was just drained.
Well, I have to say it that everything that looks cute is not always how it
Yeah.
seems to be.
Look at the
We have
damage
to
here, Nekroz. 76,000 from Snowy, 87,000 from Badshah, All Might with 106,000. Majority damage coming in from the players of SATL, but there was just only two players here. One was at 86,000 damage, that was on none other than Gardevoir, and your Sylveon was on around 56,000 or 46,000 damage. So damage was not a lot, but valuable, impactful damage was what was there from the players of Oath's ranged attackers.
Well, we have to see at this point. The first round, it actually went in the favor of OT Sports, but it looks a bit challenging for SATL. Like, if you just see overall, they have not like they have maintained a big lead, but yep, SATL in the majority of the game they had around 30, 40, 50 or 60 point difference. So almost around, it was going like 80 to 90 points difference between both the teams. But OT Sports, it's the main game. If you just see, you just need one good moment, you just need one good turning point to just turn the tide in your favor. But the cruise control for the entire game was in the favor of SATL, but the end moment the captain got changed and the entire cruise got completely reversed. And OT Sports, they have actually showed up that yes, they are capable of just delivering some not decent but surprising performances. And as we speak, the first 5 minutes was definitely a crucial one where SATL just showed us that they are planning for a huge win in the very first round.
Yeah, a very commanding one, but things started changing when that Sylveon, as you see, one after another started finding chaos. If that would have stopped, I think things could have been a little bit different. I mean, look at this. Even after we see we are at the 4-minute, 30-minute marker, it is still looking great coming in from other than the Absol. Might on this Garchomp was looking super good. They were unable to do anything, but this was the fight, the 2-minute 58 marker. You see, nobody is concentrating on the Sylveon. Everybody else is jumping on the other. From the back, from their own SATL's end, the Sylveon was just growling on every Pokemon of SATL. And one after another, everybody was getting KO'd. Now again, this is the lock-on priority coming in from the players of SATL, that they were looking forward to locking on to the Pokemon whichever had lower value in health, and at all times it was looking like it was either the Trevenant or their Cliffable who had lower value of health. Their ranged attackers always had good value, and it was just them doing damage. You saw there was a Steel try coming in from the Absol, a Steel try coming in from Badshah on the Mew, but still that also didn't work out for them. So SATL will be unhappy with this last final stretch fight, with how they played it out. They knew they could have everything under control. Even we saw, I think, Absol, yes, Snowy, get a 72 scored before Rayquaza fight started, right? He got that 72, then walked back to the legendary pit. So he could have just waited for the right opportunity, but everybody decided to swoop in, jump together as the fight clustered, caused the chaos. And that chaos became a big value for none other than the players of OT Sports. And this happening in the elimination place is not going to look great for SATL. So if SATL lose this next match, they're done for this April qualifiers of the WCS 2023.
And I really believe SATL won't be liking that very well, because they
And
had a
this is their
start
new
which
lineup.
was not at all decent. Yep, exactly, new lineup. And as far as I had seen before this tournament got started, even in the previous stages, SATL did perform pretty well. But yep, as we are also seeing, a new lineup needs a good amount of time, a good amount of practice sessions in order to just make the coordination work. The previous rosters were changed. Yep, their rosters changes sometimes. It's very hard, but it is sometimes very necessary to make some performance difference or maybe some good buffs. This lineup, as what we are seeing right now, it's really good. It's really something that is workable, because we have seen in the majority of the entire 10 minutes in this entire span of time that they played a good role. They had a cruise control, but one moment they had just made a small mistake, which actually made a loophole for the entire team of OT Sports, and that actually made them to win this round. But for sure, this lineup is looking really promising. I have to say it, Lucifer, because this lineup is really promising. Some amount of time, some much more hard work and practice will actually lead them to a good result. But yep, as we talk about, some info card coming up from the side of OT Sports, the Espion from the side of Anuj. It was definitely frequently used. The Mew and Espion both are completely balanced from their end, and this player is really looking very impactful.
I mean, Anuj, this time it says that it's a Mew and Espion, but in the game that he just now played, he picked up the Sylveon. So at least one thing that we have an idea about is Anuj is the range attacker, the backline player for none other than OT Sports. His overall damage is surpassing 3 lakh. We did see a 3,80,000 as well damage dealt coming through, and a damage being taken also surpassing 3 lakh. So Anuj is good in terms of how we end up seeing these stats, but I would say this game he was even great because of how well he played Sylveon, how well he was able to kind of disarray the players of SATUL. Quickly we talk about SATUL's, the main player who is there in the lineup is going to be Might, and everybody else has been changed. So we are going to be seeing Might's stats coming through, and you can see he has a 50% pick rate on Buzzwall. This time we did think we might end up seeing a Buzzwall, but it was not the case. He went away with the Garchomp, which has the least pick percentage from his end. But one thing I really like about him is the damage taken. Look at that. We were talking about damage dealt 3,80,000. This man has showed that he can take up a lot of damage onto himself even while playing an all-rounder. So I really like this play coming in from Might. I hope to see a little more action coming in from Might. I still did miss Might in the top lane, because for all the viewers who are watching and who've seen SATUL and Might, he's known as the top laner or the top pather, and nobody has any value that they can find when they're on the top path against Might, because he becomes a mighty monster over there. Nobody is able to even take him down. They try to drain half of his HP. Might immediately finds a KO. But right now, let's see if it's going to be happening as we jump right to the draft of this second game of this second best of 3. Are SATUL going to make a comeback? Because SATUL right now, a game in hand, fell apart from their end because of their small mistakes coming in. But right now, let's see what the bans are going to be. Is it going to be the same? I did talk about a Zoroark. It looks like Oath have an idea that Snowy loves to play that, and they will again ban it.
Yeah, like the Espion should be their ban, and again, might see Zoroark again. Okay, so Sam, it's fine, no problem. But I really want to see.
I personally feel like right now it's you, not the team. Okay, Nekroz.
See, I have no personal grudges against you. No. I am fine. I'm very cool. But yeah, again a Dodrio pick coming up from the side of Naruto. But SATUL, I'm expecting All Might to pick the Buzzwole, though he actually played the Garchomp pretty well. But I am still expecting Buzzwole from the side of All Might. But will there be any changes for the side of OT Sports, or they are going to stick with the same composition that they had in the previous round? Because I don't think they should make any changes. But yeah, there's a Trevenant. We are seeing a Slowbro coming up from this side. And another time, as we move on to SATUL, the pick of All Might will be very, very crucial for SATUL. Is it a Buzzwole? Is it a Garchomp? Or is it any other composition or a strategy that they're trying to decide? Because if Rex is going with a Wigglytuff, then you see a Buzzwole. Yes, it is. It should be a Buzzwole and a Wigglytuff getting locked up by SATUL.
I mean, 2 supporters is a rare sight, but on the other end, your wish is at least being fulfilled.
Yay!
Cramarant on the cards. Oath Esports are going to be bringing in, along with Shrey, who's playing the Eldegoss. I really like this SATUL pick coming through. I mean, we were just talking about how well they were playing with the Slowbro, trying to waste time and all. But now with the Slowbro going out of their hands, they've decided that they want to be having Pokemon which are able to tank a lot of damage as a supporter and annoy. Because Wigglytuff, right, annoys a lot. But with the Urshifu being opened up, Snowy is an all-rounder as well as a speedster for the team. This time he decides that, okay, Zoroark is not there. Absol almost worked, but eventually is also known to be squishy. I did talk about it. It's a trickster. He just jumps in, does damage and runs away. If you're unable to do that damage and run away, might as well be of no use. And that happened, right? And only in the last one. And that's the reason this Urshifu pick coming in. So the front lines are not going to be a defender lineup coming in from SATL, whereas on the other end, Oath are bringing in a front line as only the defenders. SATL will be having their trusty and heavy damage dealing all-rounders, Buzzfall and Urshifu.
Exactly. This time it's I am really looking forward to this composition. SETUL, a Buzzwole, and Urshifu, double supporters, a long-range attacker. You get to see a Mew. I am happy. See, at this point, there's no.
I know you're just on cloud 9 with
I'm
Cramorant.
just happy.
Yeah, you're not happy. You're on cloud 9. There's Cramorant, and that's all you're looking at. Everything else is
it's
just
completely
smoke.
blank.
Yeah, it's just a fog.
Yep,
you don't know what's happening. Even if there is light shed on it, you're like, Cramorant is all I'm going to watch through the entire game. And I will as well, because in the recent times in the metas as well that I've been seeing how players are picking up this Cramorant, because we are seeing a lot of changes and damage being done. Let's jump into the game and see how well the players actually make use of this Cramorant. The Whirlpool coming in, the Surf coming in, the Hurricane coming in, Ace Splash. What movesets are they going to play it out?
Well, I really want to see the same from their side as well. But yeah, I am looking forward that this composition of Urshifu and a Buzzwole, completely, frontline attackers we are going to see from both the ends. How impactful will it turn out to be for the side of STL? If they are just trying to make a gamble this time, it is not the time to make a gamble, because they are already one down in this series and they need to win this round at any cost, because if they are not going to win this, it will be a very end for this qualifiers for the side of SHL, and they don't want to walk out things this way. All Might, he's in a very low HP because he's been stacked up by Naruto and Jirofuku, and he will be KO'd on the top lane. On the other side, they will have some privilege to get some good scores on the top, as we might see the players just trying to stop them out.
I am not too sure what Might was thinking. Was he thinking that the lane moved and he was going bottom? Because I think there could have been a scenario here, Nekroz, where he might have survived. But that's for a story that only he can answer. But right as now, as the players have from SATL have had a chance to get to the top path, especially their Urshifu, who's evolved from the Kupfu. I'm not too sure which moves he picked up. I did not get a chance to see, but they're quickly switching up lanes, and it is going to be the water moves. Resurgent strikes and the liquidation is what we are going to be seeing, and immediately he's jumping on others, and then Healer taking down their Healer. From there, he's trying to jump on Anuj, the man who caused menace in the previous game for SATL, unable to find the victory. Right now, SATL have decided we are going to oppress them in the mid lane, in their mid path, and try to deny them as much as possible. But
Oath, sure, and on this,
look at them, they're concentrating on scoring.
Yeah, like they don't want to back off at this point. They're just coming with the good scores. And SATL, they have to just keep the focus on. The Urshifu is just trying to make some difference, but the Cramorant is just making an X Factor. Will just jump back, just trying to push back and get the heals from his side. Will get those berries for sure, but yeah, there's a bit of amount of scores that might just pop out. SATL just coming, just trying to make some good comeback from their end. But as we speak, the Cramorant and the Slowbro, this combination, this duo can actually annoy the players of SATL in the bottom lane. But the Buzzwole against Trevenant and the Eldegoss on the top lane, it will be definitely tough, because there's a healer for the side of Trevenant, and itself Trevenant is a good is a Pokemon that can actually give a good amount of damage to the opposition.
Too much stun coming in for SATL right now. There's the Dodrio, then there's going to be the Slowbro with the Surf. So they're still figuring out of how well they can be better in the fights. Oath, who I thought maybe looked better even though they were unable to get control of the lane, were better in goals, but it doesn't look like that. SATL are concentrating and scoring up, and they're not stopping. And as I was just talking about it, Might is known to be the top path player, and he is a stronghold, a fortress, and he's doing that. But in the meantime, there is the Reggie which is being taken away, quickly melted away. Oath taking control of that entirety of the bottom lane along with the objective, now chasing away all the players. Urshifu is super low, but pops off the Unite, takes down the Dodrio, looking forward to a second hit coming through, but there is that Cramorant to find that KO, and now Mew is trying to run away as Wigglytuff falls prey to this fight.
As of now, it's a very big score. It's a 134 again, some few British scores coming up from the side of OT scores, but now the bottom lane is a triple KO streak that has been maintained by Cramorant at this point. The Phantom Forest might be unleashed, but oh, this time, Roswell is trying to make the distance, but won't be able to do it. His HP is fairly low, but Eldegoss gets taken down and might manages to survive this big collision in the bottom lane. But still, if we talk about Dodrio, will come up with a short 21 score on the top lane. Will get some good more chaos points from the neutral Pokemons as well. But as we just say, we're just trying to go up and just try to, you know, fall back from this position alongside Trevor and Cramorant. We are getting all those powerful Pokemons on the top lane. It will be very difficult for SCTUL to just hold back, but Slowbro comes in the time and stops Wigglytuff from getting a good score for the side of SCTUL.
Oath, after taking the first objective on the bottom, they're running up to take away one on top. Players from SATL are trying to find a way to steal it. The Solar Beam comes a little bit early. Does he have it right now? But he waits for the right opportunity. Comes in with a smackdown. Gets the last hit. Regieleki is going to be an ally for SATL. But it looks like Oath are not having it. They find two players and send them back to the base. Urshifu finally finds the KO on the Cramorant, which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like he wants to be unstoppable with those water moves, along with the Wigglytuff helping him. The Trevenant comes back in, but only to be put back to the base. Now it's only on the hands of the Slowbro with the surf trying to I think he also has the amnesia to try and survive, but the water moves are hitting hard. But with the Unite being used on the Urshifu, they try to find a KO. Yes, the Cramorant, after being respawned, finds the KO, not letting the Regieleki sit in their goal zone, making it vulnerable. But look at what Might has started to already take is going to be the Registeel. Trevenant has the right read, and Trevenant is making its way right here, but with a superpower as well as Smackdown, trying to deny this as long as possible. Let's wait and watch. Majority of the players of Oath are already here at the bottom lane. SATL on the other end, it's only Might's responsibility to try and do something, and it is Oath Esports looking brilliantly in command. A big Solar Beam to make sure SATL secure this, and Might on top of it along with his teammates finds a 2 KO streak as he eliminates the Trevenant as well to make that bottom goal zone completely vulnerable, and SATL are looking forward to getting back on high gear. Right now the score is 188 to 169, but looks like they are planning right now how well to execute their fights and fall back from it. 186 to 188, 2 more scores and SATL will be on par.
Well, if you just see, there is a good amount of level difference that was just prevailing over the top of SCTUL in just few seconds back. But the main factor that is being played is are SCTUL just planning to get the Rayquaza in the very end fight and just change the complete tide of the game in their favor in the very end moment, like what Oath Esports did. But whoa, the triple trample.
He understood he cannot take a fight with the Urshifu.
Yeah, it was an escape route that he decided, no, it's better to just walk away rather than just try to initiate a fight with Urshifu at that point.
Right? What is this? What am I seeing? He's slowly creeping to get a big 50 score, but there's the Cramorant. Can he hold it? Yes, with the Smackdown coming through the superpower. Unite being unleashed from none other than Cramorant with the dive, trying to go back to its goal zone. Yes, will be able to go there, and then Might will be unable to do anything as the Eldegoss also helps him out. On the other end, Oath Esports keep control of the top lane. Do not let the Regieleki be taken away from none other than SATL. And look at this, SATL have lost both their top and bottom goal zones. They're vulnerable. Their second goal zones have opened up. 222 to 186. Oath still in control. They did not let SATL get that 2 goals scored to get to an even Stevens. 20 seconds on the clock is all we have here, Nekroz. Oath, after understanding that they got a chance to push ahead in the lower bracket, they're looking forward to sealing the deal here. They already have a point. They need another point in this best of 3 to push out SATL from the April qualifiers and qualify themselves to the lower bracket semis. Rayquaza is going to spawn in 2, 1, and that's going to be the legendary Pokemon and the final stretch.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a really interesting fight in the legendary pit, because SATL, they have to get it in their side just to stay in the series and in the tournament, while Oath Esports just needs this Rayquaza and this round to ensure their position in the lower bracket semi-finals. But this time, will it be enough to just clinch it out?
Wow.
Because SATL starts off with a good KO, gets Eldegoss down, and it might be a good chance as Cramorant is being melted down in very low HP. There is a bit of chance the Wigglytuff activates its Unite, but yep, the Phantom Forest also comes in the triple trample. Will it be enough usage? Because the Dodrio is also getting KO'd at this point. SCQL, they're turning the tides at this Legend Repeat area. They're meeting the Nekroz at the simultaneous position, but will OT Sports be able to stop them out? Because it is looking really, really tough for them to do it.
Oh, Eldigos with a cotton cloud crash.
OT Sports!
I was just waiting
God.
and wondering. There was the surf which was hitting Rayquaza. There was, I think, Trevenant also would have the Woodhammer ready, but like a googly, like a wild card, Eldigos swoops in to steal that Rayquaza. SAQL. This is not what they wanted. This was the first match on stream that we see SAQL, and they're already out. This is just the fight to try and see if they can make anything back in. I mean, they might have a chance. They need to score 300 AOS energy, out of which they just scored close to 100. They need to score 200 more. They do have AOS energy in two of their Pokemons. One is going to be the Mew, another one is going to be the none other than Might. But looks like they are trying to get this score. But they can they simultaneously score another 100? A 96 gets scored, but it is not going to work. 96 not going to be enough. There was the Pokemon that was holding on the top lane, not letting them score, and it is going to be SATL falling back with just short of 50 goals. Nekroz. This is what happened to SATL and ACL as well. They were looking like a team who were ready to qualify to the international stage, represent India on the global stage, be the only two teams from India, but similar type of a fight where they lost. They were out, and now it has happened to them again. April qualifiers, SATL, this was their last match. What a play on the other hand coming in from Oath. Man, I would want to see again zero steal of Rayquaza. How well did he play over there? And again, kudos to Goku and Naruto to survive. You remember, right? Naruto was the player who played Dodrio previously. This time it is Shrey who played the Dodrio. Naruto to switch that roles up and to survive for his team without getting KO'd, even though there was an entire monstrosity of SATUL trying to find chaos, and also who found it. It was not enough. Look at the 71,000, 82,000, 72,000 damage. So much amounts of damage coming in. But on the other end, Oath played together better as a team. And that's the reason we see them in control from the early game. What a game.
I gotta say, this was not the way. This is the biggest nightmare any team can actually face off in a tournament. Though it's not the end, but yep, it's a kind of an end for the April qualifiers for the side of SATUL. A biggest setback that they can actually face after the ACL. It's a new team, it's a new lineup, had a good potential, but after losing back-to-back matches, they're into a situation that they have to try again in the month of May to just get a slot in the regional playoffs if they want
and
to.
And as you said, Nekroz,
they're already out.
I mean, it's a new team that we are seeing right now. They've started playing for WCS 2023 from yesterday with this lineup, so it does take time to build synergy and communication, and also understanding how you can rely on a player and how they play, right? You cannot just swoop in and be ready. It looks like Oath were prepared for this. Look at them, they constantly kept scoring throughout the entirety of the match. Between 4 to 6 minutes on the other hand for SATL, there has been a big gap. No scores at all. I think that's where Oath capitalized. You can see that's where Oath took the lead, and from there Oath kept the lead. Otherwise it was SATL from the 0 to the 4th minute mark to kind of have a little bit of an advantage over none other than Oath, but from the 4th minute mark it was Oath just riding the high tide. I mean, even actually, right? Not just metaphorically, because they had the Cramorant who was diving and riding the wave, making sure they were always in the hunt to find a way to KO Cramorant, and while they were doing that, they themselves were giving away their chances.
Exactly, that's the factor. But more or less, it is a big congratulations to the side of OT
Oh,
Sports
yes.
by the way they played. It's tremendous.
How well they've played.
It's worth watching as being a caster or being the one sitting in the audience just watching the game. It's a big pleasure to see how OT Sports have definitely performed. The way they have played in the very first round, clinched the victory by just switching the tides in their favor. And from the start, if we just talk about it, it was definitely it wasn't a one-sided performance, but it was just going in a balanced way. We could have expected that any team at any point can actually win this game, but at a point, after just in the very first 5 minutes or in the particular mid-game time, SE12 were marching. They were getting good scores, but suddenly OT Sports got a good stack. They just got multiple KOs and they secured a good score just to equalize with SE12 and much more to take a small lead in the terms. But when they just managed to get a lead, they were putting up the hopes high that yes, this game can be of anybody's side, and they proved it pretty well in that last few minutes.
I think it was a punishment for Might stealing their Regieliki, that they stole their Rayquaza away from them. It was just a sweet revenge being taken away. But even with two supporters, SATL couldn't make it up. I really like how well Oath played, keeping their front lines active, making sure it was always their front line taking the initial damage. Might was able to isolate a couple of players, but it was not always enough. They got a couple of objectives here and there, but this is where the fight we have to pay attention to. You can see it is the Trevenant and Slowbro buying time. Eldegoss gets KO'd. This is the opening that SATL understand. Now we have a chance. They jump on the Trevenant, get the Trevenant as well as, the Cramorant as well KO'd. Dodrio's out, Cramorant is out, Eldegoss was out. 3 players were there, but look at what just the Eldegoss did. Hot and Cloud Crash stole it away.
Well, I was just in a shock at that particular moment when that Rayquaza was completely stolen from their side. But with us, ladies and gentlemen, we have got 2 teams in the lower bracket semi-finals. That is True Rippers will be going up against that Oath Esports for now. But yep, it's going to be a hard battle for them. But let's see which team will advance to the lower bracket lower bracket finals, because on the upper bracket finals as well, Revenant Esports will be facing off against Liquid Esports.
Finally, it's time for the upper bracket final and for the second chance advantage that one of the teams will be walking with into the grand finals. Which is that going to be? Is it going to be Revenant or Liquid? Looking at their journey, right? Revenant have had a flawless journey. Liquid have had a flawless journey. Revenant, the match just before the upper bracket final, they had to play a scoreline of 2-1. So it got a little bit tough. But on the other end, Liquid had a 2-0 scoreline. So looks like Liquid and Revenant's match is going to be a very interesting one and a very tough one. I would say for the players who have seen Revenant, right, from ACL India Open, they know Revenant as a team to be one of the very oppressive teams, known to be a stronghold, known to be the ones who are ready to take every fight. They do a lot of damage. They're ready for every KO to be taken. On the other end, Liquid is kind of the new team which a lot of people wouldn't have seen. So I'm looking forward to how this is going to fare up, where a team we know about, on the other end a team not a lot know about. We will eventually jump to their head to head, discuss about the players, discuss about their Pokemon picks. But now to see this WCS 2023 April qualifier in such an interesting standoff point, Nekroz, I was not expecting this. The first win coming in from True Rippers in such a different manner. Oath to come into such a victory, defeat SATL was a surprise. To calm this surprise down, we'll take a short break and prepare the upper bracket finals for you, and see you in the next one.
The Hoopa is there, and the Glacier won't be able to. Cliffable is trying to hold Blastoise back alongside Garchomp. The critical hits are just hitting him
Up all the damage that Final Evolution has in part. Looking for doing it. Revenant out with the Unite, and the Blastoise jumps right in front of the Garchomp's face, uniting with that big Hydro Cannon coming through. He takes
at a position after the True Rippers marching towards what is going on. Final Evolution, they're not even trying to compete for the buffs. They just focus on.
Yes, there are 3 Pokemon on level 7 for the Gardevoir, leveling up so quickly. True Rippers are doing it, not at all giving up that top goal zone. In the meantime, Dream alone.
That bottom Registeel, Regi Ice, Regi Rock, whatever it's coming, and they're just getting the goal.
With the Unite coming in, his main intention of the Unite was make sure to push out the Delphox. On the Buzzwole, Buzzwole not looking or not finding any proper action. A big, because of which there is the Hoopa going down, and Dream, he's getting pushed. Right line attackers are going down. Front line are being wrecked right now. True Rippers Rippers might be actually valuable right now, but looks like the other players are keeping the Gardevoir, offering them for themselves. And look at what Blastoise is doing, going the long path, pushing. In the meantime, yes, it did get a score of 66, but will it matter for True Rippers? Finally put to rest and will be sent to the Pokemon Center. That is going to be to the base and got another victory for themselves. 526, surpassing the score that they scored last time, even after getting Rayquaza. The bite. You can see both these folks constantly trying to deny SATUL the wild Pokemon. Finally, SATUL said enough is enough. They start switching up positions and lanes, and look at what Snowy is.
For now, we are also seeing.
But 4 players attacking this bottom lane. But look at this Snowy coming into the back line. Uses the nothing to be worried about, because Absol on the other end, he's looking unstoppable. He wants to take down another. Sylveon does manage to put an end to him and send back.
Push it back for sure, but they have to be very, very sure. But because the Reggie steal went in the favor of OT Sports, they have to stack up for the Regieleki. Snowy this time just levels up the score, gets the Sylveon down. But yeah, the trio coming
as well as to get that Aeos Energy under control. But I think this overextension might be a wrong. Who's none other than Mew. Fails to do that, but on the other end, SATL for here in and then destroy the goal zone, and from there they're jumping on 0.
There's a big stack coming from this side to just equalize the score. Will get this tower down for sure, but SATL trying to fight back. Absol then really crucial. Gardevoir gets him down, and there's multiple knockouts coming through. It's just trying to hold things back because they don't want this Reggie to go in the favor of it. Doing some back, but now there's multiple shutdowns.
OT Sports are stuck on the top in their corner. They're getting wrecked. Unites coming through. Sylveon, if it goes down very early, it's going to be Badshah. Can he also survive? But looks like the Dodrio has isolated and targeted him. They are going to be the ones feeling bad about it.
Well, at this point, we have to see the main thing that happened was Absol getting into All Might is in a very low HP because he's been stacked up.
And it is going to be the water moves, Resurgent Strikes and Liquidation is what we are going to be seeing. And immediately, Might is known to be the top path player, and he is a fortress, and he's doing that. But in the meantime, there is the Reggie which is being objective, now chasing away all the players. Urshifu is super low, but pops off the Unite. You're looking forward to a second hit coming through, but there is that Cramoran to find that KO, and now Mew is...
As of now, it's a very big score. It's a 134 again since Newbury scores. This might be unleashed, but this time, Roswell trying to make a difference, but
the Solar Beam comes a little bit early. Does he have it right now? But he waits for the right opportunity. Comes in with the KO on the Cramoran, which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like he wants to be unstoppable with those water moves, along with the Wigglytuff helping. He's trying to annoy. I think he also has the amnesia to try and survive with the water moves. Are hitting, do something, and it is OT Sports looking brilliantly in command. A big
this Rayquaza and this round to ensure the position in the lower bracket semi-final. It might be a good chance. This Cramoran is being melted down in very low HP.
It is the first match on stream that we see SATUL, and they're already... I mean, they might have a chance. They need to score 300 Aeos energy. Out of his players, this might be putting an end to him, but thankfully the Moonlight saves him. Draw the upper hand. He's evolved to level 5, and now that's going to be a little bit trouble thinking, especially your ranged attackers, both of them going on to a supporter.
Comes on the it's like 20 more seconds to go for the objective.
Their damage can be more compared to the players of Final Evolution. Now
the trainers are just looking forward to melt it down as fast as possible, and yes, as we see of Blue Ripples, but yeah, the Hoopa is there, and the Glacier won't be able to. Cliffable is trying to hold Blastoise back alongside Garchomp. The critical hits are just hitting him
up all the damage that Final Evolution has in cards to take or do. Another than a Trevenant, and they're looking for doing it. Trevenant out with the Unite, and the Blastoise jumping right in front of the Garchomp's face, uniting with that big Hydro Cannons coming through. He takes
to add a condition 100 with this 2 Ripples. Marching towards what is going on. Final Evolution, they're not even trying to compete for the buffs, they just focus on...
Yes, there are 3 Pokemon on level 7, but the Gardevoir leveling up so quickly. Two Rippers are doing, they're not at all giving up that top goal zone. In the meantime, Dream alone.
That bottom Reggie Steel, Reggie Ice, Reggie Rock, whatever it's coming, and they're just getting the goal.
Now with the Unite coming in, his main intention of the Unite was make sure to push out the Delphox on the Buzzwall not looking or not finding any proper action. A big because of which there is the Hoopa going down, and Dream, he's getting pushed right line frontline attackers are going down. Frontline are being wrecked right now. True Rippers might be actually valuable right now, but looks like the other players are keeping the Gardevoir, opting them for themselves. And look at what Blastoise is doing. Going the long path, pushing. In the meantime, yes, it did get a score of 66, but will it matter for True Rippers? It's finally put to rest and will be sent to the Pokemon Center. That is going to be to the base and got another victory for themselves. 526, surpassing the score that they scored last time, even after getting Rayquaza. The bite. You can see both these sports constantly trying to deny SATUL the wild Pokemon. Finally, SATUL said enough is enough. They start switching up positions and lanes, and look at what Snowy is.
For now, we are also seeing.
But 4 players attacking this bottom lane. But look at the Snowy coming into the back lane. Uses nothing to be worried about, because Absol on the other end, he's looking unstoppable. He wants to take down another. Sylveon does manage to put an end to him and send back.
Push it back for sure, but you have to be very, very sure. But because the Reggie steal, it went in the favor of OT Sports. They have to stack up for the Regieleki. Snowy this time just levels up the score, gets the Sylveon down. But yeah, the trio coming
as well as to get that AOS energy under control. But I think this overextension might be a wrong. Who's none other than on Mew. Fails to do that, but on the other end, SATL for here in and then destroy the goal zone, and from there they're jumping on 0.
There's a big stack coming up from this side to just equalize the score. So we get this tower down for sure, but SATL trying to fight back. Absol then really crucial. Gardevoir gets him down. There's multiple knockouts coming through. It's just trying to hold things back because they don't want this Reggie to go in the favor of the Wings come back, but now
OT Sports are stuck on the top end. They're cornered. They're getting wrecked. Unite's coming through. Sylveon, if it goes down very early, it's going to be Badshah. Can he also survive? It looks like the Dodrio has isolated and targeted him. They are going to be the ones feeling bad about it.
Well, at this point, we have to see the main thing that happened was Absol getting into All Might is in a very low HP because he's been stacked up.
And it is going to be the water moves, resurgent strikes and liquidation is what we are going to be seeing. And immediately, Might is known to be the top path player, and he is a fortress, and he's doing that. But in the meantime, there is the Reggie, which is being objective now, chasing away all the players. Urshifu is super low, but pops off the Unite. You're looking forward to a second hit coming through, but there is that Cramoron to find that KO, and now Mew is.
As of now, it's a very big score. It's a 134 against some few very scores. This might be unleashed, but this time, Thomas Wall is trying to make a difference, but
the Solar Beam comes a little bit early. Does he have it right now? But he waits for the right opportunity. Comes in with the KO on the Cramoron, which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like, which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like he wants to be unstoppable with those water moves, along with the Wigglytuff helping. He's trying to annoy. I think he also has the amnesia to try and survive, but the water moves are hitting. Do something, and it is OT Sports looking brilliantly in command. A big
this Rayquaza and this round to ensure this position in the lower bracket semi-final. It might be a good chance. The Scramble is being melted down in very low HP.
It's the first match on stream that we see SATUL, and they're already. I mean, they might have a chance. They need to score 300 AOS energy. Out of first players, this might be putting an end to him, but thankfully the Moonlight saves him. Brought the upper hand because he's evolved to level 5, and now that's going to be a little bit trouble thinking, especially your ranged attackers, both of them going out to a supporter.
Comes on the bottom. It's like 20 more seconds to go for the objective.
Their damage can be more compared to the players of Final Evolution. Now
the trainers are just looking forward to melt it down as fast as possible, and yes, as we see of Blue Ripples, but yeah, the Hoopa is there, and the Glacier won't be able to. Cliffable is trying to hold Blastoise back alongside Garchomp. Critical.
Right now, gear up, because this is the action that you are going to face when you want to qualify in the May qualifiers and participate. So I hope you are ready to understand what kind of intensity and preparation you need to bring in. We are going to be jumping right into the upper bracket finals right now, as we did see the lower bracket round 2 matches right now. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to 2 very interesting and unfortunate teams, at least in the April qualifiers. But again, we will say that they still do have a chance, right, Nekroz? Nothing to worry about. May qualifier is there. If that doesn't happen, there's still the June qualifiers, and again, same in the May as well as June. There is going to be top 3 teams, not in the June last chance qualifier. It's going to be top 2 teams. So in a whole sum of total 8 teams will be in with us on the regional playoffs. But now, Nekroz, it's time, as we did talk about the upper bracket finals, the teams in front of us. Before I introduce Revenant, I'm pretty sure everybody knows them. I will quickly talk about Liquid Esports and Revenant's honors. I'm going to give it to you. Revenant has Artist, Disapple, Itachi, Doc and Furia. And you being a fan of Itachi, you were just telling me about it. There is an Itachi that we see from Liquid Esports.
I'm already wearing the t-shirt you see this of Itachi. I'm a very, very diehard fan of Itachi. But yeah, as we just
Not
talked
of
about
Pokemon is
Liquid
what you're saying, huh?
I didn't say that. I
put
just
you
said
in
of
trouble.
Itachi. I haven't uttered a single word against it. But yeah, when we talk about Revenant Esports, you see, these players, they have not represented this Indian region once, but twice.
Yes.
Or maybe thrice, we might see. But yeah, it's almost around twice they have been to global stage competition. And Revenant Esports, the players, especially Crowley, Soul, Nova, Blizzard, Swifty, these are the players that are the faces of Pokemon Unite in the Indian region. Their ranking are almost on the first position if you talk about in the current standings. But talking about the info card, Revenant Esports maximum pick rate is completely 100% for Slowbro, then 80 for Buzzwole. When we see a 60 for Sealgun and Hoopa, there's a 40 for Cramorant and Absol, because we see like Crowley manages to play Cramorant pretty well, and he actually goes up for a Cramorant when he's not going up for any different pick, because Cramorant is, I believe, Crowley, we can actually expect him to play a Cramorant in the very first round as well. So we have to just look for it. But yeah, we are also expecting that Slowbro will be locked and loaded by Revenant until Liquid Esports tries to intervene in the pick.
Interesting thing is that we are not seeing an Espeon, even though Espeon has become kind of a standard meta Pokemon these days because of its stun. But as you mentioned, Cramorant has the ability of doing that stun, and then we do also see a Speedster, which is an Absol, which we did see coming in from SATUL. It worked for the early game, but in the final stretch, not the same case. On the other end, I really do like it that when we talk about the frequently used Pokemon, we generally see 80%, 60% pick rate coming in, but 100% pick rate on Slowbro tells you that Revenant know their frontline defenses really well, how well they have to position. We'll quickly talk about a frequently used Pokemon coming in from Liquid, and now this is a surprise which I was not ready for. Again, for all the viewers, just like you are seeing Liquid and the stats for the first time, I'm also seeing it almost kind of the first time, and seeing two Pokemons on 100% pick rate, Scizor as well as Cliffable. Whether they play Scizor or not, that's another fact, but having two Pokemons on 100% pick rate, Nekroz, is something insane. And on top of the other Pokemons which were there was a Cramorant and a Dodrio and Urshifu. So all of these Pokemons looking like all doing damage rather than looking forward to a lot of tanking Pokemons, right? Tells me that Liquid Esports, just like how we talked about Revenant, they also might just hit super hard.
That's for sure, and this time I'm looking forward. If we talk about Scizor, I believe at this point of time in this date, we see more Scythers than Scizor at this point, because there has been some certain amount of changes in the playstyle, ups and downs, and there's all. But right now, we are not going to waste any more time. We'll directly move on to the draft pick of this upper bracket finals. So be prepared, ladies and gentlemen, as the first pick will be there for the side of Revenant. But the ban phase, if we just talk about, we might be expecting an Espeon ban coming up from the side of Revenant, and an Urshifu maybe from the side of Liquid Esports.
Okay. Interesting choices. I really understand Crowley does play that Urshifu, which does annoy the players, secures a lot of those objectives. On the other end, as I did speak about Espeon being a meta, but it looks like the other side around. I was thinking about the Dodrio because we did see frequently used Pokemons coming in from Liquid was none other than the Dodrio, and Dodrio in the final stretch is super annoying to play, and now the 100% pick rate comes into play. You see the Slowbro, the True Bro, being immediately locked from Revenant's Zishol.
At this point, Espeon does get banned, but Trio also gets completely banned by Revenant. They don't want to give Liquid Esports any chance, because if like Revenant is not taking the Dodrio, they won't be allowing anybody as well. But Blizzard with that Buzzwole, Swifty with the Hoopa, there is no change in that composition. The Soul will stick to, as usual, the Slowbro. We see Itachi with a Cliffable, but a Blastoise. But oh, we might see a Cramorant coming up from the side of Liquid Esports. Though I thought that it will be Revenant Crowley who will be taking up the Cramorant, but it's Artist who locks it up for this side. But we are seeing Glaceon and Espion coming on the side of Revenant.
Sylveon.
And if it is, yes, like Glaceon and Sylveon combination from this side. So I am completely, happy for that. I want to see this combination very, very.
I mean,
badly.
both the teams have their 100% pick rates coming through here, right? I mean, actually all their 100% pick rates. We did see a Slowbro from Revenant on 100% and Cliffable and Scizor or Scyther on 100% for Liquid Esports. So those are going to be their standard picks. But I'm also going to be enjoying and loving for the fact that we are going to be seeing two Eves on the same team. And again, they're cute and deadly. That's what I would want to put it in play, that they are going to be Pokemons that you would have to watch out. We just saw, right, how Anuj, who played Sylveon in the previous game against SATL, Oath played really well with that Sylveon, and now Crowley coming in that Sylveon can do a similar amount of damage, drain the health of Liquid Esports player, especially that they have Urshifu, right? We were just talking about Urshifu and their secures, which does cause problem for players, and now with Sylveon on board on the opponent's end, I think Urshifu needs to keep an eye out for these two Pokemons. Like, if Sylveon is missed, they at least need to get a hit on Glaceon. If they miss both these Sylveons and Glaceons, I think it's a very early GG for Liquid Esports. But again, we have not seen how Liquid play, how well they strategize. They do have a Blastoise, they do have a Cliffable, they do have a Scyther as well, or a Scizor. So two all-rounders, defender, supporter, and then a ranged attacker as well, does tell us that I think Liquid Esports are prepared.
Definitely, they are looking prepared and they want to make this thing happen. It's the upper bracket finals. The one who wins it will directly head on to the grand finals to wait for the lower bracket finalists to come and meet them. And
also have the second chance.
Yes, also have a second chance. But if one team who will be losing it will be moving forward to the down to the lower bracket finals to meet the winners of the lower bracket semis. But which team will acquire which position, that is completely a big surprise for us. But Swiftly trying to just lock up and stop Fura. But Buzzwole does the job. Blizzard, if you talk about Blizzard, he's a very good Buzzwole user. We have seen him for a very long period of time. Same for Swifty, he has been playing Hoopa for almost months, as from the time where Hoopa was introduced. From particular that time, we are seeing Swifty playing in the same role. There's no changes. Yes, he was a Pikachu user at the very first stance, but as this time changes, the nerves and buffs came, he has already shifted to being a Hoopa user.
Right now, talking about evolving, both the Eves have evolved on Revenant's end. Liquid Esports, they still have the cute Pokemon. Skupfu still not evolved to Urshifu, Squirtle still not evolved to the Blastoise or even the Wartortle. So these cute Pokemon still going to be there. Same goes for the Clefairy as well. Looks like Revenant from the get-go, they've kept up that speed and as well the oppression, not letting Liquid Esports players to get ahead. But finally, we see the Wartortle's evolution, but nonetheless the Clefairy gets KO'd from Blizzard. Now he's chasing none other than Furia on this Scyther. He's still on not on level 5, so not decided on what moves he's going to be going forward. So Blizzard said, go decide it in your base, as he finds another KO and dunks a 19 score coming through. But on the other end, Cramorant for Liquid gets a big 30, so the scores are still equalized for both the teams, 46 to 45, not a much of a difference. But Blizzard, he says, let them do what they want on the bottom lane. I'm going to keep control of the entirety of the top lane and keep scoring until all these wild Pokemons get exhausted and the top goal zone gets destroyed.
And with that, when we just talk about Liquid Esports, it's completely equalizing the score, not letting Revenant take any kind of beneficial lead for now. Yes, we are seeing both the Eve duo, that is Sylveon as well as Glaceon, which might be deadly, but for the counter, you've got 2 to 3 good picks. That's a Urshifu, you get a Cramorant, you also get a Blastoise, you also get a Scyther. What do you need? It's a completely, I would say that it's a completely countered, equal comp that we're getting from both the sides. But at the same moment, that all lies within the particular position, that how they're going to just defend the top lane. Crowley is just targeting Scyther because his HP is already pretty low. The Sylveon, this might be a good troll, but at the very same moment, the Scyther comes up with a good heal. The Regice is completely spawned in the bottom lane, and on which we are seeing that the trainers of Revenant, they're looking forward to grab it, melt it down, and get it onto their side. They don't want to allow Liquid Esports to just steal it from them, but it is not going to be in their hands, because we are seeing that the players of Liquid Esports are just wandering around that area, just trying to steal the Regice, and they will be successful in that.
Regia is taken away. Revenant, as we said initially, also in control. Blizzard switches up from top lane, catches Itachi. But Itachi right now, they did try to use an Ignite, I think, but Blizzard, it did not lock on. He ran away, so that was kind of a failed attempt coming through. On the other end, Liquid Esports understanding that Revenant, as the entirety of the team has switched the lanes, we need to find a way to get this Regieleki in control. They are trying to, but in the meantime, Swifty on that hoop, as you said, he is a very trustworthy player and he's been playing this hoop for a long time. Now they're trying to find a way to secure it, but Swifty himself secures that Regieleki. The sixth player for Revenant is going to be none other than Regieleki. But also I quickly want to talk about the new addition that Revenant have. The ex-player for SATUL, that is Cursed, is with Revenant right now. That is the roster change that we see from Revenant as well. So this is looking interesting. All these new roster changes coming through, they've been giving us ideas of what can happen, what is not working out, how it can get better. So I'll be looking out for how Cursed will be playing into the side of Revenant. And I've seen Cursed here, as we talk about it, that he was recently playing in ACL as well, none other than the Cinderace, with a lot of damage coming in. But I think enough of talks about that. As we quickly talk about what's happening, it is the gold zones being destroyed. Revenant destroy one on bottom of Liquid, and Liquid decide to destroy one on top. Even though Liquid have lost majority of their gold zone on top and bottom in terms of the initial gold zones of 80 scores, it is in terms of Liquid not letting Revenant run away, even though Revenant are causing trouble as they enter and intervene all these mid paths.
Revenant are quite aware of what they do have to make it to the grand finals. They are experienced. They're one of those, I would say, most experienced team. They're also sticking to one of the same lineups that they used to have in the previous time as well. So that coordination, that understanding, the builds, the strategies, they are still common, and it is not that much difficult to build it in a new way, because for the other lineups, that's the benefit I believe Revenant is having, that they don't need to build the coordination and strategies again and again over the top. What the new lineups have to make it up. But now, as we talk about, is a 241, 160 on the scoreboard. Revenant will be coming in with a 37 more score from this side. Buzzword shuts down Urshifu, but this time Artis also gets KO'd by Buzzwole alongside. We are seeing the Glacier and Sylveon making a good roll with them. The Rupa is in a very low HP, but the Regi Steel will be completely melted down by Revenant Esports. With this, they are just looking forward to grab some good attack, while Liquid Esports, the entire team, now they have switched to go and grab the Regieleki on their side.
Good decision making from their Crimorant and Scyther to peel off and get into Regieleki immediately without giving Revenant a chance to reset and get to that Regieleki. Now that Liquid have had another ally added on to themselves, this is what I was talking about. Liquid Esports are concentrating on scoring as well. They're not letting Revenant run away anywhere, and now look at this, they're trying to actually initiate a fight to try and push in the Regieleki. Dot in the meantime gets a score dunked in, and look at this, the Unite right next to their goal zone, and now everybody one after another gets KO'd. 3 players gone out from Revenant, meaning Liquid get control not only about the top goal zone but also destroy it with the help of Regieleki and push themselves to the scoreline of 300 to 261 and take away the lead from Revenant.
Exactly, that's the factor. But well, the way Liquid Esports have attacked and completely paved the path to the Infinity Tower, I believe that it's going to be a tough contest for Revenant, because they have to also make this thing same for them. But Fura just getting the buffs for himself just to level up as fast as possible, because there's just less than 35 seconds for the Rayquaza to just come up in the legendary pit, and after that we will be just seeing in the span of 2 minutes which team will get the lead in this BO3 series of the summer bracket finals.
Right now we see the Sylveon who's trying to cause trouble and take away all the wild Pokemon which is there, not letting them level up, because you can see we have a level 14 Scyther on Liquid Esports. That is an advantage that they can take, and even push up their Urshifu to level 13, almost close to just 1/4 of it is left in terms of leveling up, or the level up bar, or the experience bar. On the other end, they do have a Cramorant who's also on level 13. So as you say, there is the hint coming in from the game itself, you are in trouble, and that is going to be for Revenant. They have to find a way to turn this tide and get this battle rolling. With the Mystical Fire and the Draining Kiss, Crowley tried to get a little bit closer, but understanding that it's both the tanks, he immediately switches back up. Then it'll help Swifty to get a little bit closer, but look at this. It is going to be Blizzard to be the first contact, pulls a player with the superpower, and now he has to use a smackdown. But the Unite coming in, the Unite fails. Everybody from the players of Revenant walk back, move away from Cliffable, and Cliffable's Unite fails. Crowley from the backline comes in, but the Urshifu was ready. Unite being committed from Crowley, and alongside there was another Unite, which was the Blastoise. They find value, they KO a player, but the Scyther also goes down. The player who was on level 14, now they're jumping all on Blastoise, along with trying to find this Cramorant wherever he is. But in the meantime, this Disciple, that's going to be the Urshifu, is still surviving. Surf does a lot of damage, but finally Cliffable, which was KO'd, is back with the Moonlight, is going to be healing all their players. Gravity to show the players of Revenant. Revenant also lost 2 players, and Liquid on the other end lost 3 players, but one of them have been back. But look at this, Urshifu is not looking to stopping. It's jumped on Crowley, on none other than the Sylveon, but managed to run away from that. I think it was an eject coming through, but he's still making his way. Blizzard respawns, take down the Cramorant, and now this is a chance for Revenant to come back into the fight. In the meantime, the Unite coming in from Scyther finds value. Glaceon is out, but Blizzard is not looking to stop. But Revenant, the decision of peeling back, Z-Shawl will get a big 96 scored for the team. And now with less than 20 seconds left, Liquid, this is going to be a tough one for them to even melt Rayquaza and run to the goal zones. They don't have many. Look at this. They've put themselves in a vulnerable position even after getting Rayquaza. Only in the bottom lane is Will what they have, but the Slowbro steals it away with the Surf. A big 100 comes in from Blizzard. And Liquid, the team which looked like they had the composure kept up, lost it all in the last and the final stretch. And one team I know who kind of have a love and hate story with Rayquaza is Revenant. But to start here on stream for WCS 2023, it looks like Rayquaza loved none other than Revenant, and they granted the shield for an advantage to score more goals.
Well, I can just say one thing, that experience speaks more wise words than what the new team can actually perform with. Revenant Esports, they have literally outplayed Liquid Esports in such a manner that even Liquid Esports will take some time to understand what actually happened. Liquid Esports were completely into just getting the Rayquaza because they wanted it desperately in that point, because they wanted to make a good score. While Revenant Esports, they planned everything up around the areas of Legendary Pet. They wanted the KOs, they got the KOs. In a right moment, Crowley told the soul to just go from a different direction and just get the good scores. The soul did whatever it was instructed, that fleeing off from that fight and just getting good scores, and actually managed to put more pressure on Liquid Esports, because now after that one score of Zisol came, Liquid Esports were much more determined in taking the Rayquaza because they wanted it to win or just to stay in the game. But in that meantime, Blizzard also managed to fall off and get a good score of 100 for his team.
I think the main difficulty that arose for Liquid Esports was Furia, the first KO. Because Furia was the only one Pokemon which was on level 14 compared to any other players from Liquid, and Revenant were always on level deficit against Furia. Finding a KO on Furia immediately as soon as they jumped on top of him, and then taking out the Cliffable as well. I think those two main crucial KOs, and then taking out their last tank. Urshifu did try to survive, waste our time trying to find a KO, but it also eventually failed because everybody was trying to run away from Urshifu. Crowley itself on Sylveon, Urshifu multiple times targeted that Sylveon, but Sylveon was able to always dodge and run away, and Urshifu's hits were always missed. And I think that's something that Liquid need to pay attention to, that when there is chaos happening, how do you make sense of it? How do you decide on who you initiate the fight with? Which, as you rightly said, Revenant have a sense of it. Revenant, with the experience that they had, they knew who they had to take down. And as soon as they took down those hefty hitters, it was Revenant's game. and the decision making of peeling away from the fight, getting the score multiple times, and then scoring the last 100 to finally seal the fate of Liquid as a defeat is what Revenant did in this first game of the BO3.
Exactly, starting off from the very early phase of the game, they tried to make the difference, but Liquid Esports were completely in equal competition. You have to admit it. Why are they in the upper bracket finals? Because both the teams have the caliber, they have the potential to come up with this equalizing games. But well, the one thing that makes Revenant a different team and the number one team in the Indian region is just because of the experience and the strategies that they have within themselves. They have completely portrayed out what are the differences that make them the number one team in this very first round itself. So I'm really expecting what are we going to see in the second round, because that one is definitely going to be a do or die for the side of Liquid Esports. But on the side of Revenant Esports, when we talk about, they just have to win to get the first place in the grand finals of this India April tournament of WCS 2023.
You see here Liquid Esports, two big unites. One was the Cliffable and then one was the Blastoise's unite coming through. Both of them were dodged from Revenant. And then what happened, Furia was out in the open and Slowbro decides to immediately unite on him. The slow beam coming through catches the Furia and everybody jumps on Furia, and then the Surf coming in for this last steal. Even though there was no time, Blizzard, he was still trying to get that 100 scored, right? Maybe he wouldn't have scored the 100 if Rayquaza's shield was not granted for him. But this is just like a cherry on top of the cake, or just the icing that everybody loves on top of the cake, right? That's just what happened right now. They made final seal the deal moment coming in for Revenant, but again Revenant, they cannot be happy. Revenant have had their games going for a 2-1. It has never been a clean sweep. They have had difficulties going here and there. Have had one clean sweep, another one they had to play all the 3 rounds. This can be again another scenario. Whereas Liquid on the other end, I think this is their first time facing a defeat in the upper brackets, because their previous 2 matches were clean sweeps. Now in the position that they are, they had a little bit of a difficulty where they lost this first round. We'll talk about what happened, what didn't work out, as we see immediately the picks in terms of a player's info card. It's going to be Curse. I did talk about him. I saw him on Cinderace when he was a part of his ATL. Now joining Revenant, he has changed a little bit in terms of what else he can play. So looks like from the ranged attacker he's also switched to a speedster, which Absol is going to be having a 33% as well. And damage dealt, you look at it, whenever you have a ranged attacker or a speedster, I'm pretty sure, I think right now we can set a standard which is going to be damage about 3 lakh.
Exactly, like that. What are we seeing in the from the very past times? It's not like in this very round we are expecting or seeing. All the times we are going to see that things coming up over and over again. But we talk about Artist, it's the main time he uses Clayfable, 80% time, while 20% of times he is the one taking the Cramorant. Though we can see that his recovery rate is crossing 4 lakhs, though the damage dealt is low, that's for sure, because if he is playing Clayfable for the major amount of time, that is how things works for him.
Now again, we did see 100% pick rate coming in from Liquid, right, on Cliffable. Now if this tells you that he as an individual has 80% pick rate for Cliffable, I'm wondering who that 20% is. And when Artist switches up, I think this might be the game where Artist switches up, giving away the Cliffable to some other person and then picking up maybe the Cramorant or some other Pokemon to find a lot of value. I think maybe Artist plays majority, because you saw the 80% percentage only tells you, and also next you pay attention to the other stats, his damage was only 69,000 damage. That tells you that he's concentrating more on playing a support player. Let's see if this is going to be the game where he switches up as we jump right into the draft. Are there going to be any changes in the ban? We did see a Dodrio ban coming in. Are they going to keep that Dodrio ban along with Espeon? I feel like maybe Revenant would still keep the Dodrio, but Liquid might actually change things up. Maybe they might ban out either a Sylveon or a Glaceon coming in, because that did cause trouble for them.
That's for sure. And now I'm really looking forward. I'm expecting that this time it will be the same bans from both the ends, but oh, it's a Buzzwole ban coming up from the side of Liquid Esports. They don't want that hindrance coming up from the side of Crowley again. So
Blizzard.
It's better.
It was Blizzard.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It was Blizzard, but now it's time. Like Zisol will stick to the slow bro. I expected for an Urshifu, but yeah, they want this slow bro at any cost. But on the other hand, Liquid Esports goes up with the Clefable and Urshifu.
Oh wow! I thought Blizzard would put chink in the opponent's armor, because we've seen 100% or Scyther pick rate, right, from Furia. And Blizzard immediately was about to lock onto it, but then he says like, okay, let them have their Scyther or Scissor, I'll pick up a Garchomp coming through. They have targeted me, let me show them what more I can do when they have pushed me off on a Blizzball, a standard Pokemon that I play. I mean, this is just me mouthing for him for now. Maybe not right, maybe I might be on point. For now, as I did talk about it, it looks like Artis might just switch in terms of the Pokemons, as we see Artis picking up the Blastoise. Not too sure if it is for a team pick, because they did want that Clefable, and then there's going to be a Gardevoir. Cursed and Crowley looks like they'll still be sticking on to none other than the same picks, which is going to be a Glaceon and a Sylveon. Swifty is the only change. I mean, Blizzard is a forced change coming in from the opponent. Swifty on the Eldegoss and Crowley. He's like,
finally,
you guys, I'll show you what Cramorant can do. And also it kind of rhymes with Crowley's name, right? Crowley Cramorant. I mean, no, not rhyme. Okay, it at least just starts with C. I'm just bad with words, I think, right now. So,
no
but
problem.
one thing for sure Crowley is going to do is wreck or cause a lot of trouble, because the Cramorant is such a Pokemon. I think he might just pick up Surf coming through for his team. Just like we see on Slowbro, right? His Surf is also the same thing. It has multiple waves which keeps hitting you and stunning you if you're in that Surf attack.
That's for sure. And if we just talk about Furia coming with a Scizor pick, I'm really expecting that things have just changed. It's an Uno reversal that we are expecting. Revenant had got a good pick rate for the Scizor, almost 100% as we mentioned earlier. But it's Furia who's going to take that Scizor this time. I really wanted to see this kind of picks coming from the side of Crowley, but there is some changes. I just thought like he's going to go for a Sylveon again, but Crowley was like, no problem, just wait, bro. I'm listening to you, and I'm going to go. I'm going to play a Cramorant, and as you just told before, Lucifer, that yep, let me show you how we actually play the Cramorant. It might just happen because the way Liquid Esports played in the previous round, it was not like they played it bad or something, but I believe Crowley can actually play a little better than what we saw in the previous round.
We will see how it pans out. I mean, again, it happens at the end of the day. It's a team game, right? Now, if Crowley wouldn't get support from his team, it would be difficult. But let's just jump into the game and see how well it is going to pan out for both these teams as they come out from their bases. Head right to mid, top and bottom paths. Talking about the path directions that we end up seeing, it is going to be this little Kufu who will be entering and looking forward to leveling up very early to fully evolve to the Urshifu. On the other end, I think it is going to be none other than the Glaceon, which Curse is playing, and I did talk about. Curse loves to play the mid path where he will level up, and he used to play a Cinderace, so he knows the value and the amount of damage he can do with Pokemon such as Cinderace, Glaceon, if they level up really well and really well.
Well, with this, the Gibble is coming with some good scores, Swifty.
But look at this Slowbro, who's pushed to their mid lane, annoying 3 players, wasting their time, and Liquid, they're just falling into this honey trap.
I believe they are just, it is the game of Revenant. I like the way they are portraying it. It is just the game of Revenant, and you're just in it. You're just living in it. This is the world of Revenant kind of a thing that they're just implanting, because the way they're just trapping Liquid in their traps, it's just like they planned. They want their strategies to work out. The Whirlpool will work out, and the Blues and Asteria will be getting in the favor for the Cramorant of Crowley. He's still trying to make the difference on the top lane. He's just trying to get some KOs out there, but it's a triple stack coming on the top lane. It's not that easy for even at this level 5 stage to get multiple kills. Trying to steal the buffs of Liquid Esports. Crowley have to back off, but it's not a great time to just back out because he's been completely trapped between Urshifu as well as Portal. Though there will be Zisol to just back him out. Urshifu has been completely taken down at this point. Zisol is just trying to scored some good goals at this point, and with this, the Squirtle is really into some serious trouble because he's not even evolved to level 5, so it will be very tough for him to deal with two Pokemon which were itself in level 7 and level 4.
You can see he's trying to wait it out, but he's a little Squirtle, as you said, not going to survive for long. They do get a score and also KO him, but right now players start changing lanes. The Gardevoir, which is not fully evolved, isn't Kirilla. Finally from the top lane pushes to the bottom lane after finding control and pushing back the players of Revenant. But in the meantime, as I was talking about, it is going to be Surf and Hurricane. Artist hiding in the tall grasses. In the next 25 seconds, we are going to be seeing what Crowley thought he could sneak up and get that 12 scored, but he gets isolated and cornered into the tall grass towards the bottom objective. In the meantime, an exchange for an exchange. They take down none other than this War Turtle, and now they're slowly trying to back off. Cursed gets hit by the Psychic, but there is the player who will help them recover all their health. It's going to be none other than Swifty, and the entirety of Revenant start moving up bottom with only the Gabite left at the top lane to just keep control of it. In the meantime, it looks like the Gardevoir wants to take down everybody. First attack, Zeshal on the Slowbro. It's going to be Urshifu who's trying to jump in. The Unite comes in from none other than Curse. The 2 KO streak from Crowley. This is what the unstoppable wrath of Crowley on a ranged attacker alongside of Cursed works out. I mean, he might have been KO'd, but he got the value that his team needed, and now the bottom goal zone will be destroyed. Along with that, look at what happened while all this chaos and fights were going on top, Garchomp alone took down Regieleki and added another player for Revenant, and now Blizzard has destroyed the top goal zone also. Revenant off to a fantastic momentum and a start with 217 goals against just 30.
Lucifer, are we seeing something that we are not meant to see? Because Revenant, what?
Are dominating.
What are they doing right now? You gotta be kidding me right now, because Liquid Esports in the very first round were completely around the corners to equalize with Revenant Esports, but as the round is just going and moving forward, I don't seem to, just be guaranteed that Liquid Esports is trying to make a comeback until, any miracle happens. But Blizzard, the Garchomp, completely having their top lane control.
There can be miracles as you asked for it. There are the Unites ready. 4 Unites out from Liquid Esports. It's all about when they time it. But Glaceon's Unite has reset. It is back again. Eldegoss has the Unite. Cramorant has the Unite. Garchomp has the Unite. So it's all about how well they time their Unites to find value. They're all grouping up at the top lane. They've spotted Blizzard. They're trying to call him outside to go for a fight, but it looks like the Eldegoss is going to be there. Garchomp immediately swoops in with the Singularity, drags him inside. Then the Green Illusion dive coming through. Finally the Garchomp is out, but there is the Glaceon who comes in. They're trying to isolate the Glaceon, but the Glaceon is not moving ahead from the backline. It's trying to just buy time, but the Eldegoss also goes down. So 2 players to go down, and it is Liquid. Their intent of using Unites and finding value gave them the advantage, but look at that, they had to use 4 Unites, whereas it was only 2 Unites being committed from Revenant to try and defend it. So your Revenant do still have 2 more Unites to keep the team of Liquid on their control, but oh no, Blizzard, he didn't have to take this fight up. He was alone, committed a Unite, and it all went down in vain. And I think this is where Liquid can turn the tides. Swifty and Curse alone trying to take this away, but the last hit will be secured way before the Blastoise's Surf can hit, and Curse will from here teleport directly to the top lane to help the players of Revenant to defend their top goal zone from being destroyed with the help of the Regieleki.
Well, we can actually see that this position, but well, the Hydro Tycoon will not make that much impact as we promised, but Liquid Esports are quite aware that if we go alone or maybe with two or 3 Pokemon, it won't be sufficient to stop it up. We have to stack up from both the sides, then only we can actually counter the side of Revenant's attack. But now Revenant is also coming up with a good stack in the bottom lane. There's a complete vacant place on the top lane for now, but the bottom lane looks really congested as there is 2 KOs that they face. Blizzard needs to back up just to, feed himself up to get a good level buff for himself. He's already in level 11. He needs to go up to at least 12 or 13 to match the level up for Scyther, because Scyther versus Garchomp top lane fight is definitely what we are expecting in just few minutes.
Scyther is playing really smart and taking the right fights rather than swooping in and just diving into every fight. So I really like how well the team is strategizing right now. The last minute, but before the last minute there is going to be the Regieleki which is going to be spawning, as well as it looks like Crowley slowly trying to sneak up to the bottom goal zone to get a big 26. It's not that big, but at least some scores to be pushed up. In the meantime, all the attention towards Cursed, but Crowley is finally called to jump back because there were 4 players in the bottom lane. And now with the Regieleki which is going to be spawned in less than 6 seconds, it looks like Furia maybe can swoop up. But in the meantime, it looks like as soon as Revenant are going to take Regieleki on the top, there is going to be none other than Liquid who are going to jump and take the bottom Regi and get the buff for themselves for the last and the final fight. In the meantime, Scyther trying to buy time for Liquid Esports is clear as they can quickly melt this Regi Ice in their favor. I think maybe Liquid would have wished if this would have been a Regi steal, but for now, Regi Ice easily going in the favor of Liquid. Regieleki in the favor of Revenant. Revenant trying to make this Regieleki push up, and Blizzard look like he's stuck. He's going to be KO'd. Green Illusion dive coming now. The Unite being committed from Furia at the final stretch, and now there is no Unite on your Scyther. Let's see how this fight will pan out. Looks like Cramorant has started a dot with the Unite as well. 2 Unites are already out. Is there going to be a third one coming through from none other than Liquid is something that we have to watch. Cotton Cloud Crash also, I think Swifty already used it. Glaceon out with its Unite. They're all fighting for Rayquaza. Rayquaza barely surviving. And Liquid score and secure Rayquaza in their favor. They're all running to the bottom goal zone where Blizzard is already waiting. But in the meantime, I think at least 1 or 2 goals might also be destroyed coming in from Revenant's pushes, and Revenant also get themselves a 168 scored, and now they're trying to all teleport back to the base. Revenant still have the upper hand, but with the 58 coming through, it is going to be Liquid taking up the lead and the game for themselves. But look at that, Gardevoir still hiding in the tall grasses towards the bottom path. Nobody has the idea. Let's wait and watch. Will she get a chance to score? It looks like Garchomp got the idea and the position of hers, and now tries to immediately change positions. But look at that, Garchomp, smart decision, saving the shield, teleports back to base, from the base, now pushing towards the top lane. And look at what has happened on the other end. Liquid Esports, who lost their goal zones while the Rayquaza was taken, now they have to only be worried about the center and the base goal zone, which is going to be tough to deny. In the meantime, Gardevoir, smart decision making, scores a big 100. This will seal the deal, and Revenant, I don't think they'll have any chance. Green Illusion dive coming in again, and Cramorant going out, sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Well, it is what it is. How the way these things have turned. We were talking about miracles just a few minutes ago, and that actually happened. The team we did not expect to make a comeback in the second round, Liquid Esports, the way Revenant got a start, it was literally like outrageous. But Liquid Esports, the way they have made a comeback in this second round, justifies why they are in the upper bracket finals against Revenant Esports. Well, it was indeed a tough battle with a difference of 177. Liquid Esports secured a big win for their side. Though there was big mess up coming up from side of Revenant Esports in the very final stretch fight inside that legendary pit, but that messed up things actually turned out to be a favor for the side of Liquid Esports to make a brilliant bounce back.
I think decision making from Liquid Esports was good, and it kind of worked in their favor. Sometimes you make some decisions, right, thinking this will be the play that it can pan out. And the Green Illusion dive coming in very early, the Unite coming in from Furia to find a KO on Blizzard, sending him back, buying time, and then the other players also using their Unite from Liquid to push back the players of Revenant. I think that worked out really well. Swifty, his Cotton Cloud Crash being used very early rather than for the steal, I think was also something that Revenant did not think about, that Liquid, as they're fighting with Revenant, they're also draining health of Rayquaza. It just worked side in side from Liquid, and Liquid got this victory for themselves. Brilliant play coming in from their end, and there's not much that Revenant had, especially as you said, their fights of Blizzard pushing to the top lane alone to take Regieleki, using the Unite, not finding any value, getting KO'd. Liquid as a team pushing the top lane, getting the goal zones destroyed one after another. I think that play as a team that they did is the main thing that worked out for Liquid to get this second round under control.
Yeah, that's definitely It's the same thing. I'll just stick with it again with you, Lucifer, that the team game Liquid Esports they've played, they have showcased this time. It's literally something that we root for, but it's the time, it's the moment that we are literally seeking up. That Liquid Esports, they have made a comeback in the series and they have made this upper bracket finals much more interesting as what we expected it to be. But now, as we move down to the decided round, any thoughts of what kind of changes we might expect from the side of Revenant after this round, like after this lose of second round?
I think this was just a little bit of unintentional fights that Revenant took. We have a saying, right? When you have control of things, you become confident. And I think that confidence got a little bit to a position where they got a little bit overconfident, and that's where the fights fell from the hands of Revenant. Otherwise, Revenant, they had full control of things. These early chaos and all, I wouldn't talk about much about it, but look at this. Towards their flux zone, Crowley and Zishal playing together, finding KO on Urshifu, then taking down the Squirtle as well, scoring goals, destroying goal zones, backing off, again the Hurricanes coming through, then the Curse coming in, swooping in to find Chaos as well from his end. That tells you how well Revenant was strategized to take one Pokemon exchange for another Pokemon, and they were just finding value. Look at how well they were able to push back players, find values, control objectives in their favor. This first 5 minutes of the game, 6 minutes of the game, it was just Revenant, Revenant, Revenant. Once the Unites unlocked, as I mentioned, Unite is where the team needs to decide how they change things, and this is where everything changed. When they all tried to push for a top lane, the entirety of Liquid Esports spammed their Unite, and then Blizzard's move to steal away this Regieleki to use his Unite alone, I think was a bad decision making coming in. If he was present for this bottom lane fight with the Unite here, Nekroz, I think he could have found more value. Maybe the goal zone wouldn't have been destroyed, and that is where Liquid matched up to levels as Revenant. And I think when teams have a level fight, a head-on fight, it's going to be very tough. And then Blizzard, not too sure why this decision right before the Rayquaza fight to push with Regieleki gave away an advantage to his team, and then you see it was just Liquid, brilliant decision making, understanding how the players from Revenant were playing, pushing them back, getting a big 100 also scored, even though they thought that Revenant had things under control. While they scored their own 100s and 98s, it was just not enough here, Nekroz. This is something that Revenant need to understand, that if they have control of the starting of the game, around 5 to 6 minutes of the game, it doesn't mean the next 4 minutes are also going to be in their control. The Unites are a game changer in Pokemon Unite, and there goes the name. It unites the team as well.
Well, with this, as we speak, this upper bracket finals, it's just getting more heated up. The temperature in outside is definitely very hot, but inside this gaming arena, in this Tier Sky Ruins, it's also getting warmed up more and more and more as we demand much more interesting fights, much more anticipated competition like this. We are expecting and we are experiencing it pretty well, but now it's the time we will move on to the info deck to get some info from our beloved game side as Blizzard. It's coming on the chart, 71% of pick rate to Buzzwole. He was playing pretty well with that, but as it was banned by the side of Liquid Esports, it actually made things nicer for them, at least I would say.
Yeah, and you can see Garchomp has lesser pick rate for Blizzard, so I think it was a good decision making of a ban coming through, because Buzzwole was able to deny players from using their moves whenever he hit them with the smackdown or the superpower. For that minute second or millisecond, they were unable to use their move, and in that instant is where Buzzwole was finding the KO. Now this is going to be the last round of the series between these two teams for the upper bracket finals, where one of them will be walking right into the grand finals and also qualify to the regional playoffs. Now whether they'll be becoming the champions of the April qualifiers or not is still something that we'll be waiting to see. But on the other end, we'll quickly talk about Doc. We've seen him playing Blastoise twice. The pick rate also suggests the same thing, higher pick rate for Blastoise. He can also play Crustle, which I really do also like. But quickly talking about the damage dealt and taken, that gives you an idea why he is a really good defender Pokemon. We were just talking about 3 lakh damage taken. this guy has surpassed 4 lakh. He's pushed to 4,28,000, or if you want to put it in terms of 428,344 damage taken. He's just too good.
Exactly. At this point, we are actually expecting some kind of. But I really wonder if you just talk about the Buzzwole was banned in the second round, Lucifer. But then we are
Yes.
seeing a good comeback from the side of Liquid Esports as well. Anyhow, is there any possibility that we might see some changes in the banning phase from the side of Revenant, because they stick to Rio this two in both the rounds? This round, I am expecting that in the place of Rio, we might see an Urshifu ban from there, and I believe it can be an impactful ban as well.
Let's see. Let's jump into the draft with the bans coming through. For me, it might be a Scyther, because I think Furia was a lot more valuable in round 2 compared to round 1 in the best of 3. You saw the green illusion dive being used at least thrice in the 10 minutes. And again, using Unites multiple times is not that easy until and unless you have energy amplifier equipped as an item for your Pokemon. But right now the ban phase is going to come to an end, as you said, and as we discussed. Let's see if it's going to be the same. Yes, you were right. Revenant is going to be banning none other than the Urshifu, but Liquid still stick on to Buzzwole. But this opens up a chance for Liquid to pick up none other than the Dodrio. And now let's see what Revenant do, because Revenant were the ones who were banning Dodrio until now. And with them denying the 100% pick rate of Cliffable for Liquid, Liquid have to stick on to some other healer, and they get both their 100% for themselves. Zishal already with the Slowbro, and then Swifty taking away the 100% of Liquid pick percentage on this Cliffable. That is going to be Swifty. Disapple immediately locks on to none other than Gardevoir, and Gardevoir has been valuable for Liquid Esports.
If I wouldn't be at all surprised if I see Blizzard playing that AG Slash and Crowley coming with that Espion as what we were, waiting for. Yes, I really want to see Espion coming up from any of the sides, and yes, that thing gets locked up, but it's a Talonflame from the side of Blizzard.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah,
And Artist, now you see he has to switch up to a different Pokemon, a different healer, and they're sticking on to none other than the Blissey coming through. Furia, he still has a chance to play his Scyther, but understanding that they've already taken one Pokemon, which is a 100% pick rate for Liquid, that is Cliffable, he says, I will myself let go of this Scyther and pick up none other than the Tyranitar alongside Blissey. And Blissey and Tyranitar's combo is going to be too good. As long as Blissey's assistance is going to be there, Furia on Tyranitar is going to try and wreck Rampage. We'll wait and watch if it happens, but Cursed, he finally switches up from the Glaceon, moves to a Delphox, along with his teammates making a switch. So the entirety of Revenant, except for Zishal, have made different Pokemon choices.
Oh, I am more pumped up right now. I'm seeing a Talonflame. So before, it's one of my secrets, Sam. I would love to share with you. Before I was a fond trainer of playing of Blastoise.
Okay.
I used to play Talonflame a lot. So
Talonflame.
For me, again coming up and seeing Talonflame again into the action, it's been a very long time, because we are quite aware that in this new meta we don't actually see Talonflame in a frequent basis. So as it has arrived, I would love to see how Blizzard is going to perform with it. Even Crowley with an Espion and a Delphox coming into the action will be something to look after from the side of Liquid Esports as well.
I agree. It's going to be an interesting fight for sure between these 10 trainers to decide who will be the first grand finalist of Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series 2023 of the April qualifiers for the India region. We have to wait and watch as we jump right into the game, which is going to be starting right now. And in chat, you can let us know whether it's going to be Revenant or Liquid, who just made a comeback and showed that they do have some resistance that they can push forth and also defeat Revenant as of now. With this, let's get going. It's time for this last battle between Revenant and Liquid. Maybe not for the qualifiers, but at least for this upper bracket finals.
Exactly, and after this, only one team will advance to the grand finals from this upper bracket finals, and one team will go down to the lower bracket finals to face off against the winners of lower bracket semi-finals. And from there, from the lower bracket semi-finals, out of those two, one will have a chance to enter and fight against the team who wins this one. So it's a very interesting battle, but from the start, if you just see Revenant, they're again trying to make some impactful and a brilliant heavy start to their side in order to just get some good advantage. But we know that the end moment climaxes are really what we are looking forward from the side of Liquid Esports, because they're quite catered for it.
Looks like Revenant and Liquid are hungry for an early KO, and it looks like it's going to be the Larvitar being sent back to base. But in the meantime, the Dodrio is swooped back in, trying to take down this fail. Can it do? Is something that we have to wait and watch. And Curse says, no, you're not going to take out my teammate, you're not going to find a KO, and it is not going to go to a Pokemon Center. It's just going to be healing with the Citrus Berry that is available. In the meantime, it's time for the Altarian Swablu, and the entirety of Revenant is going to be moving up here. They find again another KO on the Larvitar, make it a double one as they take down the Blissey as well. Looking forward to take down the Dodrio as well as Blizzard on Talonflame, trying to swoop right on him. I think with the aerial ace, and Disciple immediately decides to back off. But look like Crowley, he's like, I'm not going to let you guys survive. I need to take away the buffs as well. He steals the orange buff from them and again finds a Larvitar KO. This Larvitar is stuck still in that little stage, has to jump to a Pupitar and then to the Tyranitar. And I feel like Liquid are going to have a very tough time evolving Larvitar to Tyranitar, at least for the next 5 minutes.
That's going to be a tough job, but even when you talk about the Slowbro is still there, you can see the Soul just not letting that Pupitar to evolve that easily, though we can see that the Gardevoir is there, the Blissey will be coming up as well, but Itachi, he's getting those healings for sure, and will just try to back off and get the Citrus Berries just to heal himself up. But still, if you just compare the sides, it's very early to say anything or any prediction, because it won't be that much nicer for it. But though it's just getting those infos out there, Swifty just holding alongside Crowley and the Soul in the bottom lane. We see the Delphox coming up, but the Dodrio, two Speedster facing against each other, while we see that scores are being made. Blizzard is not letting his position completely getting exposed, because he's just trying to just steal those Regieleki might be the move, but well, he comes up around, tries to get the Dodrio down, though we see that Liquid Esports are a bit they're facing some deficiency in the means of score, but that doesn't matter till the end moment arrives. But now, as Regirock appears, which team will have the upper hand to take that?
Something to wait and watch. In the meantime, we did see Blizzard decided to fight with the finally evolved Pupitar. Still has a long way to go. Takes Gardevoir down. A good call coming through. Looking forward to another KO. Blissey tried to steal. That is going to be Artist, but does not work. And now is surrounded by the entirety of Revenant. In the meantime, the Sapple alone takes none other than the Regieleki, and the Pupitar, which got a breathing space, now has entered the mid path of Revenant and is stealing away their buffs. Blizzard has to do something about this. He either needs to take down Disciple or needs to take down Furia. A big Unite being used on Furia is not that much of value, but the Fly which was just used drains a lot of the health, the gravity coming in, and I don't think that Pupitar is going to survive anything of those sorts. And now it looks like Disciple might just be stuck. The Fly fails, but the gravity does put Disciple in a little bit of worry, but he does completely ready up his sprint gauge, maybe for that drill pick that is coming in, but he uses the triple trample and jumps immediately on top of none other than Crowley. From there swoops into Swifty, takes him down. In the meantime, Blizzard does find a KO of his own, but a 2 KO streak for Liquid is going to be better than a single one for Revenant. And goals as well, they're trading toe to toe. Difference is not much. 50 goal zones can be done in the next 30 seconds if they just stack up, and look at that, it's already happening. 126 coming through, but to make it a little more troublesome, Revenant on Blizzard score another 27 coming through and push back Dodrio.
Well, as we talk about, the Tyranitar is still there.
He's using the try attack.
He has to go away, but Eastbeyond instantly shuts down Dodrio. Will come back again to the base to grab some good kills. So we see that Blizzard is just trying to move up. He's a speedster, and definitely he's got to level up as fast as possible before even the Tyranitar can make any big move from their side. But well, from now, we just talk about Revenant Esports just holding out of the backs. 4 minutes 50 seconds on the time board. 8 more seconds for the bottom Regi to come up and show up which one is actually here to bid some high hello. It's the Regi Eyes coming up, spawning in the bottom lane, while the Tyranitar will have the entire focus towards the Regieleki. Though we see that Alien Flame as well as the capability will be there in the top lane. The Espion gets the control in the bottom lane for now, just trying to push the things back, but there will be a big chance to steal the Regieleki, but failed to deliver it as Jotrio gets this thing alongside the Alien Flame, got taken down with the KO.
Unfortunate. I'm pretty sure Blizzard will not be happy, but the Unite again coming in from Disciple acts like a distraction as they go through, but this singularity finds superb value, and now with Blissey helping out none other than their Tyranitar with those eggs, they will keep complete control of the top lane, make it not just control, snatch away the lead from Revenant. 249 to 187, and now Revenant are stuck in a no man's land, unsure of what to do next because the wild Pokemons are just going. They're unable to stack Eos energy, they're losing all of it. And look at this again, a surf coming through, they take away all the Alterians from Law Blue, they're trying to push them up, steal them away, but finally Zishaw along with his teammate Swifty will be able to get some for themselves to level up. Quickly talking about the levels as well, we see a level 13 Gardevoir on the other end. We still don't see any Pokemon on level 13 for Revenant. It is two of them at level 12, which is going to be Blizzard as well as Crowley, the Espion and Talonflame. But right now Revenant have decided to invade the mid path of Liquid Esports. Will they find any value, or is them getting KO'd is something that we are going to watch? It's both the tankers who invade the mid path. On the other end, this is just a distraction as the Talonflame gets a 40 scored to get closer to the score of what Liquid have just done. The fly is going to be there, a big drop down. This might be a KO that he might just receive. A Unite being used, 2 minutes 49 seconds on the clock. The Unite might just be regenerated, but he needs to play smart. But the Ancient surrounding the Tyranitar is causing trouble for Blizzard. Blizzard is waiting for his fly to get away from cooldown, but the Dark Pulse, it poisons the bird and sends it back to rehabilitation.
But this time again, we see Liquid Esports are determined in getting the bottom Reggie. There's no one to stack up. But Revenant Esports is looking forward to get the Regieleki this time because they need to attack, they need to focus on them scoring. And now, if we talk about Liquid Esports, will have a good chance of securing some good scores in the bottom lane. So Talonflame is still there to just level up and feed himself before the Rayquaza fight, because it's almost around the corners, 4 more seconds to go. Alien Flame is not having that Unite move of himself in this final stretch fight. But though he will be there to get some good scores, it's almost a very close contest. The Rayquaza will definitely play a very integral part in this final round.
Oh, the Dorio is out. A Unite coming in from Talonflame. Delphox with a Unite. There is the Tyranitar Unite as well. Who's finding value? We've seen 2 players being KO'd. Tyranitar is being chased. Crowley not connecting his Psyshock right now. They're trying to take down Doc on this Blastoise. The tankers are still surviving. Even though they took down the squishy Pokemons or the backline attackers, they still have to take down the tank. Not much time left. Liquid still on a 50 Eos energy lead in the gold stung. Tyranitar circling around the base and then coming to the legendary pit. They might just find a way to stick one player, find a KO. Yes, Crowley is down. Now they're taking down another one. Delphox might as well as go down along with Talonflame going out, and now this is Liquid Esports. Looks like they're here to seal the deal. The Unite Singularity coming in, but Swifty with a steal. He's running away. He's running to get this score dunked in. There is the Slowbro as well who has the shield, but it looks like Doc is chasing him. I think Swifty might not be able to score any goals here. But in the meantime, Liquid, they've actually found a way to score a couple more goals. Zishal has somehow sneaked and running up now. But in the meantime, using X speed. Oh no, Tyranitar came in to break the shield, and Zishal will also lose his shield of scoring the 30. He's being constantly hit, and finally his shield will be broken and he'll also be sent back to base. But Swifty still gets a 74 scored. But in the meantime, Doc also scored for Liquid Esports. 521 to 417. There's 17 seconds on the clock. Is there any chance that Revenant can score more than 100? Which looks highly unlikely.
Oh, 9 more seconds, 9 more seconds. Talonflame is there, but it won't be enough because Liquid.
2, 1.
15 more on the line. Though it is a bit late, but oh my god. Oh my god. This game, the entire thing got changed and wobbled in the favor of Liquid Esports. Even after getting the Rayquaza, Revenant fell short of the Pokemons that were on the field, because 4, if I'm not wrong, 3 to 4 Pokemons were on a cooldown that actually prevented them from getting this victory. But what a, I would say, unstoppable performance coming up from the side of Liquid Esports. Oh my god. I am still into that zone. I cannot just take a break.
Pumped up with energy right now. Oh my god, adrenaline rush is what we are facing right now. Again, kudos to Disapple. The constant scoring and decision making of him peeling away from players of Revenant and keeping the scores up is the reason that we see Liquid with 543. If this 254, just minus the 254, and it's an instant victory for Revenant. Blizzard also, again, kudos to him. He scored 215, tried his best at all times. But I think Crowley and Cursed getting stuck, and then Blizzard also getting KO'd. Whereas on the other end, right, Liquid Esports having many number of tankers compared to their backline attackers is the reason I felt like Liquid Esports were able to keep themselves in the fight going. Because look at this, Cursed backline, Blizzard is a backline. Blizzard is going to be a surprise attacker as a trickster, as we talk about. Crowley as well as a backline attacker. When you take out two backline attackers and then Blizzard as well, the next two Pokemons that you have are your shields. They do not do hefty damage, whereas on the other end, look at this, Doc and Furia, both of them were your frontline attackers who as well do a lot of damage. I think that is where Liquid just had the upper hand. The graph tells you the same thing. It was Revenant and Liquid going toe to toe, but when Liquid turned the table around at the 6-minute mark, started pushing in all directions as a team, is when Revenant lost their footing. Again, this is the similar repetition that we are seeing here, Nekroz, that happened in the second round of this best of 3, and Liquid pushed Revenant to the lower bracket final.
That actually does mean that Revenant, they have to come up, not an easy way, but yeah, it's going to be a hard way that Revenant has to make a chance again to bounce back and make their slot confirmed in the grand finals of this April qualifiers, because Liquid Esports have made it on the top. Now the question arises, Revenant are down to lower bracket finals for sure, but which team will it be to face off Revenant in this competition? Because I really believe True Rippers versus Oath Esports, that match will have also some same story that we are still waiting to see around.
Yeah, for all the viewers, right now the second chance as well as a slot has been granted for none other than Liquid Esports, as they have qualified to the regional playoffs. They'll be super happy. Again, look at this, 4 to 5 minutes of the game, it was Revenant who were under control, but I think this individual capability of taking control of a lane and then letting this Pupitar, right, going into the mid path of both the ends, opponents as well as yours, and leveling it up to Tyranitar, focusing on your late game is what Liquid did. I think that was super crucial. Blizzard, he had a chance to take down that Pupitar, but Blizzard got a call from his teammate when they were taking this bottom objective, bottom Reggie, that he moved and then he took a KO on Gardevoir. If you would have taken a KO on none other than the now evolved Tyranitar, I think the fight of having advantage or scoring more goals would have still been in Revenant's control. And then after doing that, right, you can see after Tyranitar spawning, after pushing to their goal zone, fighting in their goal zone with the Regielike as an added ally from Liquid Esports, is where everything worked in their favor. Now here's where another scenario completely fell apart from their end. Till here they did find a couple of KOs. Right, it was entirety of Revenant still alive. They did lose one Pokemon, which is not something to be worried about, but when the other Pokemons respawned for Liquid and they lost their ranged attackers, look at this, 3 of their ranged attackers who could do a lot of heavy damage were taken down. Even though Swifty found a KO, it was only 2 Pokemons who were alive, only 2 Pokemon who had access to the shield of Rayquaza. And that was not enough for Revenant to qualify or to become the first grand finalist. So congratulations to Liquid Esports for showing us the capability and the decision making of how well you strategize around the players of Revenant, even though they had a chance of winning this out from the get-go because of the control they had. And this is why, again, look at this, when the Unites started, right, when the Unites unlocked, the games turned around. That's how your decision making needs to be, that you need to time your Unites in a perfect manner, in a perfect scenario where you are able to come on the upper hand of the fight and win it out. And that's what Liquid Esports did and just showed us as they become the first grand finalist.
But on the other side, we've also got an info about that the lower bracket semi-finals, the results have already came out where True Rippers, they have already won against OT Sports with a 2-0 scoreline, and they will be facing off Revenant Esports in the lower bracket grand finals. For now. But the question remains, which team will it be between Revenant and True Rippers to make their place in the grand finals? But yes, as the Twister is still there in the grand finals, Sam, I would really love you to just tell our audience what is the twist in the grand finals that we are expecting.
Now, I did mention about it numerous times, and for viewers wondering what happened to the lower semi-final, it was taken off stream. Simultaneously happened as we were watching this interesting upper bracket final. But as you see, Liquid Esports are waiting for their opposition in the grand finals, and right next to them you can see a grand final reset. If any viewer is joining right now, in case either Revenant or True Rippers who qualify to the grand finals take down Liquid Esports in this first best of 3, then Liquid Esports get their second chance, meaning this grand finals will be reset, and therefore the team coming in from the lower bracket after defeating Liquid Esports will have to defeat them again, meaning twice is what they have to defeat them to become a champion. On the other hand, if Liquid Esports defeat the lower bracket team in this first grand finals itself, they'll be called as the champion for the April WCS 2023 qualifiers and become the first seed who will be qualifying to the regional playoffs.
Well, that's our explanation coming up from the side of Lucifer. And you know what? I like this thing. Lucifer explains everything so pretty well. You can actually, get this entire idea in your mind that, oh, Lucifer actually explained it in so beautiful way. We can actually remember each and everything.
You have to use the safety net. I mean, I was always wondering myself, like whenever we see our double elimination bracket, nobody in the upper bracket gets to use that safety net. And at the grand finals, if they lose, they lose. So I think this is going to be making things super interesting. I mean, yes, it does make things or tasks difficult for the team in the lower bracket, that they have to fight all over again to just become a champion. I mean, that weightage itself, becoming a champion, is tough, right? So I think that's something that teams need to keep an eye for, that yes, if we go to the lower bracket, not just are we at the brink of elimination, we are also in a position, if we qualify to the grand finals, we have to win again twice. So numerous matches for the teams to be played out. And again, we were talking about numerous matches and a tough difficulty, right? Now the team which is in a very tough spot here, Nekroz, is going to be True Rippers, because they have been playing in the lower bracket the entire day. But we will see their action against Revenant after this short break. True Rippers might be actually valuable right now, but looks like the other players are keeping the Gardevoir, offering them for themselves. And look at what Blastoise is doing, going the long path, pushing. In the meantime, yes, it did get a score of 66, but will it matter for True Rippers? It's finally put to rest and will be sent to the Pokemon Center. That is going to be to the base and got another victory for themselves. 526, surpassing the score that they scored last time, even after getting Rayquaza. Look, a bite. You can see both these sports constantly trying to say the wild Pokemon. Finally, SATL said enough is enough. They start switching up positions and lanes, and look at what's going.
For now, we are also seeing.
But 4 players attacking this bottom lane. But look at the Snowy coming into the back lane. Uses the nothing to be worried about, because Absol on the other end, he's looking unstoppable. He wants to take down another. Sylveon does manage to put an end to him and send him back.
Push it back for sure, but you have to be very, very sure. With the Reggie steal, it went in the favor of OT Sports. They'll have to stack up for the Reggie. Licky, Snowy this time just levels up the score, gets the Sylveon down. But yeah, the trio coming
as well as to get that AOS under control. But I think this overextension might be a wrong. Who's none other than you. Fails to do that, but on the other end, SATL for here in and then destroy the goal zone, and from there they're jumping on 0.
There's a big stack coming up from this side, just equalize the score. They will get this tower down for sure, but SATL trying to fight back. Absol that's really crucial. Gardevoir gets him down. There's multiple knockouts coming up, so it's just trying to hold things back, because they don't want this Reggie to go in their favor. Obviously, it's going to come back, but now there are multiple shutdowns.
OT Sports are stuck on the top end. They're cornered. They're getting wrecked. Unite's coming through. Sylveon, if it goes down very early, it's going to be Badshah. Can he also survive? But looks like the Dodrio is isolated and targeted him. They are going to be the ones feeling bad about it.
Well, at this point, we have to see the main thing that happened was Absol getting into All Might. He's very low HP. He was stacked up.
And it is going to be the water moves, Resurgent Strikes and Liquidation is what we are going to be seeing. And immediately, Might is known to be the top path player and he is a fortress. And he's doing that. But in the meantime, there is the Reggie which is being objective. Now chasing away all the players. Urshifu is super low but pops off the Unite. You're looking forward to a second hit coming through. But there is that Cremeron to find that KO. And now Mew is...
As of now, it's a very big score. It's a 134 again since Mew already scored. This might be unleashed, but this time, Roswell is trying to make glimpses, but
the Solar Beam comes a little bit early. Does he have it right now? But he waits for the right opportunity. Comes in with the KO on the Cremeron, which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like he wants to be unstoppable with those water moves, along with the Wigglytuff helping. He's trying to I think he also has the amnesia to try and survive, but the water moves are hitting. Do something, and it is OD Sports looking brilliantly in command. A big
this Rayquaza and this round to ensure the position in the lower bracket semi-final. It might be a good chance. The Scramble is being melted down in very low HP. It is a bit of
the first match on stream that we see SA2L, and they're already. I mean, they might have a chance. They need to score 300 AO synergy out of
the big surprise for us. But 50 trying to just lock up and
evolving. Both the Eves have evolved on Tencent. The oppression, not letting Liquid Esports players to get ahead of Blizzard. Now he's chasing none other than Furia on this Scyther. He's still on level, not
on the area, just trying to steal the Reggie Eyes, and they will be successful in that.
How it can get better. So I'll be looking out for how Curse will be playing into.
With the 37 more score from this end, but will touchdown to Shifu. But this time, Artis also gets KO'd by Buzzwole alongside.
Trying to actually initiate a fight to try and push in the Regieleki. Dot in the meantime, Unite coming in. The Unite fails. Everybody from the players of Unite being committed from Crowley, and alongside there was another Unite which was not looking to stopping. It's jumped on Crowley on none other than the Sylveon, but managed to run away from that.
Trying to steal the buffs of Liquid Esports, Crowley have to back off. But it's because he's being completely trapped between Urshifu as well as two Pokemon which were itself in level 7 and level 4.
So in the next 25 seconds we are going to be seeing what Crowley thought he could sneak up and get that 12 scored, but he gets isolated and cornered into the tall grass. Like the Gardevoir wants to take down everybody. First attack Zeshal on the slopes against just 30.
Are we seeing
try to go for a fight, but it looks like the Eldegoss is going to be there. Garchomp immediately swoops in, but the try and defended. So your Revenant do still have 2 more Unites to keep the team try and defended. So your Revenant do still have 2 more Unites to keep the team of Liquid on their control, but
with two or three Pokemon that won't be sufficient to stop it up. We have to see if we can actually counter the side of Revenant's attack, but now Revenant are also coming up
in the favor of Revenant. Revenant trying to make this Regieleki push up, and Blizzard look like he's themselves. But look at that, Gardevoir still hiding in the tall grasses towards the bottom. Gardevoir, smart decision making, scores a big 100. This will seal the deal. I don't think they'll have any chance. Green Illusion Dive coming in again, and Cremeron going out. Sent back to the Pokemon Center.
But we are looking forward from the side of Liquid Esports because they're quite famous for it.
Time it's time for the Altaria and Swablu, and the entirety of Revenant is going to be moving up. He's like, I'm not going to let you guys survive. I need to take away the buffs as well. He's with the finally evolved Pupitar. Still has a long way to go. Takes Gardevoir. He tried to steal. That is going to be Artist, but does not work. And now is surrounded by the entirety of Furia. Is not that much of value, but the fly which was just used drains a lot of. Completely ready up his sprint. Gotch maybe for that drill pick. That is coming in, but he uses the triple trample and jumps immediately on Rio.
Well, as we talk about, the Tyranitar is still there in control in the bottom lane for now, just trying to push the things back, but there will be.
Acts like a distraction as they go through, but this singularity finds superb value. And now with Blissey helping out none other than their Tyranitar with those eggs, they will keep complete control of the top lane. Play smart, but the Ancient surrounding the Tyranitar is causing trouble for Blizzard. Look,
The Rayquaza will definitely play a very integral part in this final round.
Oh, the Dorio is out. A Unite coming in from Talon Flame. Delphox with a Unite. There is the Tyranitar Unite as well. Who's finding value? We've seen base, and then coming to the legendary pit, they might just find a way to stick one player, find a KO. Yes, Crowley is down. Now they're taking down another one. Delphox, another one. Delphox might as well as go down along with Talon Flame going out, and now this is Liquid Esports. Looks like they're here to seal the deal. Those players, this might be putting an end to him, but thankfully the Moonlight saves him. Prod the upper hand because he's evolved to level 5, and now that's going to be a little bit trouble thinking, especially your ranged attackers, both of them going on to a supporter.
Comes on the bottom. It's like 20 more seconds to go for the objective.
Their damage can be more compared to the players of Final Evolution. Now with
Trainers are just looking forward to melt it down as fast as possible, and yes, as we see it of Blue Rippers, but yeah, the Hoopa is there, and the Glacier won't be able to. Cliffable is trying to hold Blastoise back alongside Garchomp. The critical hits are just hitting
up all the damage that Final Evolution has in cards to do. Another is a Trevenant, and they're looking for doing it. Trevenant out with the Unite, and the Blastoise jumping right in front of the Garchomp's face, uniting with that big Hydro Cannons coming through. He takes
to add a condition 100 with the two Rippers just marching towards what is going on. Final Evolution, they're not even trying to compete for the buffs, they're just focusing on.
Yes, there are 3 Pokemons on level 7, but the Gardevoir leveling up so quickly. Two Rippers are doing, they're not at all giving up that top goal zone. In the meantime, Dream alone.
That bottom Reggie Steel, Reggie Ice, Reggie Rock, whatever it's coming, and they're just getting the goal.
Now with the Unite coming in, his main intention of the Unite was make sure to push out the Delphox. On the Buzzwall not looking or not finding any proper action. A big because of which there is the Hoopa going down, and Dream, he's getting pushed. Right line attackers are going down. Front line are being wrecked right now. True Rippers might be actually valuable right now, but looks like the other players are keeping the Gardevoir, offering them for themselves, and look at what Blastoise is doing. Going the long path, pushing. In the meantime, yes, it did get a score of 66, but will it matter for True Rippers? Finally put to rest and will be sent to the Pokemon Center. That is going to be to the base and got another victory for themselves. 526, surpassing the score that they scored last time, even after getting Rayquaza. The bite. You can see both these folks constantly trying to deny SATUL the wild Pokemon. Finally, SATUL said enough is enough. They start switching up positions and lanes, and look at what Snowy is.
For now, we are also seeing.
But 4 players attacking this bottom lane. But look at this Snowy coming into the back lane. Uses the nothing to be worried about because Absol on the other. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure the Indian circuit right now is surprised of what is happening. The way newer teams are showing up. I'm pretty sure in the Pokemon circuit, for all the people playing, these players would have been known. But to see them playing for the World Championship series and qualify and become the first team who will be playing in the regional playoffs, right? That'll happen all the way in June. That is Liquid Esports, and it's not SATL, it's not Revenant, it's not True Rippers. Revenant and True Rippers are now fighting for a last chance where either True Rippers or Revenant will be eliminated. Such an interesting stand-off position. But again, this is something that I do want to tell you guys. If you're wondering that Revenant and True Rippers, as I said, they're at an elimination position. They're at an elimination position of losing a chance to get into the grand finals and calling themselves the champions. But on the other hand, they have one benefit, that all these 3 teams, Liquid, Revenant as well as True Rippers, have qualified into the regional playoffs. As I said, this is the April qualifier. In April qualifier, there'll be 3 teams who will be qualifying to the regional playoffs, and these are your 3 teams.
That's for sure. These 3 teams are the ones who have already secured their place in the regionals for now, but
we will look into it, Nekroz, as you were wondering of how these teams are going to be functioning, right? Let's also jump into versus right now, as we will talk about these players. We did talk about them in their individual matches that we saw right now. Revenant and True Rippers. Revenant has Crowley, Curse, Z-Shawl, Blizzard and Swifty. As I mentioned, Curse is the new one that we are ending up seeing in Revenant's end, an ex-SATL player. On the True Rippers end, we are seeing Dream, Daksh, Ego, Prod and Kyo, who on 2 players is what we are seeing changes in True Rippers. That's going to be Dream and Prod coming in.
Well, that's for sure. I'm really expecting the same for now. As True Rippers versus Revenant, it's going to be a very, very big contest. If you just see Dream, Duck, Shigo, Prod, Kyo, definitely there has been changes in both the sides. We are also seeing an addition of Curse as in the side of Revenant Esports. But when we talk about an info card, We are seeing that damaged dealt and everything that you are going. All the stats you're actually seeing right now, it's the entirety of what Revenant have acquired. And in that pick rate, it's definitely slow bro that Soul always sticks with. Buzzwole, there is 63%, 50-50 for Sylveon as well as Hoopa. But there's 30 pick rate for Cramorant, which actually goes in the favor of Crowley, and Absol will be there as well for the 25%, the least percentage picked Pokemon for the side of Revenant Esports. So we do expect from this stats that there will be use of Slowbro for sure, but on the other hand, when you talk about True Rippers, there's a 100% pick rate for Glaceon, then a Slowbro with a 78, 67% for Hoopa, 56 for Blastoise, and 56 for Gardevoir, and 33 for Espion. I'm wondering why Espion is being the least picked Pokemon by side of True Rippers.
I mean, in general, as we were talking about this initially as well, right? Espeon is a very crucial Pokemon, does a lot of stun, but also is a Pokemon which cannot run away easily. You have to dedicate eject battle item, otherwise there's no way that Espeon is having a chance to run away after stunning. If that stun fails, Espeon will be immediately caught and will be sent back to the Pokemon Center, or the base in Pokemon Unite is what we are going to be seeing, will be fainted. And I think that's the reason like players are still figuring out how well we can position the Espeon, because you saw, right, even in the first game when we saw Lynch coming in, he was good, he was doing enough stunts, but if he missed even one, right, he was immediately KO'd. There was no way he was surviving. But right now we are not talking about Lynch, we are going to be talking about Revenant as well as True Rippers, as we jump right to their draft and see the bans coming out from their end. We did see Revenant who loved to keep banning the Dodrio and then ended up banning the Urshifu in the previous game. True Rippers on the other, I wonder what they will ban for Revenant. I think maybe a Buzzwole, because Blizzard on that Buzzwole, I hope they saw that in action. He was troublesome.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. And I'm also expecting that there will be a ban for it's a Slowbro ban from the side of Revenant, and I'm wondering, they don't want to use Slowbro and they don't want to give a chance to True Rippers even to pick that Slowbro. But yes, an Absol ban that is coming from the side of True Rippers. The first one to pick will be Revenant, and that is Dodrio that has been locked by Blizzard. We also get to see some 2 picks coming from the side of True Rippers. They are picking up the Espion and the Hoopa this time for their 2 picks. While back to the Revenant side, we might see Soul playing with the Snorlax, and Swifty might stick with that Cliffball.
Finally, Zishal back in action on Snorlax. I was wondering when we will see Snorlax in the meta, and it looks like it was just a trick, a magic trick, and the Snorlax disappears into its sleep, and I will maybe not see it, or maybe it was just a glimpse we caught, but we'll talk about it when we see it. But on the other end, as we did see, True Rippers have 100% pick on Glaceon. They do pick it out, and I think Revenant finally have lost their 100% with this ban coming on the Slowbro. They will also have a Revenant for True Rippers on Daksh's end. But Zishal, this is what I was wondering. I was about to mention that he is a Snorlax player, but Zishal is a Mime main player, and Mime, after the nerf that it got, not too sure of which patch, but a patch just around January and December, where Mime was completely kind of, it found its semblance, it found its straight path. It didn't anymore like exceed or like shoot up having a lot more damage chances. It was as equal to any other supporter. It didn't help you turn the tides, and it was not a solo anchor, and I think that's the reason Zishal fell out as a Mime. But right now he's back in. Let's just wait and watch how it'll work out. Ego with this change on none other than the Trevenant, Daksh on Wigglytuff coming in, Prod playing none other than the Hoopa to counter Swifty, who generally plays the Hoopa. It's going to be interesting. No all-rounders or no stronghold of a front line. They're going to be depending completely on the Trevenant. On the other end, we end up seeing not a proper front line, but a hefty damage dealing front line is going to be cursed on Urshifu.
Well, with this kind of composition and the picks that we are seeing, it's something that we're looking forward to. What are we going to see in this very first round. We're looking up to what the action awaits for us in the very first round of this lower bracket finals, because both the teams, those who are competing among each other, are best of one of their kinds. But now it's the time for True Rippers or Revenant to make their place in the grand finals. Starting off from the side, we're getting True Rippers will be on the side of orange, and in the purple side we're getting Revenant will be there. In the bottom lane we're going to see stacking up from the side of Mr. Mime and Cram.
Let's see how well Zishal will find value with this Mime. He's going to go for a score of 2 Eos energy and maybe even try and deny the wild Pokemon's Eos energy from the opponents. Revenant and True Rippers are exchanging those goals coming through. Zishal, I think he might just get KO'd. He's barely surviving. He does get an Eos energy of 2 put in, but then there is the Espeon, and we were talking about it connecting. Its Psyshock connects and pierces right through Mime, sending him back to the base.
We can actually say that, and इसके साथ साथ अगर हम बात करते हैं True Rippers,
okay, we will be looking forward to sweeping in, but it looks like Nekroz wanted to let us know that we were also streaming on Hindi. There is Pokemon Unite Hindi channel that you can look forward to, our Hindi casters who are casting in Hindi. So you can, if anybody who's looking forward to Hindi can swoop in there, say hi to them from English desk as well. But right now we jump back into the action. It looks like it's going to be a 3-man play coming in from both the ends. Revenant as well as True Rippers on the top lane. Altaria and Swablu fight is done, but Zishal might just end up falling for a second KO here, but uses the X speed and manages to run away. But in the meantime they are trying to isolate Dream, but Wigglytuff helps them out with the sync coming through.
That's for sure. But now if we just talk about the bottom lane, looks really squishy at this point, because there is a lot of stacks that is going in. Wigglytuff is there for now. Alongside there will be Mr. Mime to just talk him out. The Daksh is just trying to manage it up and get as much as Eos energy that he can collect in the bottom lane. But first, for now, if you just see, Revenant will be there just holding onto the side, but Clefable is just there holding and trying to get some good scores. Swifty along, he has got a big responsibility. If he wants to stop Revenant from scoring, he has to do it fast, but oh, he manages to make this thing happen. His ego was very close to make the score possible, but like if you talk about Clefable, he just manages in time. But on the bottom, on the side of bottom lane, we get to see Urshifu making some brutal domination from the side of Revenant alongside the trio as well as Cramorant. They're in the mid lane, just trying to feed on to some neutral Pokemon just to level up and collect some Eos energy.
Really like this. I mean, Revenant went to go and score, denied. Clefable said, I'll show you how to score, gets that 7 scored, and now he's just easily backing off, nothing to be worried about. But right now, Mime Zishal needs to be worried about his life, because if he goes down, there's going to be a solid defense line which will fall a little bit weak on the bottom lane, and in the next 7 seconds, we might end up seeing the entirety of True Rippers switching to the bottom lane just because of the Reggie spawning.
For now, as the Reggie Ice has already appeared there, we are going to see some good stacking up in the bottom lane. Though we see Cramorant and the Clefable going on to the top lane to just make the difference. They're coming with some good scores. Crowley will be there on the top lane to just make some good scores around like 30 or 40. But well, the Reggie Ice has been secured by True Rippers. That is a very prime objective that True Rippers were looking forward to. They had stacked up for this one, but on the other hand, with the use of Hyperspace Hole, we will be moving on to the top lane in order to just get the Reggie in their favor. It might be that it might be possible, it might not be, because Revenant were not all stacking towards the side of Reggie. They neither got that Reggie Ice, but if the Reggie also goes out of their hands, it will be difficult for Revenant Esports to maintain their lead and the level buffs that they might be having a chance. But Urshifu pops it in, but Espeon manages to steal the Reggie, and it will go in the favor of True Rippers again. So both the objectives that were spawned have already went in the side of True Rippers, but now it's a question that is arising. Will Revenant be able to hold both the objective buffs that what True Rippers have gained?
Right now, Unite is going to be a troubling thing for Revenant, because their Pokemons are still evolving, and with that Unite, Espeon will be pushing back the players. But with the Unite that Curse might have now, he might find value. The Dodrio comes in, Blizzard finds a 2 KO streak, both the range attackers are down, and this is where it should be Revenant turning tides. But look at the Revenant causing trouble, the Wooden Hammer stunning them, Blizzard barely making his way out, Prod on the Hoopa, wanting to find a KO on none other than the Urshifu, and the Urshifu will also survive. But the main intrigue interesting, funny thing that I'm enjoying here is going to be True Rippers, Wigglytuff, who's on the bottom lane, slapping the players of Revenant and sending them back to their goal zones. Like, you have no chances of getting into our goal zone and finding a score.
Oh, well, that at this point, when you also get to see True Rippers, they are in a bit of deficiency of getting some good scores out there, but still, they are trying to maintain with some good KOs. Dux is there with the Wigglytuff. In the top lane, we are seeing the Rodrio versus Revenant contest is still going on. Where you might see that the Rodrio might have an upper hand, but it's still early to see. Mr. Mime is there trying to block it out for Dux, but still, if you just see around Cliffable, just holding on to the backside. But it's something that we're really looking forward to, because the Regirock has already appeared, and again, if I'm not wrong, at least we are going to see True Rippers again stacking on to the side, and the bottom lane more specifically with this objective, while Prevalent uses this complete chance of getting a good score of 40 for his team. Blizzard will be popping off, but it's too late to just stop him out. If he's trying to get a KO, it might happen.
The Dodrio and the Trevenant having a fight. One is like, I have a beak to peck you, and I was like, you have a small beak? I have an entirety of a hammer with me, which I'll go to wreck you with. But right as now, it looks like Ego is just wasting time, buying time for the True Rippers to level up. You can see they are mid-pathing right now. The Glaceon is trying to level up, and finally it looks like they're trying to catch the players from Revenant off guard, but True Rippers fail on it. They lose one of their players, but nonetheless, the immediate jump on True Rippers is going to be on the bottom Regirock. As I mentioned, they're trying to buy time. Cremeron got KO'd on Revenant, and my bad. It was True Rippers finding a way to isolate a couple of players from Revenant and KO them, and it was successful. Now, Regieleki on top was unable to be taken because True Rippers played a smart game over there. On the other end, True Rippers got themselves a Regirock. Unite's finally coming out from Revenant, but for what? To just find some kind of idea where they can survive this bottom lane fight is what we are seeing. Just some resistance Unite to stop players from True Rippers destroying their goal zone, and that worked. All these unites being used, Mimes Unite coming through the Pantomime Dines, and then the others as well to follow up, did push back the players of True Rippers. And throughout all this, kudos to Blizzard. You can see it is Revenant who have the advantage in goals, 217 to 140 against True Rippers.
And for now, if you just see, oh, it's Mr. Mime again, just getting those blues in his stay and his favor, just level up and collect some Chaos energies just to manage some good scores. They don't want to waste any kind of Unite at this moment. But if we see True Rippers, they're not having at least around 4 Pokemons of theirs and not having the Unite moves completely charged. Avispeon gains it in the right moment. Same goes, almost the same goes for Revenant. As the capable, and Mr. Mime is just lagging with the Unite move, but you have to put this, the chances are getting higher. Blizzard will get some good scores around 50. The Regieleki goes in the favor of Revenant. He's taking a very crucial moment of time, but we do expected it to come up. But wait, what a minute! True Rippers is completely stacked.
Oh my god!
They don't want to give the Nekroz up, but if True Rippers takes the charge, gets 2 KOs, will get the third, and with that the Cramorant gets shut down as well. Mr. Mime being the solo survivor, but Ace Beyond spots him out, and there is a big blow up inside of True Rippers as Revenant won't be standing a chance.
It's done, and you see Revenant knew there's nothing that they can do from here. Even if they respawn and try to play further, they have a Pokemon which is going to be stunning and guarding behind their bases. That is going to be the Espeon. And to make matters even worse, they even had a Trevenant on Ego. So they knew it's going to be super tough, and if they somehow break these barriers of Dream and Ego on Trevenant as well as Espeon, then there is Daksh on none other than Singh, who's going to be putting them to sleep in between where they cannot use their moves, and that is the opportunity when the other players are ranged attackers. That's going to be Kyo who will be swooping in along with Broad to do damage. So Revenant quickly telling that let's forget about what this match happened, we'll reset and we'll jump into the next game and see how we can get this victory back, because this is the lower bracket final that we are witnessing right now, and True Rippers, what a way to keep control and not let Revenant run away with the first round.
Oh, that's for sure. And well, as we have seen, True Rippers with a mighty performance just coming up at the right time, but Revenant, they will not be happy at all, Lucifer. If you just see in the previous upper bracket finals as well, they lost with a score of 2-1.
Yep.
So it's a complete series of losers that they are facing back after back. Revenant Esports, they are in some moment they have to get the momentum back what they started off with the day. But I believe True Rippers is not actually will be denying that fact for sure in this very first round. Though there are 2 more rounds, at least 1 more round to go, because the second round that will happen in this BO3 series will be the decider for Revenant whether they are making their place up in the grand finals, or is it True Rippers who will be defeating the mighty Revenant Esports and will grab a slot in the grand finals.
It's going to be a tough one for Revenant. I mean, not something they wanted. Again, Revenant, as you see, they have good control in the initial 4 minutes of the game, but after that it's just them losing positions, losing places, losing the fights. I think that's something that they had to work on. Revenant at a point were also leading, right? They had control, and look at this, the entire, this is not even just 4 minutes of the game, the entire 8 minutes of the game it was Revenant who were leading. But what happened was just this decision making of where Revenant decided to take a Regieleki on top, and then coming to Rayquaza, where True Rippers are already started taking none other than the Rayquaza, and it is just like minute millisecond difference or a second or 2 difference, where you even saw the Dodrio going for a 50 score rather than waiting for a second later where the Dodrio would have gotten a 100 score maybe if the Dodrio would have waited in the bottom goal zone. So I think this minute decision making is where Revenant fell back and lost the control in this fight. Even in this, you can see objectives were constantly being taken from none other than the True Rippers, but Revenant, they were the ones who were constantly concentrating on the goal zones. They were the ones who destroyed goal zones both on both the parts. The initial goal zones were broken down. That tells you that Revenant were playing for objective, but this final fight is where they lost control.
That's for sure. The final fight, and I was literally surprised at that moment. When Revenant secured the Regieleki, I just thought that yes, they had a momentum, they had a good start before the the Rayquaza fight. But then I came up and saw that.
Good try here, Nekroz. I mean, it was a brilliant play that we ended up seeing coming in from both True Rippers and Revenant. They fought with all they have, gave their best, but you know, right? Everything is not enough if you're unable to keep yourself composed. I felt that fight felt from Revenant like they just jumped into it. Not much thought through, not much decided. Let's jump into the info card. Let's see how much of a stat has changed in picture. Whose stats are we going to be seeing, amount of damage being dealt, because right as of now individually every player is trying something different, but I feel like as we are seeing new members in each roster, how they are changing the composition, how they are playing, we jump into the info card, we get more highlights about that individual player. Swifty has been the dedicated supporter, right? But you can see how things are changing. He used to pick Hoopa only when Revenant were in difficulty, but right now they have understood how they play with Hoopa. So this strategy has been broken down. I feel like Revenant need to switch up a lot of things, that their solo or their only supporter player who was there playing needs to change up into a different role, and supporter needs to be taken up from somebody else. I think when something like this happens, things can change. But Swifty on his role, you can see damage taken 3 lakh, he has surpassed it. That tells us that Swifty is doing his job.
And he has been a very key player to the side of Revenant Esports. Though we can see as a team, Revenant Esports, they are facing multiple losses, like rounds after rounds, but that doesn't mean they haven't done anything in the past. They have been a very, very promising team, and now still they are. Might be having a hard time, but well, time is just something that flies away very quickly. So we never know that after this first round, the second round might be going in the favor of Revenant Esports to bounce back in the series. But the way True Rippers, they have played in the very last, like in the 2 minutes in the very first round, it was tremendous. And the way they stacked up for the Rayquaza, they never had a chance. They never gave a chance to Revenant to even try and contest for the Rayquaza, because the way everybody rushed into the Rayquaza, the legendary pit, they were like, we
it's
are
a
in a
hit or
hurry.
miss, yeah.
Yes, it's a hit or miss. We are in a hurry and we want to secure it at any cost.
Both the teams tried, and one last hit on Rayquaza, whoever gets it wins the game. So both the team contesting it was the Glaceon coming in from True Rippers. Again, True Rippers, I still remember how well they played in ACL. Their first stage was just insane. Now we'll jump into the draft. We'll see if True Rippers are actually replicating the first stage that we saw in ACL. That they had a phenomenal drive. But when they stepped into stage 2, everybody knew what they were doing. So right now, True Rippers are on the high. I hope they just close it right now, because they do have the map point. They have the series point right now. If they close it here in Thea Sky Ruins map, they will be able to win and push themselves to the grand finals, where they might just be able to challenge Liquid Esports and deny them the first seed. Bans, Revenant right now, they say we unfortunately banned a Pokemon which we have 100% pick, that is the slow bro, the true bro. Leaving the true bro out made them have a loss here, I feel. I don't know, I'm just saying in that manner. But on the other end, True Dodrio is back on the ban.
Well,
you never leave a bro behind, right?
Yeah. You just stole my words. Like Lucifer, it's not right. You cannot steal my words all the time. I was planning to just say the same thing. You cannot actually leave a bro behind, and it just does not justify that thing. So in that case only, if we just talk about the bro, this time goes in the favor of True Rippers though. But still, it's Swifty sticking with the Hoopa, Crowley with the Mew, and Soul with the Trevenant. As we see, but Dream on the other hand will be just locking off with the Espion. Now it's time for Kyo and Prot to make the decisions. It's the Gardevoir and the Clefable. The True Rippers, they are just getting the picks what Revenant had in the past round.
Oh yes! Oh no!
Oh, not a day for you, Lucifer.
Too early of a reaction. Blizzard! You hurt me, man. You hurt me deep down. At least that ban did not feel this bad.
Oh, it's better luck next time, Sam. It's fine. But now it's Blizzard who is coming up with the Scissor, and Cursed is sticking with the Decidueye, while Ego will go with the Machamp. Okay, so I really feel bad for you, Lucifer, because you're just I know your heart is just shattered into pieces by just seeing the Zoroark getting almost selected, but it's still far away.
Nekroz, right now I do not have any words. Please take it ahead. I will only talk after the game starts. Right now, my mind and heart are not in the same place. It is not right to play with casters. It is not right. We do also have hearts. And quite a few heartbreaks in the first April qualifiers as well as what I am facing. I was hoping so much for a Zoroark. In the initial matches, they banned it. In this match, Blizzard is like...
Oh man,
but still I have Charizard. I think I'll just keep him closer to my heart and be okay with it. That's all I'm going to do.
Like what in the previous time Ash also did experience that. The Charizard went away but still came back again. So that one loyal friend you will have is the Charizard only. So it's better to keep the expectations high from that. But okay, so without any further delay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the second round of this BO3 series of low bracket finals. The Revenant, they're already one down against True Rippers. But True Rippers, if they want to seal off this victory in this very round, they better be prepared, because Revenant, the way they have made changes in the composition, they're looking forward to grab this victory no matter what it takes.
I think after Revenant seeing that Liquid Esports with the Scyther were still able to play really well, Blizzard bought one of his own and finds an instant KO on Machamp. And now he's looking forward to taking down Prod as well. He was low, so Prod had to move out of his goal zone, get into the Flux zone. But look at what Revenant are doing. They're not giving up. They still are fighting for the wild Pokemon, snatching them away from True Rippers. And Blizzard got both. He has 10 AOS energy now. I mean, he can even go and try for a score over there. But right as of now, they also have a Decidueye. I mean, I was so heartbroken that I did not talk or breakdown of how this composition is coming in from Revenant. But it's an interesting one. They have a Mew, they have a Decidueye, they have a Hoopa. I'm really excited. And them bringing also a solid front line. I think that's what Revenant lacked a little bit, was their solid front line. Yes, they did bring in Urshifu and all, but again, Urshifu, you can expect a lot of damage that it can do, but taking a lot of damage is something that you cannot expect coming in. Now with Revenant as well as the Scyther, somebody can take up damage, somebody can do a lot of damage. Blizzard on level 5 trying to take down Ego, but this level difference as well as him standing in the goal zone, having the blue shield, Blizzard will not be able to do anything. But on the other hand, at least one thing he can do is take away the wild Pokemon, and that's what he's doing. Swifty is also doing that. He's doing one better. He's stealing the orange buff.
Oh. And I guess he managed to do it pretty
Yeah,
well
he has.
Well, but Fraud, he's being pushed back by Swifty no matter what it is going on. So that actually justifies the fact that True Rippers are in a situation that they might face some multiple setbacks, because Revenant they're up against, they're coming up with a complete strategy to not let anything go away from their hand. They want to make a comeback, but wow,
that
now it's
solar
time.
beam.
Now it's the time, Sam.
That solar beam was deadly. It did a lot of damage. Cursed, he's also fully evolved. He has a Spirit Shackle and doing damage to Prod. Prod, Moonlight, heals himself, backs off. Zishal gets use of the Hyperspace Hole, fully healed, backs off. They have the Gardevoir as well as the bottom lane right now. Let's wait and watch how it works. So Spirit Shackle, brilliant connection on the Espeon, but no KO to follow through because they're still holding in their goal zones. That is now talking about the levels. Early advantage, if you want to talk about it, is just the range attacker on either end. Level 9 Decidueye, on the other end level 8 Espeon. Both the teams will now try and fight out for the Registeel. In the meantime, it looks like Blizzard is trying to put a stop to none other than True Rippers, or at least to try and get an advantage on the score. Crowley, whew, if not for him, the Machamp would have taken down Blizzard and they would have lost it all. And now Crowley has a chance to score a lot more goals. But on the other end, Crowley, if he was in the bottom lane, he might have also helped the team to steal away the Registeel. But right as of now, it looks like even though True Rippers took Registeel, it is none other than Curse doing damage. But now everybody's jumping on Curse. Thankfully, Trevenant is going to be there. He helps him out, but the Hyperspace Hole pulls him out of the battle. And therefore, no more chaos to follow it up. But Curse is not stopping. He's gone to double digits already as we are at the 6-minute mark of the game.
The Decidueye factor is playing pretty well for the side of Revenant Esports. They don't want to make any kind of mess at this point, though the Stadia is still there in the mid lane. But as we speak, the Gardevoir will be getting taken down by Decidueye. Will face the solar beam. Crowley is in a very low HP. Still trying to back it off, but well, it actually hits quite well. So Decidueye is still there on top just to stack up and get that Registeel no matter what it takes. The Ego might just plan. Oh yes, it is this perfect steal. If we just talk about, it's a definite perfect steal that is coming from side of Ego. The Shackle gets missed up, but if we just talk about Prod, is just there to get some good scores around, and will just get in touch. Registeel factor is walking, and True Rippers will have a good decent amount of scores on the top lane to ensure the first breakdown of the tower against Revenant.
On the other end, Revenant, they still need to find a way to get a goal zone destroyed. But I really like Revenant are not far behind, even though they lost both the objectives, right? Look at the goals, 90 to 110. Just 20 difference. Daksh is waiting in the tall grasses and he's called in the entire force of True Rippers. A green illusion dive coming in, punishing with the Unite. It was the Unite to take him down previously. It is the Unite right now to exchange the revenge. Curse tried for a 40 of his own, but right now lacking 2 players on the bottom. Revenant, can they take this Registeel? It is the Registeel to see again. Espeon takes down none other than the Trevenant. The solid front line is gone, and to secure this Registeel, it is the commitment of Unite and a 2 KO streak as they take down none other than the Scyther as well. The Hoopa's Unite did call in the players back, but it was not enough to find any value. Nonetheless, Revenant, what they've done is get the advantage in the goal, 170 to 110.
Well, for now, I'm really concerned that Decidueye, if I'm not wrong, I believe he tried to come up with that knock, but didn't actually work out in the way that they might have been expecting. But though it's True Rippers, those who are taking control of the bottom lane, might have a good score streak in this bottom tower because it's completely backing. Though we can see Scyther and Crowley trying to make the difference with Machamp, who will get 1 KO and will be shutting down Crowley as the Mew goes down. Blizzard will be still there alongside Curse just to make the good difference. The Shackle hits 2 of them, but won't be getting any KO. But still Blizzard just waiting patiently. The Regieleki has already spawned in the top lane. 3 minutes 23 seconds on the timer.
Oh.
But one has to go while Zisol just comes up on the front line to make the difference. Zupa is there trying to get the scores. But Gardevoir instantly gets a KO. It's a triple KO coming up from the side of True Rippers against the Revenant. And probably Decidueye will be the last player surviving. He has to back off. Otherwise the entire team KO will cost the entire team of Revenant a lot.
Good use of Unites coming in from True Rippers again to regain control, take away the lead, but again not too far of a lead. 170 to 200, 200, meaning 30 is all the difference that True Rippers right now have. 40 seconds on the clock. Nobody is actually right now paying attention to the Regieleki, which is going to be, I think, not even going to be touched even before Rayquaza spawns, but on the other end they might just be concentrating on the bottom Reggie that is about to spawn in the next 8 seconds. But finally Revenant see, oh wait, nobody is taking Reggie, none of the Pokemons are here, but look at the Machamp. He doesn't have the Unite this time. The blow will not be there to take away, but this time they're going to be making sure they don't lose this advantage of taking away the Regieleki. At least they might lose Registeel. The attacking buff might just go away to True Rippers, but nonetheless in the next 8 seconds it's time for Rayquaza, and this can be the final battle for Revenant here in the April qualifiers if Revenant lose. Revenant is the Z-Shawl who's trying to lead the charge. He'll be pushed back because of the Psyshock coming in from the Gardevoir, and look at what True Rippers have done. They've already tried to initiate the fight. A big Spirit Shackle does damage both to their frontline attackers, but in the meantime Blizzard, a good 78 being scored as he peeled away from the fight, concentrated on the score, and this is where True Rippers decide we are going to melt Rayquaza in our favor. Unite coming in, looking for the last hit, and yes, it's the Espeon. True Rippers take out Revenant. Revenant have decided to give this up. They knew they've again lost it all. Decision making again looking bad from Revenant, not too sure what they thought. And True Rippers just understanding that, oh wait, their frontline attacker, the Scyther, is scoring. He's not going to be here to do damage, and that's where immediately the decision making happened.
Oh, I gotta say this, it is not a great sign, but
I'm confused.
Same, +1 in that. Is it Revenant?
Purple is what it showed us on screen that the team surrendered, and it was none other than Kyo who took up who secured Rayquaza for the team. True Rippers was who secured. I think we would have to watch the replay. There seems to be some glitch maybe. I'm not too sure, but off to an interesting lower bracket final, Nekroz. I mean, the fight was insane. The way the teams were working together was insane. What just happened, I think, is on another level. I'm waiting for a confirmation coming in of what just happened. Why was the scorecard a little bit different or weird? Maybe just imagine, Nekroz, if this happened. A misclick from True Rippers. They pressed the surrender and everybody else followed through. A blunder.
I better it's not. I better think it's not, but
I mean, I hope so. It is not as well.
Yes, I actually suspect there is there might be a scenario that as soon as the Rayquaza got in the favor of True Rippers, Revenant decided to just vote a surrender, and as Revenant voted the surrender, True Rippers didn't have a chance to get any score after securing the Rayquaza, so the score remained the same. In that way, the way it actually happened. So in that way, True Rippers will, in that case, True Rippers should win. But we don't know. We'll have to wait for the confirmation from the back end because we are in a serious situation.
Yeah, we're in a dilemma right now. But of all the things that you can expect, you can predict, and you would want to see in a game, this is something new. I mean, I feel really good right now that anything and everything can happen. Blunders can be done at any point, and it can be from either team. The winning team too can also do blunders. The losing team, I mean, they would have lost because of the mistake that they made. But at the end of the day, again, all these three teams coming out from the Indian region still do not have to worry about. They still have to understand that they will qualify to the regional playoffs, and we have a confirmation. What we saw on our screen was some graphic error, I feel like, and it was Revenant who surrendered, who we saw right as, and it was the purple surrender. But the scoring, as you mentioned, right, I think it just swapped. That surrender word had to go to the Revenant's end and Victorious had to go to the other end. In the game, it just happened that one team which had higher score, that was Revenant, they just gave them Victorious in game. Nonetheless, nothing to be worried about. We were sure it was True Rippers who took that Rayquaza, with the last hit coming in from the Espeon, as we saw on our screens. Good try coming in from Revenant, and maybe I called it a little bit too early, Nekroz, that Revenant have a love-hate story, but today's story started off with love, and Rayquaza immediately decided that love for one game is enough. Then we are continuing with the hate. Jumping to the replay quickly, we'll try to get an idea of where and what went wrong. You talked about this knock-knock. I think intention of using the knock-knock should have been for the steal, but he looked forward to the KO coming through. But at least Revenant had each other's back to cover up. You look at this. When they understood that they had lost the Reggie, right, they were able to get back at least in form of KO. Look at this again. They were able to isolate the Gardevoir in so many fights, but I think this is where things fell a little bit short. But they were again gotten back in control with the Green Illusion dive. Unite for another Unite. I think it's just all about the timing that Revenant were choosing, and True Rippers on the other end, they were just able to deal blows back. They were able to show them that we also have perseverance and fought back. I think that's where things went a little bit south. And then also look at Scyther, not at all being there in this team fight. Hoopa has the Unite, but not sure why the Unite was not at all popped. If the Unite was popped, oh, it was actually popped, but it was a little bit too late. Look at how far the Hoopa was. Hoopa was facing Machamp, and Machamp, what did he do? Immediately with this blow, he pushed that Hoopa back, and then by the time that Scyther can push up from the top, lost it all. And True Rippers with a clean sweep right now will be facing Liquid Esports in the grand finals. Now True Rippers, here's what they have to worry about. If they win, whether it's a clean sweep or not, they have to win again. They have to defeat Liquid Esports twice to call themselves the champions of Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series 2023 April qualifiers of the India region, and call themselves the top seed. So True Rippers, it's a long journey, man. Nekroz, lower
But
bracket
one
round
thing is there.
2. From there they've been
Yes.
fighting.
Exactly, but if you just see back again in the upper bracket semi-final, Liquid Esports was the team to defeat
I was
True
waiting
Rippers
for you
and
to tell
send them in the lower brackets with a score of 2-0. So this is a very, very big chance for the side of True Rippers to actually come up with a revenge against Liquid Esports, because I believe if they're wondering that yes, this is the perfect time to get the revenge in stage
Perfect
of grand
revenge
finals.
story.
They have to defeat them twice. Once might have been I would say easy, but at least it would have been a chance that True Rippers might have a chance to just defeat Liquid Esports and get a perfect revenge. But if they want to have the revenge, they have to defeat them twice in 2 BO3 series.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very long journey, as you said earlier, Lucifer. But now, as we just talk about, Liquid Esports just have to defeat True Rippers one time only in 1 BO3
Yes.
series. That will
Which
be
they've
enough for
done.
them. Yes, what they have done. So they do have a confidence within themselves that yes, we have done it in the previous time. But before we move on to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break, and we'll meet you guys onto the other side with the grand finals, which will be played against Liquid Esports versus True Rippers.
Actually valuable right now, but looks like the other players are keeping the Gardevoir, keeping them for themselves. And look at what Blastoise is doing, going the long path, pushing. In the meantime, yes, it did get a score of 66, but will it matter for True Rippers? Finally, that will be sent to the Pokemon Center. That is going to be to the base and got another victory for themselves. 526, surpassing the score that they scored last time, even after getting Rayquaza. a fight. You can see both these sports constantly trying to deny SATUL the wild Pokemon. Finally, SATUL said enough is enough. They start switching up positions and lanes, and look at what Snowy is.
For now, we are also seeing.
But 4 players attacking this bottom lane. But look at this Snowy coming into the back lane. Uses the nothing to be worried about because Absol on the other end, he's looking unstoppable. He wants to take down another Sylveon. Does manage to put an end to him and send back.
Push it back for sure, but we have to be very, very sure. But there's the Reggie steal that went in the favor of Voting Sports. They have to stack up for the Reggie. Licky, Snowy this time just levels up the score, gets the Sylveon down. But yeah, the trio coming
As well as to get that AOS under control. But I think this overextension might be a wrong. Who's none other than on Mew. Fails to do that, but on the other end, SATL over here in and then destroy the goal zone, and from there they're jumping on 0.
There's a big stack coming up from this side to just equalize the score. To get this tower down for sure, but SATL trying to fight back. Asphalt and really good. Yokohama gets him down. And there's multiple knockouts coming through. It's just trying to hold things back because they don't want this Reggie to go in the favor of the game. Now there's multiple shutdowns.
Both these sports are stuck on the top end. They're cornered. They're getting wrecked. Unite's coming through. Sylveon, if it goes down very early, it's going to be Badsha. Can he also survive? It looks like the Dodrio has isolated and targeted him. They are going to be the ones feeling bad about it.
Well, at this point, we have to see the main thing that happened was Absol getting into All Might. He's in a very low HP. He's stacked up.
And it is going to be the water moves, resurgent strikes and liquidation is what we are going to be seeing, and immediately Might is known to be the top path player and he is a fortress and he's doing that. But in the meantime, there is the Reggie which is being objective now, chasing away all the players. Urshifu is super low but pops off the Unite. You're looking forward to a second hit coming through, but there is that Cremeron to find that KO, and now Mew is...
As of now, it's a very big score. It's a 134 again since Mew really scores. This might be unleashed, but this time, first goal.
Solar Beam comes a little bit early. Does he have it right now? But he waits for the right opportunity. Comes in with a KO on the Cremeron, which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like which was annoying. Make it a 2 KO streak for none other than the Urshifu. Looks like he wants to be unstoppable with those water moves, along with the Wigglytuff helping him. Trying to I think he also has the amnesia to try and survive, but the water moves are hitting, do something, and it is both esports looking brilliantly in command. A big
this Rayquaza and this round to ensure the position in the lower bracket semi-final. It might be a good chance. The Scramble is being melted down in very low HP.
This is the first match on stream that we see SATUL, and they're already... I mean, they might have a chance. They need to score 300 AO synergy out of
the big surprise for us. Quickly trying to just lock up and
involving both the East have involved on Tencent. So pressure, not letting Liquid Esports players to get ahead of Blizzard. Now he's chasing none other than Furia on this Scyther. He's still on level, not
on that area, just trying to steal the Reggie Eyes, and he will be successful in that.
How it can get better. So I'll be looking out for how Curse will be playing into...
With the 37 more score from this end, but goes touchdown to Shifu. But this time, Ardis also gets KO'd by Buzzwole alongside.
Trying to actually initiate a fight to try and push in the Regia. They keep Dot in the meantime. Unite coming in. The Unite fails everybody from the players of Unite being committed from Crowley, and alongside there was another Unite which was not the stopping. It's jumped on Crowley on none other than Sylveon, but managed to run away from that.
Trying to steal the bugs of Liquid Esports. Crowley has to back off, but it's because he's been completely trapped between Urshifu as well as two Pokemon which were itself in level 7 and level 4.
Process in the next 25 seconds we are going to be seeing what Crowley thought he could sneak up and get that 12 scored, but he gets isolated and cornered into the tall grass. Like the Gardevoir wants to take down everybody. First attack Reshall on the slopes against just 30.
Listen, RBC
try to go for a fight, but it looks like the Eldegoss is going to be there. Garchomp immediately swoops in with the try and defended. So your Revenant do still have 2 more Unites to keep the team try and defended. So your Revenant do still have 2 more Unites to keep the team of Liquid on their control, but
with two or three Pokemon, it won't be sufficient to top it up. We have to believe we can actually counter the side of Revenant's attack, but now Revenant are also coming out
in the favor of Revenant. Revenant trying to make this Regieleki push up and Blizzard look like he's themselves. But look at that, Gardevoir still hiding in the tall grasses towards the bottom. Gardevoir, smart decision making, scores a big 100. This will seal the deal. I don't think they'll have any chance. Green Illusion Dive coming in again and Cremeron going out. Sent back to the Pokemon Center.
What we are looking forward from the side of Liquid because they're quite weak.
Time it's time for the Altrarian Swablu, and the entirety of Revenant is going to be moving up. He's like, I'm not going to let you guys survive. I need to take away the buffs as well. He's with the finally evolved Pupitar. Still has a long way to go. Takes Gardevoir. Rissy tried to steal. That is going to be Artist, but does not work. And now is surrounded by the entirety of Furious. Not that much of value, but the fly which was just used drains a lot of. Completely ready up his sprint gauge. Maybe for that drill pick, that is coming in, but he uses the triple trample and jumps immediately on.
Well, as we talked about, the Tyranitar is still there in the control in the bottom lane for now, just trying to push the things back, but there will be.
Acts like a distraction as they go through, but this singularity finds superb value. And now with Blissey helping out none other than their Tyranitar with those eggs, they will keep control of the top lane. They smart, but the ancient surrounding the Tyranitar is causing trouble for Blizzard. Look,
The Quasar will definitely play a very integral part in this final round.
oh, the Dorio is out. A Unite coming in from Talonflame. Delphox with a Unite. There is the Tyranitar Unite as well. Who's finding value? We've seen this, and then coming to the legendary pit, they might just find a way to stick one player. Find a KO. Yes, Crowley is down. Now they're taking down another one. Delphox, another one. Delphox might as well as go down along with Talonflame going out, and now this is Liquid Esports. Looks like they're here to seal the deal. He might just get KO'd. He's barely surviving. He does get an Eos energy.
The lane looks really squishy at this point because there is a lot of stacks that is going in. But Doshiku pops it in, but Espeon manages to steal the Regieleki.
Revenant because their Pokemons are still evolving, and with that Unite, Espeon will be pushing back. You can see they are mid-pathing right now. The Glaceon is trying to level up, and finally it looks like Universe got themselves a Regirock. Unite finally coming out from Revenant, but
And there is a big blow.
I think after Revenant seeing that Liquid Esports
Face some multiple setbacks because Revenant they're up against
it looks like Blizzard is trying to put a stop to none other than True Rippers, or at least to try
don't want to make any kind of mess at this point, though the Styria is still there in the mid lane. Take that Regieleki, no matter what it takes, but Ego might just plan. Oh yes, it is.
waiting in the tall grasses, and he's called in the entire force of Curse tried for a 40 of his own, but right now lacking 2 players on the bottom. Revenant can take this Registeel. It is the Registeel to see again. Espeon takes down none other than the Revenant. The players back, but it was not enough to find any value. Nonetheless, Revenant, what they've done.
Walk out in the way that they might have been expecting, but though it is already spawned in the top lane. 3 minutes 23 seconds on the time, but one has to go while the soul just comes up on the front line to make the difference. Zupa is there trying to get this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series India qualifiers of the April month. We are here with the top 2 teams who are going to be right now fighting it off. If you're joining new, you missed one heck of action for the day. This is going to conclude the April qualifiers. Next we will be meeting on May 22nd is when we are going to be seeing the May qualifiers. But right now we have Liquid Esports going against none other than True Rippers. Is it going to be a revenge story, or is it going to be a run in the park for Liquid Esports, is what we are going to see, Nekroz. Let's jump into the head-to-head.
Oh man, I'm really looking forward to it. It's Liquid Esports versus True Rippers. The team who have already defeated this team of True Rippers and sent them down to the lower brackets will be facing off against them in the very grand final. So it's a very big competition if we just talk about Liquid Esports with Artist, Dizapple, Itachi, Doc and Fura. Consisting of that lineup, True Rippers with the same Dream, Daksh, Ego, Prod and Kyo. All the 5 versus 5 contests, it's going to be really something to look out for. But as we speak, True Rippers, they are here to just get the revenge done. But if they want to, complete that revenge, they have to defeat Liquid Esports in 2BO3 series, which is definitely not at all an easy job.
I mean, True Rippers' new additions are looking really good. but Liquid Esports have defeated them with a clean sweep previously when they met in the upper bracket round 2. So it's not going to be easy for True Rippers, especially that they've had a long day today, right? All these upper bracket matches, lower bracket matches are all being done in this single day. This is what their composure, this is the strength that they have to show here on this April qualifiers for the World Championship series. Quickly talking about details of respective teams. Liquid, we already spoke about their 100% pick rate coming through, but we did see a little bit of switches. Their Cliffable was not allowed because Revenant took it up once, and Sizer I think was banned, and they had to switch into Scyther was banned and they had to switch into a different Pokemon. Therefore that 100% pick rate has taken a little bit down to 86. Nothing for them to be worried about, right? But on the other end, I really like the variety that they have, and their variety tells us that they concentrate a lot in their front line. So I think that's something that True Rippers need to work on. I like True Rippers, their backline attackers, as I just mentioned. Look at that, 3 ranged attackers in their picks. That tells us that their backline attackers is really good. It is just that they have to strengthen their front line, and as you see in the front line, they have no proper heavy hitters. There's the Blastoise, yes, who can do hits, but it's not the proper heavy hitter as an all-rounder. I think that's something if True Rippers work on, they'll be better.
That's for sure, and they have to work it pretty hard at this point, because they might have got a chance to enter in the regional qualifiers, but that's not it. If you want to have a better title, if you want to have the Champions tag alongside your name, you have to actually work hard for it.
Yes.
And you have got a real tough opponent, that is Liquid Esports, a perfect rival as we call it, because in the previous stages they have made some sort of in-game rivalries that we are really witnessing in this Pokemon UNITE Championship series, though there are many things that are still waiting. But we'll head on to the next phase, the draft pick of this Grand Finals BO3 series round 1. And I am really expecting some bans of like an Urshifu and a Dodrio, or might be an Espeon.
Okay. I mean, you're forgetting the 100%, but I understand where you're coming from. We saw a lot of secures and heavy hits coming in from Liquid. Therefore, True Rippers might just intend on banning the Urshifu or maybe even the Scyther as well. With the ban phase done, as you mentioned, it is Espeon. One thing you were right, and finally I am right on at least one of the things today in the bans. Is going to be the Scyther ban coming through. I think it is just the heartbreak. It's the heartbreak that I'm dealing with from the first matchup, right? They've been just playing around with me. I asked for a Zoroark, they ban it right on my face, like smacking a big one on my cheek. And then we'll talk about the picks right now. Enough of my heartbreak stories. As Ego picks up a Dodrio, and on the other end there's no Urshifu ban, so Itachi immediately locks on with it, along with Disapple getting that 100% back on. Again, it's not going to happen for this April qualifier because they already lost that one chance as they didn't get Cliffable. This time they get Cliffable. On the other end, as I did talk about, the backline attackers seeming super strong from True Rippers, they lock on Gardevoir.
That's for sure. And as we just talked about, it's a Machamp and a Trevenant. We might see, though it's still not confirmed until it's locked. So I'm going to stick with that. But okay, so there's a Cramorant pick coming up from the side of Artist, and Doc will stick to the Blastoise. But this time, True Rippers, prod with the Hoopa and Kyo might stick with the Glaceon. So it might be a good pick again. But it's very tough to tell because Fura is still left to just come up on the top. So, well, we are really expecting what will be the final pick. Machamp?
I think it should be Machamp. Because we just did see Machamp being played out right now from True Rippers themselves, right? Those hits coming through, the blow was just too good. And now they have to face off against the Machamp themselves. Something to wait and watch out for how it's going to be working out. Oh wait,
Definitely.
I'm a little bit confused. I will look into it, but I remember the Scyther being denied from one team and the other team picking up the Machamp, so it did happen in the game. But right now, it's going to be Disapple, who did play a Speedster as well. He caused a lot of trouble, and now he's going to be playing on the Urshifu. I will act in the secure, but we did see every player right as of now is not concentrating on Urshifu being the Pokemon which secures objective, but is concentrating on that being a heavy hitter. And look at that, that tells you, with a weakness policy that is there, I mean, he will be there to take up damage and then he'll deal a deadly blow. So it's not a wicked blow, I think so, because we've seen it is the water move Urshifu in the recent times. So that weakness policy helps him to give a counter heavy attack, heavy damage to be dealing with, and I'll be looking forward to it. In terms of the lineup, as I mentioned, Liquid Esports have a very strong frontline attacker lineup, whereas on the other end, this time they try to balance it out, but again there's no solid frontline attacker from True Rippers.
Well, that might make a impact or might not, but well, as we move down, ladies and gentlemen, let's head on to the first round of this BO3 series without wasting any single time. True Rippers on this side on the purple side, while Liquid Esports will remain on the orange side. We see the duo, the Hoopa going on the top lane, and for now, the top lane from the side of Liquid Esports will contain the Machap, who is in the very first stage, alongside the Cliffable.
Machop. Little itty bitty Machop. But I'm wondering what's happening. They've left the entirety of the top lane alone. It's only the Doduo who's just trying to snatch AOS energy, and this has given that Machop a lot of time to take away those wild Pokemons and constantly score this 5-5-5. And I think he also had an attack weight, so he's leveling up his attack weight as well, and that will cause trouble for True Rippers if they let this go. Because on the other end, yes, I understand they also have a Dodrio who's right now scoring constantly, but Dodrio is not a frontline attacker. It's a speedster. They'll jump in, attack and run away. Whereas if you let that Machamp level up very early, it's a problem for True Rippers themselves.
Yeah, that's for sure. And at this kind of situation, when we talk about, it's a very tough contest. If we just look forward to what lies ahead for both the teams, it's a very tough contest, because if we just Liquid Esports, they're the one team who hasn't been defeated for a single time in this today's day in this April tournament. So it's a very big thing, being a single team who has not been defeated for even one time and coming up to the grand finals, just up against a team whom that only team has sent into the lower brackets, but they still managed to come again on the top, and they're competing against that same team in the very grand final. So it's definitely a big journey that True Rippers have faced, but
just to steal away a buff. And also it was just one Pokemon. The entirety of Liquid Esports were defending their mid path. But right now, a brilliant try-attack coming in, and looking forward to a 2 KO streak in Ego. Players just survive, especially the Cramorant with a dive. Urshifu, heals up and comes back. And as I was talking about, we generally see a water move Urshifu, but this is the fighting move Urshifu, coming in with a wicked blow and the throat chop. Doc, he's stuck. He's not even evolved, he's not even level 5 to become a War Turtle. And with him going down, he gives away that Kirilla to become a full-fledged evolved Gardevoir. And now he will wreck a Rampage. And this is what True Rippers love. True Rippers are right now regaining control, commanding this game in this early stages, at least till the 7-minute mark. And it is Liquid Esports only having some amount of control in the top lane.
Oh, with that, ladies and gentlemen, the first objective appears. It's Regice, and on the top we get to see the Regieleki. But which team will have their hands on which objective? It's a very, very big question that might pop up in our head. But the Regice will be getting in the favor of True Rippers with the first objective, while on the other hand, Liquid Esports will have the Regieleki for themselves as a gift. But well, the Hoopa is still there alongside all the players. The Hyperspace Hole has been used to very in a decent way to get all those players coming up on the top. They are not even concerned with those 20 scores that will actually hit their towers, because they have got plenty amount of scores to go up against Liquid Esports. And with this, True Rippers are just trying to take and make the lead much more higher. The Cramorant got taken down. He tried to grab those and steal those buffs from the side, from the mid lane side of the True Rippers, but was completely unsuccessful in that approach. But though we can see True Rippers again coming back to the bottom lane in order to just get some KOs and level up their Pokemons as fast as possible.
True Rippers have understood that Liquid Esports have a good front line, so what are True Rippers doing? They're going into head-on fights and just doing damage before that front line gets established from Liquid Esports. In the meantime, as I did talk about it, the Squirtle is finally finding the mid path to evolve, taking away the wild Pokemons and buffs to get to that Blastoise, because we are already at the 5 minute of the game and it is still a Wartortle who is finally at level 9 and now evolved to the full-fledged Blastoise. Liquid Esports, they're trying to indulge in a fight, but they're eventually failing one after another. The big barrage blow coming through with the Unite does find a KO, but will he be able to score is the main question. It is going to be a no, because the Hoopa is going to be still guarding. He needs another player who needs to help him out, and right now the entirety, at least 2 players from Liquid Esports' side are coming and trying to push off Fraud. But in the meantime, the Dodrio has respawned and is pushing the top lane. To score this is going to be super tough. A triple trample comes in, the 40 score gets denied, and now they're again trying to hold things off. The Hoopa immediately pops off for Unite, trying to call his teammates, but in the meantime, Urshifu finds an opportunity to get a 23 scored. But look at this, still Liquid Esports are lagging behind. Still Liquid Esports haven't destroyed a single goal zone of True Rippers. True Rippers are playing really well. Cramoran goes down. Urshifu at least finds the Gardevoir on the Liquid Esports, I mean on the True Rippers' end, at least denying the backline attack. The Reggie has again spawned. This time it is going to be Liquid again trying to... Oh wait. Yeah, this is again Liquid trying to take away a Reggie in their favor. But can they get back in time for the Reggie Aliki is something that we have to look forward to. Oh no,
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm confused. It is Reggie Aliki that they took first, and it was True Rippers who took down the Reggie previously. That was the Reggie Heist. This time they'll be walking away with a Reggie Rock as they deal a blow and send back the Urshifu without any value.
Oh, but still, if we just talk about Liquid Esports, without even just considering the Regiliki on the top lane, they will try to get some good scores at the very first instance, and they actually managed to do it pretty well. Five more scored, and it will be more than enough to get the score done. And with that, the 50 comes up from the side of Glaceon, and with this, the situation turning around this place. True Rippers is just onto the good side. 239-171 is the score line. But the mid path is just getting more concentrated. Urshifu will get those blues and Hysteria in his favor. So the top lane, if we just talk about it, Dodrio is still wandering on the top lane, but well, there's a good KO streak coming up from the side of Glacian, shutting off 2 of the Pokemons, which were very crucial to the side of Liquid Esports.
Man, I think Liquid Esports, they could have just indulged themselves in taking down this Regieliki, but not too sure why the Machamp also teleported to base. From there decided to push to the bottom lane, where that goal zone was eventually destroyed and nothing of value was found. It looks like Liquid Esports are making some mistakes one after another just because True Rippers have taken control of the game. They're just trying to find a way to turn this momentum around, but it is not actually happening. At least the 2 goal zones which are there right now, Liquid Esports are trying to guard with their lives. Even if they're draining health, they're like, we will keep this fight going on. Now it's just 20 seconds left for the Rayquaza to spawn. Talking about the Unites, it is Machamp as well as Cramoran who needs to replenish the Unite. On the other end, it's only the Gardevoir which just used it at the 4-minute mark, so that Unite should almost be near. As you can see, it almost also has 49 AOS energy, so a couple more hits, maybe it'll get its Unite, and yes, it has its Unite online. On the other end, it is still a Furia. He needs to get the Unite. On the other end, looks like there might be a KO that he finds. Yes, he jumps on the Dodrio immediately, finds the Unite, and that was based on the Unite being used. Urshifu's Unite being committed so early, and therefore the other players also from the side of Liquid Esports commit for a Unite too early, but they fall in trap for the Gardevoir's Unite, and now one after another they're losing players. 2 players KO'd on both the ends. Who is going to fall next is something that we have to see. The backline attackers are still surviving, coming in from True Rippers, especially the Gardevoir is barely actually breathing, but can they make it work? Urshifu as well as the Machamp, the heavy frontline attackers are still surviving from Liquid Esports. They're trying to take and drain this Rayquaza, but it's not working out without having a backline attacker. A triple trample coming in, but it fails. It goes on the outside, and Machamp with the last blow. Liquid Esports seal it and take away none other than the Rayquaza along with its shield. They're trying trying to deny it, but Disciple has a bottom goal zone for himself where he can score a big 100, destroy the goal zone, push their score to 271, and from there it's Furia with another 100, 371, and then another 100 coming in, none other than from Artis. That pushes their score to 471, and look at how well immediately the Blastoise repositions. It is guarding its goal zone.
It's the best decision and the best move we might have been expecting from the team who has not been defeated for even one single time. Furia is still coming with some decent amount of scores to just get this thing much more complicated for True Rippers to make any kind of comeback, but it's another 100 coming in from the side of Urshifu.
Oh no!
Come up with 100 but won't be successful enough. Though we are seeing this, Liquid Esports, the toppers, are already with the lead in this BO3 series by taking up the first round in their favor.
What a play, what a play. Really love this. Was talking about this front line coming in from Liquid, right? They had a really solid front line, meaning dealing the damage. Whereas on the other end, True Rippers, if you took down even one of their ranged attackers, or maybe even one of their frontline defenses, True Rippers fall weak. They cannot indulge themselves in an active fight. That's what happened. They lost Kyo, and alongside Kyo, I think they lost Daksh as well. These two players going down so early, they lost their defense, they lost their attacking advantage, their damaging advantage, and that's where Furia, Disciple, as well as Doc, these three jumped into the legendary pit or the Rayquaza pit and immediately started taking it. Players from True Rippers did respawn and try to steal that or try to get that last hit, but Furia kept his eye on it, made sure that that last hit doesn't go in the other end's favor. And Liquid Esports, what a way to swoop back into a fight which looked like they had lost. Because you see, even after scoring in the initial two goal zones, right? One in the bottom one, the first one, and one on the top one, which was the middle goal zone. After getting a 200 scored, still Liquid Esports were lagging behind because they had no early scores that they had done. What a play, Nekroz. What a play coming in from Liquid Esports. I mean, this side of True Rippers who thought they had everything under control. They were dealing KO after KO. They thought, oh, we have things working in our favor, and all of a sudden, out of the blue is how they get bashed from Furia and Disciple, sending their crucial players back to the base to respawn. And Blastoise as well, having this eject at the right time. He pressed the Unite and immediately ejected towards where Dodrio was goaling. Bought himself time, even did not let him score around 40 EOS energy. Brilliant play coming in. I mean, well thought through. Liquid Esports understood that it is their late game that they have to concentrate on, and that late game worked out really well when they were able to find Kyo, the Dodrio, and then as well as Kyo on none other than the Glaceon. It just rolled in their trolley and they just walked away with a victory right now in this first game of BO3. As we go ahead, we see Liquid Esports right as of now in terms of scoring. You saw they fell a little bit short around the 4 to 8 minute mark, and that's where it was none other than True Rippers who picked up. And as well, you can see the entire replay that we are seeing in front of our screens. It is just none other than True Rippers completely in control. Doc, look at him. It is 7 minutes 22 seconds, and then we end up seeing that True Rippers' Squirtle is still not evolved up, and that is when that Squirtle decides that mid lane is mine, that mid path is mine, the mid buffs are mine. And he immediately starts leveling up, gets to level 9, unlocks the Unite, and from there on, it was Liquid Esports looking better. Better is all I say, not looking great. Because look at True Rippers, they were getting all the objectives that they wanted. They were able to push back the players. They were scoring a big 50 to destroy a goal zone, which should not be allowed. That is how well True Rippers played in the early game until the final stretch. I think this KO on Ego, then on Kyo, is something that started their downfall. But as of now, It looks like Rayquaza is something that every team needs to work on, how well they secure it. We just saw Revenant also having an unfortunate fight. My bad, I thought it was Daksh who kind of fell short from that Slowbro, but on the other end it was not the case. Slowbro was not taken down in the early fight. It was Kyo as well as Ego, the Dodrio as well as the Glaceon, and then Nekroz. Things just went a little bit south. On the other end, they did take down the ranged attacker. True Rippers did take down the ranged attacker coming in from their opponents, that was Liquid Esports, but it was just one ranged attacker, so it was nothing for them to be worried about. Their all-rounders were still standing tall. They were jumped right into the legendary pit fighting the Urshifu as well as the Machamp. Nothing to be worried about. We did see both of them had used their Unite a little bit early on in the game, but for them, their intention was to just secure that none other than Rayquaza, get that shield, and finally they were able to secure the victory as well for themselves. Nekroz, I would want to see as we progress of how the game would kind of play out for none other than True Rippers. And story, the first game has not been a success, and I don't think if they find a way to get back in now, the revenge story will just be left here, and True Rippers have to grind, and then is when they can actually have a fight against Liquid Esports. But I'm pretty sure an eye-opener is what we are seeing right as of now. We'll jump into an info card where we get an idea of the players and their Pokemon that they've been playing. But an eye-opener really for the Indian circuit is Liquid Esports, as they've swooped in and taken away the top slots from every team. We see right now in front of our screens it is Itachi. We saw him. He's known as the range attacker.
Yeah.
And it is looking good. Now, as we go ahead, can Itachi make sure that his team secures the second victory? Because of all the ranged attackers so far we've seen, look at Itachi's damage dealt. Surpassing 5 lakhs. Wow, that is insane. 5,47,629,000 damage. Meaning this is a record-breaking damage dealt from a player coming through here in Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series 2023. I mean, I'm talking about the Indian region. We might see other region also having similar damage dealt on a couple of players breaking records. So for the Indian region, I think this is a benchmark. But I hope as we go ahead, we see similar damages. Oh wait, I spoke a little bit too early. Wow, dream. Is this a dream, guys? 7,95,357 damage. I was just talking about one player showing us 5,47,000. Dream says, calm down, Lucifer. 7,95,000. I am the record breaker here. I will show you where the benchmark is at, and I hope True Rippers with this dream, the player dream, are able to come back into the game. This tells us they have the capability. It is all about executing it together as a team against such a phenomenal team which is Liquid Esports. Liquid Esports have been taking down everybody from the top, and I hope they're ready for it. This time. I am not too sure if True Rippers are ready, because True Rippers, again, it does happen that a reset is necessary. They need to get a reset, and from the reset we will get an idea of if True Rippers are back into the game. I think True Rippers need to get that hang, or True Rippers need to decide that forget whatever happened in the previous game. Forget that we lost to Liquid Esports in your upper bracket matches. No worries about that. We will look forward to how things work out for True Rippers, because they lost in the upper bracket round 2. They're looking like they're losing in the grand finals as well. It is tough when you face off losses, Nekroz. It does look a little bit kind of off when the team is unable to kind of get a footing in the game, because True Rippers, just now we saw in the entire game until the Rayquaza fight, they never fumbled. They had complete control of it. Let's see if True Rippers have that reset. We jump right into the draft pick, and it is going to be a start of the ban phase. Let's wait and watch. Is it going to be Liquid? Right now, banning Urshifu or Machamp. They thought it was the Scyther which was the problem, and they did ban the Scyther. But Liquid Esports said, Nana, we all have a lot of all-rounders which you guys lack, which I did kind of tell. The solid frontline attacker is something that teams need to work on. At least one who does damage, and True Rippers did not work on. True Rippers just bought defenders and supporters in the game. True Rippers again deny Scyther from happening. They think that if as soon as the Scyther comes in, the game instantly is a GG. Liquid Esports on the other end, they still stick on to Espion. They do not want any kind of stunts. But one thing I'm still wondering, the entire day of Pokemon UNITE WCS 2023 April India qualifiers is coming to an end, and not a single comfy pick, and we have not even seen a single comfy ban. Surprise is this. Dream? Is he gonna be the Ash for the day with the Pikachu? And immediately as soon as I call his name out loud, he wakes me up from the dream and tells me that no Pikachu, it is going to be a Gardevoir coming through. And with this, I think Liquid Esports will come out with the same Pokemons that they had. Oh wait, yeah, it is the same. They have the Cramorant again. Doc will be back on the Blastoise. Furia, nothing other than the Machamp is what I figure out. I think so. But on the other end, let's see what changes True Rippers make. No changes. They are keeping it the same. Dream is again on the same Pokemon. Ego is back on the Glaceon. Kyo, as I mentioned, who did lose out previously. Daksh is back on the Slowbro. Prod on none other than your Hoopa. So picks are same. Wait. Maybe I talked a little bit too early. Furia decides that he wants to bring in a change of his own. And look at what he has done. He is looking like he wants to play a Talonflame, and yes, it is a Talonflame. Wowee! That's something that I was not expecting. That was something that I was not thinking of right as of now, because that a Pokemon choice was not something kind of I had an idea about, but now things look a little bit interesting. Let's see what teams have in play. Artist gets himself back the Cliffable. Itachi goes back none other than his ranged attacker. Is there any changes on True Rippers? Yes, Kyo picks up none other than the Glaceon which he had, and Ego goes in for the Dodrio. And wondering that Liquid liked to pick Dodrio, they made that initial choice, but that did not happen. And Liquid said, we will bring our own Speedster. That is going to be none other than the Talonflame, and you see they bring in a Talonflame. Now that's a wild card for me. I was not expecting Liquid Esports to bring out a Speedster when they already had a very well composed lineup. They had a solid they had all solid frontline attackers, they had defensive walls, and they had one ranged attacker that they can rely on who could do hefty damage. But now they decide that they want kind of a ranged, I would call him a ranged trickster, ranged speedster. There's going to be a Talonflame who will fly from different positions and just swoop down and do a lot of damage. And I'm worried, and I'm really worried for True Rippers, because countering this is going to be even tougher when they have best of all. They jump into the game, see what happens, as this is going to be True Rippers' last shot to get to the second position. My bad, not second position, to push Liquid Esports to the second grand final, the grand final reset if they win this game. Again, Rayquaza battle needs to be planned really well, especially the last hit. We'll wait for it if it happens, but right as now, Prod decides that he wants to annoy Liquid Esports and he pushes to their mid lane. In the meantime, the other players from Liquid Esports, they decide, let them annoy us, it doesn't matter, we will decide on scoring. Maybe they steal away their buffs, we will look about it, but in the meantime, we will decide to score. And look at that, Liquid have pushed themselves to 21 and they're not stopping. In that answer, there is Ego as well, who scores a couple more and pushes the score to 14. But look at this, Furia is chasing the tail of Ego, but finally as soon as Furia sees that there is none other than the Glaceon coming back, Furia decides to back off from the fight, but the Icy Wind is not stopping Furia, from running away. But Clefairy didn't have to swoop in, swoops in, sacrifices to save none other than the Talonflame, and now that is a chance where they get a chance to level up. But in the meantime, Urshifu is back here. Disapple does not give away any of the buffs, keeps it. Doc, they are chasing him. Finally the confusion hits and they find a KO on Doc again, but Doc this time very early Previously it was around 7-minute marker that he was going into the mid lane, but I think this time he can go early to the mid path. But oh wait, he sees Cramorant under pressure and deciding to coming back in the mid path. But in the meantime, there is a fight that is happening at the center. It's going to be the Urshifu with the help of the Clefairy, which needs to get to level 4. It's still at level 3. As soon as it hits level 4, it's going to be at the cliffable stage. They are chasing that Clefairy to find another KO. Icy Wind coming on Artist and the final hit, and that is going to put an end to that Clefairy very early on. True Rippers again looking good in terms of doing a lot in terms of the damage, but Furia not stopping at all for anybody, stacking up the AOS energy and going for scores, making sure Liquid Esports do not have a huge gap when they have to come back into the fight. Itachi has 30, the maximum that he'll have until level 9. Daksh trying to annoy him, but Itachi has a dive and immediately runs away from the surf and nothing to walk out. Air Splash to push back the Gardevoir. In the meantime, look at Urshifu. Urshifu is at the mid path. He's just taking away the wild Pokemons, leveling up himself. We see finally the Squirtle leveled up to Wartortle, but it's still just at a level 5, whereas the others are at a level 7 and a level 6. That is going to be the Slowbro as well as the Gardevoir. Urshifu, nice swoop in. He's trying to fight. The Talonflame also sweeps in, takes down the Guardian. Now Urshifu trying to find one on none other than the Dodrio, but the tri-attack is doing a lot more damage than thought of, along with the Icy Wind coming in on none other than the Glaceon. Takes down the Urshifu, and True Rippers turn the tides back again. Next second, we are going to be seeing the objective spawn, the Regice on the bottom and the Regieleki on top as usual. Let's see who starts the battle for the Regice. Liquid Esports, they might do it because numerous of their members, or make it all 5 members, are here close to the bottom lane. Whereas, okay, finally a player decides to peel off. That is going to be none other than the Cramorant, who decides that he needs to level up because he's at level 8. He wants to push up to level 9, I think, and that's the reason he's playing in the mid path as of now. But a lot of damage, and Liquid Esports decide to retreat, give away the Regice. Regice battle or Regice secure has already been started from True Rippers, with 2 of their ranged attackers or backline attackers doing a lot of damage and not leaving any path for Liquid Esports to get into a chance to steal the Regice. Right, as now the only objective that Liquid Esports have is going to be taking away the Regieleki. Do they get a chance is something that we have to watch. To Ego wanting to chase and take down the Talonflame. The Dodrio does it, but in the meantime Itachi, he's swooped in. He wants to take down, as I mentioned, he wants to get to level 9. He rightly does so as well, takes down the Dodrio. Doc in the meantime, he's playing around with none other than Daksh. Daksh on the other end is actually stealing away the AOS energy and the level up that he can get from these wild Pokemon with the surf of his own. Regieleki fight starts, and Regieleki fight works in the favor for True Rippers. But in the meantime, a brilliant play from Cramorant. Thought of finding value, but the hyperspace hole makes the entire team survive, and that Unite does fail. Artist got a fly with a Unite of his own, but his teammates are nowhere near, and I think the Artist will also go down right now. Urshifu with a Unite on none other than the Slowbro. I don't think that was the right Unite to commit. He should have committed on the Glaceon, who was coming in back late, and now you can see Urshifu is KO'd. They are all pushing to the bottom lane. They will push out none other than this Wartortle, and with Wartortle going out, the bottom goal zone will also be destroyed, with a big 40 being scored. 222 to just 92. Liquid Esports look like broken pieces of puzzle scattered all around Theosky Ruins, having no control anywhere, no idea of how they want to push ahead. At least one goal zone is something that they have destroyed, but nothing more than that. I don't see them doing anything more. Right as of now, as we see, they're trying to take something away. Another Unite being committed, another failed Unite being committed from the Talonflame. They immediately target the Cramorant. Cramorant takes. Urshifu is gone out as well, and True Rippers again back in complete control. But at least Liquid Esports decide that they have to peel off and take the bottom lane control. Scored a little bit, but the hyperspace hole helped them reposition quickly to the bottom lane, and nothing more that Liquid will be able to do. No more destruction of a goal zone. Reggie has spawned. It's going to be a fight for Regice again. Are they going to do something here? In the meantime, Ego has peeled off, pushed to the goal zone, and scored a big score right as of now. And it looks like there's something that Liquid Esports is trying to do, but it is not working. Finally, they've pushed out all the players of True Rippers that they are trying to push, and they're fighting it as of now. Liquid Esports Can they get back into the game? Yes, says Furia. He pushes to the top lane as his teammate was pushing back to the bottom lane. And we will be looking forward to how this team is going to be panning out as we progress further. It is the Reggie Ice fight that starts, but a steal happens. Nekroz.
Just getting more influence of Liquid Esports. The way almost he's come back, it's really
We will see with this Reggie Ice, can they actually turn the tides in their favor? Not too sure. Ego uses the hyperspace hold, repositions. In the meantime, Liquid Esports showing discipline, working on leveling up. Level 13 is going to be the Dodrio. Level 12 is the Glaceon. Level 12 is the Gardevoir. They are still lacking behind. Only Talonflame at the level 12. Urshifu is still stuck at level 11. Can he make it up is something that we have to see. The Regieleki is going to be there. Let's wait and watch if they're going to be taking it away. Right as now, Urshifu, as I said, he's concentrating on leveling up. He's at level 12 right as of now. Regieleki is what the entirety of Liquid Esports is concentrated. And I think this is going to be a free Regieleki. There's no contest coming through like there was a steal previously. They come closer, but they're a little bit too late, and Regieleki gets secured. But in the meantime, players are peeling off from here. Liquid Esports decide we do not want to contest or push this Regieleki to their goal zone because it's just 14 seconds right as now, as the Rayquaza will spawn. Regieleki, without even getting closer, he will be KO'd. And right as now, it looks like some initial battle has already started here. True Rippers are looking forward to keeping Liquid Esports at bay. Rayquaza has spawned. It looks like Liquid Esports have managed to find a way to push back the players of none other than the True Rippers, and they push to their mid path. Urshifu, can he find something? He is trying to push in. He has a weakness policy as well. There is the Unite coming in, prod, and he goes back to the base. Nonetheless, he doesn't have to worry, he will be back in. But the Unite from Cramorant as well finds value. Their frontline attacker is gone. Gardevoir also going down. The backline attacker is taken down. Only one Pokemon surviving, that is the Hoopa on its Unite. And the Unite also goes down. There's nothing left. Liquid Esports played really well. Hoopa looking forward to the last hit, running around. Nothing works. Cramorant secures, and Liquid Esports get it done. They are going to be the top seed from the Indian team, defeating all the teams that are there, calling themselves the champions for the April qualifiers, and run right to the regional playoffs. What a heck of a game coming in. Unbelievable show from Liquid Esports. Man, oh man. This is just unbelievable plays coming in from Liquid Esports. For a second I thought they did not have control. Prod called everybody with his Unite, and everybody got stuck and clustered right to the left side of the circle of the legendary pit, and everybody got KO'd from one after another. Now they're all trying to just do something better, and it's not working. But looks like there is going to be a 28 score. Wait, is there going to be a 50? No, says Urshifu. He swoops in with a Unite coming through right at their face. But look at Prod. He's still trying to get 150. Doesn't work out. Gardevoir takes down Urshifu on Liquid. But is it going to be enough? No, because there's less than 10 seconds left. And Liquid Esports, to reach their score, they need to score big 300s, 400s, which True Rippers lack. And with that, time's up. That is Liquid Esports, who will be securing themselves the champions name, the champions title for this April qualifiers. What a game, what a game. Wonderful play coming through from Liquid Esports. Unbelievable show. They had no control in the early game. Forget about the early game. They had no control till the 8 minutes of the game. Because you see, True Rippers with 4 KOs on Prod, 2 KO on Daksh, 7 with Kyo, Ego having 3 with 13 assists, 5 on Dream with 6 assists. On the other end, look at how much Liquid Esports has. 5 only on Furia, no assist. Artist having 2, but only 2 assists. Doc having 6 assists, Urshifu, that is this apple, having only 1 KO, and Itachi was the only one who kind of matched up to Furia with 5 KOs and 5 assists. This tells you Liquid Esports were not on the right path, but that final fight, the final stretch, they decided well and strategized well how they want to fight. First, they pushed all the players of True Rippers into their own mid path. From there, they backed off and cornered them right to the edge of the legendary pit and started taking them down one after another, and entirely chest fainted the entirety of True Ripper Pokemon that they had. Man, I have massive respect for Liquid Esports, the way they've shown themselves throughout these India qualifiers. I don't know what more they are packing. Furia, he decides like, I don't want to play an all-rounder right now. I want to get a speedster into the mix and do more damage, and that works out. Unbelievable. I mean, I'm not too sure how much more that I might end up seeing from the team, but Nekroz, I don't know if Liquid Esports have this kind of monsters within them, this kind of strength within them, and not too sure where they were hidden in the Indian circuit until now. Man, I'm at a loss of words because Liquid Esports have shown, what is the word that I can put to make sense of? Perseverance, the strength, the capability to withhold until the right fight that they can take on. I mean, brilliant play. You can see True Rippers from the get-go, from the 0 to the 10th minute, they've been constantly scoring. 2 to 4 minutes, they fell a little bit short, but that was the time where they were leveling up, where they took control, where they started doing a lot more KO. Liquid Esports on the other end, they kept constantly scoring, even though they were on the back foot. Look at this. Until the 6th minute, they were on the back foot. Going to the 8th minute, they were still on the back foot. But there is where the tides turn, when everybody decides to push True Ripper players, and True Rippers one after another start falling apart. Unbelievable show. A quick replay of the viewers, for the viewers, not of the viewers, for the viewers, to show that never lose hope in a game. Even if you're getting oppressed, even if you're strong frontline attackers, you're all-rounders, your all-rounders are unable to do any value. It doesn't matter. Wait for the right opportunity. You will find your chance. You will see Furia also being taken down in numerous instances. Cramorant, look at him. Even though they were trying to take him down, Unites came out, but he was still trying to find a way to fight that through. What Ottle? I mean, Squirtle was not allowed to level up to Blastoise for such a long time. You saw 5 minutes of the game, he was still a Ottle. From then became a Blastoise. So, numerous scenarios we ended up seeing that this was a good fight, but it was not enough. True Rippers, I think they have a lot more to work on. I was just talking about this. True Rippers have shown themselves as a better team as of now, but it was not enough. They have to work a lot more on how they kind of get into a fight. Prod, again, he tried his best. He worked to try and find a steal, but there were just too many players and one player chasing him to try and deny him from getting anywhere closer, right, Nekroz? And that's what happened. We couldn't expect any more from none other than Prod alone surviving. I think maybe the Unite was a little bit too early from Prod, or maybe the Unites, that fight was so chaotic, I couldn't specifically point out which Unite was whose and what happened, whose Unite failed. One Unite for sure I saw was the Cramorant's Unite, which was brilliantly placed, which did so much damage. Way before the players of True Rippers entered closer to Cramorant, they were KO'd. So there was nothing that Cramorant, they could have done to Cramorant to deny it. So brilliant play coming in from True Rippers to wait it out, to fight it out. But Liquid Esports kept their composure. They waited for the right opportunity to strike right into the battle, and that battle worked out in their favor. But right as of now, this is April qualifiers. All the viewers who are watching, I'm letting you guys know, if you guys miss a chance, right as you know, to participate in the April qualifiers, there's still the May as well as June last chance qualifiers, where 3 teams in the May qualifiers will qualify to the regional playoffs, and in the last chance qualifier there will be 2 teams who will be qualifying to the regional playoffs. Don't miss out your chance. Start gathering your team, work, fight, grind, get into numerous battles, work on your metas, bring in new different strategies. You saw right now Liquid Esports, who had an 100% pick rate on 2 Pokemons that they picked in every game, and in a couple of games they decided, let's not pick it, let's throw a curveball and put all the teams in a disarray, and also the players in wondering, hey wait, why is this player playing a Talonflame, why is this player not playing a Cliffable? I think these kind of curveballs and googlies coming through is something that teams need to build on. And Liquid Esports, congratulations for becoming the champions of the April qualifier for the Indian region. I mean, you would have kind of set a target on yourself. That's what I would kind of say right now, Nekroz, because out of all the other teams, We had SATL, we had Revenant, we had True Rippers, the known teams in India who you have seen performing in the Indian Open, in the ACL, in the Indian circuit. But still, it is Liquid Esports to top it all off and show that Indian esports is not just all about the known teams. There is always the, I would not call them the underdogs. I would call them, there's another word that I'm not getting. The phantoms? I think that's what I would want to put up. They are those players who you did not know how they could play and they surprised you. Everybody, I would say. That's the reason. Whenever I see a Pokemon Unite tournament coming in and I see different players playing, right? Whether it's within their known Indian teams or whether it's a new team in its entirety forming and playing, I really like it because the competition level from here switches up to here and it just keeps going bigger and better. That's what we are looking forward to. That's why we keep saying that keep your grind up. You will find your team, make your team, play together, practice, and who knows? Right now we keep talking about, right? You might be the next Revenant, you might be the next SATL, you might be the next True Rippers. Now I would say you might be the next Liquid Esports. Keep your grind up. I think that's what teams are looking forward to, Nekroz. Nobody wants to give up that opportunity to get to that position. And I'm pretty sure we were talking about it. You as well mentioned, right? You in general used to play Talonflame as well, but Blastoise is your favorite. But who knows? That is the as I said, no, that is the surprise that you pull off as a Talonflame. That's what Furia did right now. As we said, congratulations to Liquid Esports, Artist, Disciple, Itachi, Doc and Furia for making to the regional playoff as the top seed from the India region. Now, yes, as I said, you have a lot of heavy lifting or a lot of going back to the blackboard to work on, because now players know how you guys play. They will try to take you down. They'll not let you go. They know how well you play, how well your synergy is. Now they will try to break it down bits by pieces, and I'm looking forward to Liquid Esports just getting better from there and doing better and well throughout the tournament. Now it is going to be a long tournament for our viewer journey that we just saw right as of now. For at least the April qualifiers, we saw top 3 teams alongside Liquid Esports. Congratulations to Revenant as well as True Rippers, who have also qualified to the regional playoffs. Our second seed is going to be True Rippers. The third seed is going to be none other than Revenant Esports. I think True Rippers and Revenant, they know what they have to still work on. We'll quickly jump on the brackets. For all the viewers who were joining till now, they know how the brackets did pan out, but we'll give you a quick gist of it. Revenant and Liquid were the 2 teams who had a clean sweep when they started off alongside Oath, but Oath were immediately denied of their journey with Revenant defeating, but Liquid defeated True Rippers very early on in the game. You can see with the 2-0 that Liquid and Revenant met, and Revenant did get the game, but Liquid Esports swooped back and denied Revenant of any chances, and Liquid jumped right into the grand finals. From there, True Rippers' lower bracket journey started. They defeated Final Evolution. They had to face off Oath, who also looked like a good team because they defeated SATL in a wonderful fashion, especially in the last Rayquaza fight. So good game in the entirety coming in. As I mentioned, the teams qualified from the April qualifiers here in the WCS 2023 for the Indian region is going to be Liquid Esports, True Rippers and Revenant. Liquid Esports also have to go back to their blackboard. True Rippers also have to go and work on their strategies. Revenant also have to hit back to their books, because as a team they were there, but to contest the opponent who outsmarted them, got them better, especially in the Rayquaza fight, because I've seen a lot of teams, they have an entirety in terms of control of the 8 minutes of the game. The only thing they always lose is the last 2 minutes, and I'm pretty sure, Nekroz, you also agree that the Rayquaza fight will always make it or break it. But if both the teams know how to secure, how well to play a Rayquaza, they will deny teams from even after getting Rayquaza and getting a lead, which actually happened today. Even after a team got Rayquaza, they were unable to win that game just because their opponent played out better, and that tells you if your team is ready for how to counter the Rayquaza battle as well, you might just be able to break down their shield as well. But this does bring us to an end of a fantastic Sunday evening, because I did not expect this to happen. I had a couple of my pick'ems, and I'm pretty sure, Nekroz, you had a couple of your own pick'ems, and this to happen is a surprise. I'm like, wait, what just happened? First was a heartbreak, which I will still go through and cry after today's stream, that one team denied me from seeing Zoroark by banning it right out of the gate, and the other team showing me Zoroark and immediately locking on a different Pokemon. That was a Tyranitar, I think, and I felt really sad. So Zoroark, I'll pick you after today's match. I'll go to ranked and lock you in, and at least make my heart fill with butterflies. At least that I can pick my own choice of love with my own control that I have. But I think that is something that a lot of us, in terms of the viewers, also were expecting. I also had a Gudra expectation. With Gudra also, it looks like has not come into the meta yet, as the players expect. We'll quickly give you a lot more idea. As I did say, viewers who enjoyed the matches right as of now, there's something for you to enjoy, which is going to be a Swiss style challenge day, which is going to be happening on May 6th. This is for our viewers, so you guys can participate. It's going to be all BO1 matches. Up to 4 rounds is what you're going to be seeing. It is going to be in your languages that is going to be supported. That is, I think, Japanese as well as English, so you don't have to be worried about it. And it's not something that you have to bring about 5 players. I've had a couple of Pokemon Unite players who've reached out to me that I'm looking forward to forming a team. Do you know any Pokemon Unite players that I can join and things like that? We have a couple players, but we do not have a 5-man team. Here you don't have to. You can have just 3 players. You can play and win, and just call yourselves the challenge day winners for yourselves. Again, telling you, mark your calendars. It's going to happen on the May 6th. Starts at 12 PM, I think, around Japanese Standard Time. Okay, that is the check-in time, and then we see again the check-in and then the matchup, which is going to happen at the 5 PM again Japan time, 5 PM to 5:30. So make sure you're ready for it. You do not want to miss this challenge day, because again, this is for the viewers. I mean, I've seen a lot of times viewers just sit and like, I have done this, I can do this, and we've enjoyed the game. And sometimes you also say, I also want to participate, right? This is your chance to participate. And again, telling our viewers, whoever have teams, if you want to participate in the World Champion Series 2023 and become one of the Indian teams to qualify to play on the global stage, you have May qualifiers, which is going to be happening on the May 22nd. So make sure you register as soon as possible. The qualifiers will happen. You have to face off multiple teams, but right as now, as I said, we have come to the end of this fantastic April qualifiers of the Indian region in the WCS 2023. Looking forward to the May qualifiers. This is going to be me, Lucifer, along with Nekroz, signing off. Take care. Have a great evening. See ya. Uniting with that big hydro cannons coming through. He takes
To add a condition 100 with this two ripple, just marching towards what is going on. Final Evolution, they're not even trying to compete for the buffs, they just focus on
leveling up so quickly, finally put to rest and will be sent to the Pokemon Center. That is going to be to the base and got another victory for themselves. 526, surpassing the score that they scored last time, even after getting Rayquaza. The bite. You can see OT Sports constantly trying to deny SATUL the wild Pokemon. Finally, SATUL said enough is enough. They start switching up positions and lanes, and look at what's now. OT Sports are stuck on the top end. They're cornered. They're getting wrecked. Unite's coming through. Sylveon, if it goes down very early, it's going to be Badsha. Can he also survive? But looks like the Dodrio has isolated and targeted him. They are going to be the ones feeling bad about it.
Well, at this point, we have to see the main thing that happened was Absol getting into All Might. He's in a very low HP because he's been stacked up.
And it is going to be the water moves, Resurgent Strikes and Liquidation is what we are going to be seeing, and immediately
It might be a good chance. The Scramble is being melted down in very low HP. It is a bit
this is the first match on stream that we see SATUL, and they're already, I mean, they might have a chance. They need to score 300 AOS energy out of
the big surprise for us. They're trying to just lock up and
evolving. Both the Eves have evolved on Evidence and Unite coming in. The Unite fails everybody from the players of Unite being committed from Crowley, and alongside there was another Unite which was not looking to stopping. It's jumped on Crowley on another than the Sylveon, but managed to run away from that.
Trying to steal the buffs of Liquid Esports. Crowley have to back off, but it's because he's been completely trapped between Urshifu as well as two Pokemon which were itself in level 7 and level 4.
For themselves, but look at that, Gardevoir still hiding in the tall grasses towards the bottom. Gardevoir, smart decision making, scores a big 100. This will seal the deal. I don't think they'll have any chance. Green Illusion Dive coming in again, and Cramorant going out, sent back to the Pokemon Center.
What we are looking forward from the side of Liquid Esports, because they are quite famous for it.
Time it's time for the Altaria and Swablu, and the entirety of Revenant is going to be moving up.
So the Quasar will definitely play a very integral part in this final round.
Oh, the Dorodrio is out. A Unite coming in from Talonflame. Delphox with a Unite. There is the Tyranitar's Unite as well. Who's finding value? We've seen base, and then coming to the legendary pit. They might just find a way to stick one player, find a KO. Yes, Crowley is down. Now they're taking down another one. Delphox, another one. Delphox might as well as go down, along with Talonflame going out. And now this is Liquid Esports. Looks like they're here to seal the deal. They think he might just get KO'd. He's barely surviving. He does get an Eos energy. You can see they are mid-pathing right now. The Glaceon is trying to level up, and finally it looks like True Rippers got themselves a Regirock. Unite's finally coming out from Revenant, but
And there is a big blow up inside of, but one has to go while the Soul just comes up on the front line to make the difference. Zupa is there trying to get the scores. Gardevoir instantly gets a KO. It's a triple KO coming up from the side of True.
Spirit Shackle does damage both to their frontline attackers, but in the meantime Blizzard could just survive, especially the Cramorant with a dive. Urshifu, at the throat chop. Doc, he's stuck. He's not even evolved. Furia, he needs to get the Unite. On the other end, looks like there might be a Unite being committed so early, and therefore the other players also from the side of Liquid Esports commit for Rayquaza, but it's not working out without having a backline attacker. A triple trample coming in, level up. But in the meantime, Urshifu is back here. This apple does not give away any of the buffs. It's going to be at the Cliffable stage. They are chasing that Clefairy to find another kill. Oh, Unite coming in broad, and he goes back to the base. Nonetheless, he doesn't have to worry. What a heck of a game coming in. Unbelievable show from Liquid. Urshifu on Liquid, but is it going to be enough? No, because there's less than